I know what I do. All right, here we are. Let's do this thing. Just for the record, it's raining pretty good here, and I still have internet, so that's a good sign. That's a very good sign. Actually, it rained all week here, and I haven't lost internet, so knock on some wood here. I think we're going to be good. It looks like all systems are go. So I'm not going to waste any time bringing in my partner in crime. So let's hit his intro.
Ladies and gentlemen, millions watching around the world, let me introduce to you the genius of genealogy, the guru of guitar, John Fezwendo.
Okay, so there he is, the Fez man. What's up, brother John? How you doing?
All right, how you doing, man? Good to see everybody.
Can't complain. Well, I can, but I won't. But
okay,
cool. Glad you can make it.
Sure.
Let's do this. Instead of getting way behind on the chat, let's start with the chat. How about that? Let's do that for a change. So I'm going to scroll on back up to the top here, and we're going to. Where are we? First one in. Imagine that. Our buddy Legatus.
Awesome.
First one in the chat. Carla Burton was here. She said, "Hi, FETT and gang. I'm super busy with wedding guests and extra kids, but if I can make it today, I will. It will be in the latter half. We'll probably go ladder. We'll probably go up that ladder." See, Carla Burton says, "Haha, I love the thumbnail." Why, thank you. Yes, this is number 11, so I thought it would,
Yeah.
These go to 11. These go to 11. Legatus says, "Fade in. G'day, Carla Burton. Wedding guests. Congrats, Carla Burton." Hail Legatus.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Now it's a chat.
Yeah.
We have Snortopupus Cuber. He says, "How humans and other critters?"
Yeah.
Hello, Snorty.
Hi,
Not
Snorty.
the same. Not the same. Not the same without Snortopupus Cuber.
Mm-hmm.
He says hello to Carla. Legatus says, "Fade in. G'day, Snortopupus." Legatus, you like in a Scottish type kind of mood today or something? Snort says hello. Carla Burton says, "Thanks, Legatus. My daughter got married yesterday. Congrats to Carla's daughter." Congrats.
Very nice. Very nice.
Carla says, "Hail, sweet Snort." My. Snortopupus, Carla Burton, congratulations to her indeed. Thanks. You met her and tried to eat her, Snort. Snort? What'd you do? Oh my goodness. Hey there, Tim is here, FKHC 2005. He says, "Hail." Snort says, "Carla Burton, I was perfectly respectful to her." Perfectly. I like it.
Yep.
Legatus is still good day, and everybody. Snort is exhausted, old bear, needs to have a nap. I'll try to sneak in later. Have fun. Okay, cool deal, Snort. We'll probably be here. Odds are we'll probably be here. Fez forever.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You're over there.
Yes.
You're also down there.
Yes.
John, you're in two places at once.
I'm approximately here. Yes.
That is cool.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see. This must be okay. So this is present John. That's past John. Let's see what past John had to say. He said, "Hail there, all you happy people and critters and such like that there."
Yes.
Okay, moving on. God says, "G'day, Fez forever." Yes, and I
Hello.
was here. Look at that. I was here in the past too. Check that out.
Mm.
This internet thing is cool. There's me minutes
Yeah.
ago, and here's me now. And I said, "Holy smokes, I'm already behind on the chat, and it hasn't even started yet." Yes, this is a conspiracy. I think people come here,
Yeah.
bombard me because they know it's easy to frustrate FETT. That's what's going on here. It's a conspiracy. But I'm on my game tonight. I'm getting to the chat first. See this? Legatus says the. Something tells me there's more. Chat. Strikes. Again. Exclamation points. Yes, you certainly did. You struck. That's weird because usually I'm the striker around here.
Yeah.
That's the guy that strikes again. But man, the chat struck again tonight, didn't they?
Yep. In
Carla Burton
force.
says, this one's for you, John. Carla Burton says, sorry, I am in and out of the chat too. Got a busy household all morning, hoping people will leave this morning, but not sure how this afternoon will go. Okay. Totally understood. Look at that. I said hi to everybody. And I'm saying hi to everybody again.
Yep.
It's 2 for
Hi,
1.
Carla.
Hey, Carla. Legat says, hey, it's our host with the most. Yeah. Brother John. Oh, me. That's right. He's talking about me. That's cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have the most. I have some. I'm the host with some.
Well, you've got the most guitars out of both of us.
Okay, we'll go with that. That'll work. Congrats on the wedding. Yep. See, you know it, buddy. Legatus. So now with your daughter out from under your care, have you already started plans with repurposing her old room? That's what I should do. I should move my whole setup here upstairs and make a YouTube room is what I should do. But not sure what my future plans are yet. So anyway, moving along. Carla says, oh, the kids who keep getting kicked out of this, his room for guests has already claimed it. And now I have two spare rooms.
Cool.
Nice.
Road trip.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought this was your last one. You still have one at home. How soon before that kiddo flies on its own? Legatus is certainly in a hurry to kick Carla's kids out, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's weird. Carla says, haha, I have 4 boys left. The youngest is 13. It's still going to be a while. Okay. I acknowledge the rain. Carla's all emojiing it up. Legatus, a house full of boys. How will poor Carla survive? I think that's why she can deal with us so well. You know, it's a good thing she had all those boys because we're all a bunch of boys here.
Yeah.
John, you, we're just big boys. The people in the chat, we're all big boys in this community.
Yeah.
See, even Legatus agrees. He says, wah.
Which is kind of ironic because Wendy's here.
Exactly. I was just about to say, Wendy Trauma Warrior, and that probably means Jimmy's not too far away. She hops in on 1 foot cursing. Hello, everyone. I just dropped my iPad on my big toe. Oh, no. Sorry to hear that,
Ouch.
Wendy. At least you know a doctor. Barefoot, too, yet. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Somebody's having the same kind of day I have.
Yeah.
I hope I'm not rubbing off on you, Wendy. Sorry about that. My apologies. Yep. Oh, no, Wendy. Shall I dare ask the question, why? Yeah, Legatus, I spent my childhood on a street full of boys. Still a tomboy in my element. Very cool. That's why she fits in with us so well. That's very cool. Wendy says hello to Legatus. I'm clumsy. That makes 2 of us. And for the record, too, I don't know what's going on with me the last 2 days. Anybody I caught some of my chats on Frolics last night, like I can't type for crap the last couple of days. I don't know what's going on with me. So if I misspell anything, typing here or anything like that, just disclaimer. Yeah. Totally brain farts going on here.
Legatus says cheesecake.
That's probably what it is. Because you know what? I haven't had cheesecake in a while. I was overindulging for too long there. And it was starting to show. So I'm trying to slim down a little bit, trying to cut that out. Still eating some garbage, but cheesecake has been off the menu. So you might be onto something there, John. But I don't know.
Yeah, you can't neglect your habits.
Yeah,
you know.
But okay, back to the chat. Legatus said a clumsy nurse who worked excellently in a trauma ward. Trauma Harris. Trauma ward. Being clumsy and I find hard to believe. Oh. Wendy says I save it all until I get home. See, sometimes I think I do the same thing. You know, I'm pretty decent at my job, and they like me at my job. And knock on more wood. in the almost 18 years now that I've worked at this job, I haven't had any accidents or any big things. So, but at home, forget it, man. I trip over everything. I drop everything. And so I know what you're saying, Wendy. Carla says, ha ha, Wendy, I believe it. Legatus. So I guess no juggling in the ER then, Wendy. Nah. You don't want to. You ever see that episode of Seinfeld? You all right, John? Okay. You ever see that episode of Seinfeld where they got to watch the surgery from the balcony there, and they accidentally tossed was it junior mint, I think, and it went into the patient. Yeah, you don't want lawsuits or anything like that. So, yeah, Wendy says nobody wants me juggling anywhere. I've always sucked at that. Yeah, I can't do that. I can do a lot of things. It's weird because I write with my right hand. I play guitar with my right hand, but certain things I do left-handed. So you would think I would be coordinated enough to. No, I could never do that.
Yeah, you're kind of ambi-silly like me.
Yeah, super silly.
Yeah.
Legatus says, not even juggling between bites of apple pie cheesecake. Oh, cheesecake made appearance again tonight. Oh, and banana split ice cream. I haven't had a banana split in a long time either.
Yeah.
A big old banana split.
Yeah. Although we did get some Turkey Hill fudge ripple the other day when we went shopping. So,
you know what? I just got some again yesterday. I was like, I'm still having a little bit of ice cream here and there.
yeah.
You know, I was getting the fudge ripple, and for a little break, I do like the peanut butter ripple as well, but not the chocolate. It has to be the vanilla because as much as I love peanut butter cups, the chocolate ice cream with the peanut butter just seems a little dry to me. I have a hard time swallowing it. So for some reason, I like the vanilla and the peanut butter.
Yeah, that kind of lubricates it a bit.
Yeah. Speaking of peanut butter, that's another thing. I kind of replaced the cheesecake, which is a super evil, saturated fat and everything. And I've been kind of snacking. My guilty pleasure now is ice cream and Reese's peanut butter cups. I've professed my love for Reese's peanut butter cups. I want to talk about Reese's peanut butter cups while I start to get behind on the chat. But I want to talk about Reese's peanut butter cups for a second.
Sure.
Still love them. They're one of my favorite candy bars in history.
Yep.
I've noticed something, though. I haven't bought them for a long time. I just recently started getting them again. And suddenly, there are way too many options.
Yeah.
Too many options. I keep grabbing the wrong thing. Like, I love caramel. I love chocolate. But do we really need caramel peanut butter cups? Do we need chocolate lava peanut butter cups? You know, I bought a pack a couple of weeks ago, had my heart set on that delicious peanut butter and chocolate combination. I bite into it, and I'm like, this is way too much chocolate. I accidentally bought chocolate lava. Like, does the world really need chocolate lava peanut butter cups? Is my question.
I'll let you know.
I mean,
I haven't tried them yet.
I mean, they were decent, but listen, make it something else. You know what I mean? Like they have They have like the Fast Five, or they have variations on the peanut butter name, the Reese's peanut butter name. Make them something else so that I can just walk in a store in a hurry. Sorry, I don't mean to be ranting right off the bat about candy bars.
Yeah.
But sometimes we're in a hurry, and I just want a goddamn peanut butter cup. I don't want to have to think about it. You know what I mean? Or put them somewhere else. You know? Put them at the end of the aisle. But give me. Just make sure I'm getting the right peanut butter cups. Is it too much to ask?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, because you've got the thin ones, you've got the vanilla ones.
See, that's another thing.
Reese's Pieces. You've got the small ones in the bag.
Okay, so the vanilla ones, there's a picture of it on the thing, so you can see that it's white. I mean, that's fine. But and thin ones, we don't need thin ones. Just get rid of thin ones, because one of the things about the peanut butter cup, the classic peanut butter cup, that makes it so perfect is it's the exact right amount of chocolate and peanut butter. You got that little extra layer at the bottom, and then you got the thin layer that surrounds the peanut butter and cradles it and nestles it in that goodness. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We don't need thin ones. You're tampering with the perfect formula. You don't mess with perfection.
Right.
Is all I'm going to say about this. Okay. Reese's, you know what I mean? Get your act together.
Yeah.
We don't need all these variations. We don't. Just saying.
Yeah. And if you're going to do the little ones, don't wrap them up in the foil. Just put them in the bag.
That's another thing.
I hate wrestling with that foil.
You're exactly right about that. I won't buy the little bite size, even though it's convenient. Like right now, I would prefer, because when you're on a live stream, okay, you've got people
Yeah.
watching. We have some people watching right now. People are going to watch this on a replay. To
Yeah.
sit with a full size cup, you look like a barbarian or something trying to take a bite, crumbs falling. It'd be nice to have that little bite size. Pop it in your mouth while you're sitting here talking,
Yeah.
right? But no, you got to mess with the goddamn foil. Why do we
Yeah.
need foil? We don't need foil, Reese's.
Yeah.
Rethink your thing here,
Yeah. I
Hey,
mean,
you're in a bag.
even Hershey's Kisses, they put that little paper thing in there so you can get the foil off quick. you know?
Right. And they always came in foils, so there's a nostalgia thing going on there. But mini peanut butter cups, they're already in a bag.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
don't need more protection.
Do like Rolo does. They're the same size. They're caramel inside, but they're just stacked in a roll. And you just open them like, Tums or something.
Yeah.
Lifesavers. But
there you go.
There they are.
Tums. You get the big bottle of Tums coming with the flip top.
Yeah.
Right? Put them in a flip top so we can just sit here and...
Yeah, like Pez.
Exactly.
Or Tic Tacs. That's the one.
Tic Tacs, like a big Tic Tac container.
Yeah. Boy, that would be nice.
See, Reese's free
Yeah.
product development here. You got research.
Yeah. Now, the other thing I happened to notice when I went out and I got a hankering for a Hershey bar the other night, and suddenly noticed the price is $2.29 for a standard Hershey bar.
Yeah.
Now, when I was a kid, we didn't pay more than 10 cents for the Hershey bars. It went up to 25 eventually in the 70s, but so what? But $2.29, that's highway robbery.
It is. I mean, we'll never see 10 cents again, but holy crap.
Yeah.
Anything over $1 to me, especially I love Hershey's. You really, when I'm in the mood for chocolate, there's nothing like, having a piece of Hershey's chocolate to suck on. And but let's be honest, there's nothing fancy to it. You know what I mean? It's just their recipe. It's a chocolate bar,
Yeah.
Okay, maybe if you get with the almonds, but I'm not a big fan of almonds,
Yeah, I'll get that once in a while.
But I don't know.
And the Three Musketeers bars that are, 1/3 of them are now air under the top chocolate.
Yeah.
Because it used to be just full of that gorgeous, wonderful nougat.
Yeah.
And, it's kind of disappointing when you bite into one and there's nothing there.
Now, my understanding is it's named the Three Musketeers because originally you could get chocolate vanilla. There were 3, I guess, individual candies: chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry, like Neapolitan. They should do something like that again.
Yeah.
Like make a couple little, like take your bite-size Three Musketeers, have one chocolate, one vanilla, and one strawberry. I think that would be pretty neat.
Yeah. Yeah, because they got those 2-packs. Just chop it into thirds instead and do one of each.
Yeah, there you go. Be like a nostalgic thing. Because I've never even seen them. This is way before my time, I guess.
Yeah.
But I've heard the legend of the 3-flavored Three Musketeers. So, anyway, sorry to go off, man. I had, didn't mean to make like a whole big thing out of candy bars, but candy is important to me.
Yes.
I think all of us really. But okay, let me hop back on the chat real quick. Hop back on the chat.
Yes.
Okay. Wendy says that sounds yummy. I hate to waste it by dropping it on the floor. Yeah, okay, I'll tell the story for another time. Legata says that is what tables are for, isn't it? A table? Who uses tables anymore? I don't. I'm usually sitting right. This is my table right here. I'm sitting here eating, watching YouTube. If you had a camera on me all day, this is what you see me shoveling food in, watching YouTube.
Yeah.
A lot of you guys in the chat with your channels. But Legata says incoming transmission. Yep. Wendy says puts my helmet on for better reception. Cool. Legata says Green Lantern, Fed of Earth. Yes, I'm decked out in a Green Lantern shirt today. I don't know why. It felt like being green. Carla says that is amazing. Legata says FETT. I was going to yell it, but it wasn't in capital letters, so it would just be FETT. FETT. So, I see. It was another thing. Let's go. He says FETT wants us to bombard his chat. Do not listen to Legatus Legionite, everyone. Do not listen to him ever. Not on this channel, not on King Dolphin TV. Do not listen. No, he's a cool dude. It's cool.
Yeah.
I get it. He's being funny. Hey, Max Redstone says, I am here. He certainly is. There he is. He's right there. Max Redstone.
Awesome.
To brigade the chat, but only in portions of 3. What is this? Why are you guys doing this to me? I have a hard enough time reading the sentence. This is a conspiracy, John. I'm telling you. These guys are here to make me look like a clown. That's okay. I'm very upset. I'm the monkey in the cage, and you guys come here to see the monkey in the cage. That's okay.
Yeah.
But Wendy said, the doctor laughed her ass off at me and walked away. Oh, no. She was laughing. She was laughing with you.
I assume that's Jimmy.
I don't know. Maybe. No, I'm not going to say it. Legatus says, auto misspeller. Some things you got. So Legatus Legionite says, auto misspeller has been in overdrive recently, it seems. I think I'm the auto misspeller. Like, I don't know. I can't type. So fortunately, I'm reading so far, but as the night goes on and my eyes get more weary, it may not be. Whoa, he's going.
Yep, hang on.
Okay. Take your time, John. I'm going to continue reading. Carlos says, you're all just boys. It's true. I don't deny it. I'm a big kid. Always will be. Legatus says, job, being an evil genius. So then getting home and being clumsy, you become a goody-goody. Nah, I don't think I have any goody-goody in me. Holy crap. Glenn Schroeder is here or was here. If you're still here, hail, Glenn. If I missed you, sorry about that. But we're going to be talking about some music here in a little bit. So I hope you're still around. Wouldn't mind getting your opinion on some of the things we're going to talk about. Glad to see it too, by the way, because we worry about you, brother. We worry about you. Carla says, Kelvington used to send me potato chip peanut butter cups. They were yummy, like squished Reese's Pieces. Kelvington as in the Doomcock Kelvington? That's pretty cool. Legatus says, hail, Glenn. Hail, Glenn. Tim says, I'm back. Was walking the dog. Okay, welcome back, brother. Legatus says, walking the dog, or was a dog walking you? We'd like to know. Interesting people like what? I forget that saying. How about a Pez of Fez that already exists, sort of digitally? The Fez dispenser does exist.
Yes.
If I can find a picture, I'll show it later. Legatus, both maybe. So the Tim and his dog took turns walking each other. Is what you missed. To recap what's going on here.
Yeah. So
okay. Carla Burton says, "Ha, Wendy, I just read the comment about Jimmy laughing." Tim says, "Fez forever, the 70s AD or BC Fez?"
Good question. I kind of hit both eras. Although that's a good name for a band, ADBC Fez. I don't think they would sue.
I was just going to say it's a little close to AC/DC.
Yeah. Well, you know.
You don't want to be AC/DC Fez either. People get the wrong idea about you.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. No, you don't need that in your life, John.
Yes. I am all man here, ladies.
Well, Tim wants to know, John, are you becoming Andy Rooney now?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Carlos says, you need to try indoor chocolate balls. They're the best chocolate ever. Chocolate balls. John, I can't speak for you, but I don't like putting balls in my mouth.
No, unless they're malt balls. And if you don't know what those are, look them up. They're awfully good. Did
you say malt?
Malt.
Malt as in like Whoppers?
Yeah.
I haven't had those things. Do they still make those? They still make Whoppers?
They did up until a couple of months ago at least, but my local store doesn't have them.
You know what used to always happen? Like speaking of Easter, right? Like at Easter time, my mom would get like the big bag of Whoppers and put a couple of those in everybody's basket. And there was always most of the bag left. So I'd be
Yeah.
snacking on those things. And occasionally you get that one dud that like was more like a milk dud, and then would always make me hungry for milk duds.
Yes.
Whoppers always led. It was like the gateway drug to milk duds.
Well, that was the thing at the One Fire Company was Monday night was WWF wrestling or whatever. And we'd go over there and somebody would inevitably bring the malt balls, the Whoppers, and the milk duds. And it was like, cool. And then somebody would bring in the nacho chips. What the hell do you call them? Doritos. And that doesn't go with chocolate at all. Not even a little bit.
I've made it work. Yo, you know what I used to love? And Doritos. If anybody from Doritos is out there listening, I thought the best flavored Dorito ever, I think there were a couple iterations, but the one that I always think of, it was Smoky Red Barbecue. They came in a purple bag. They were like the greatest chip I thought ever. Like, I guess they weren't selling, but I don't know how they weren't, because who doesn't love barbecue?
Was that the one that got Mexican Iron Man all upset with their commercial?
I don't remember. He got upset at a Doritos commercial?
Yeah, because it was extremely woke.
Oh, I don't know. I hope it wasn't. I hope it wasn't for barbecue ones.
Yeah, this was about 2 years ago. Yeah,
no, I think
during the rabbit chicken phase.
Yeah, I don't think they've made the barbecue Doritos for many years now. So I doubt it was that. I'm going to pretend it wasn't, even if it was, because I really love the barbecue.
Yeah.
Something about the barbecue and corn chips. Like, I know you can get like barbecue Fritos, but for some reason it wasn't the same to me. I mean, the Doritos were so they were red. I mean, they were red. You had like, they were like Cheetos. Your fingers were red after you touched them and stuff. They were really good. I really missed them. Oh, hold on. I want to read this because I saw somebody else popped in here. Oh, the goddess, how much Band-Aiding wrap was used? Is your entire foot wrapped up? He wants to know. We'll have to or leave that on a cliffhanger and see if Wendy replied. Because I wanted to get to hear. Shout out William Shakespeare is in the chat. He says, hey, guys, just saw you started in got a bunch of crap to do this afternoon, but I'll check in again later today. Okay, we'll probably be here, brother. That's a good thing about this. It's a bunch of stupidity, but it goes on forever. So you can go somewhere else. You can go take a nap. You can sleep. Some people have got 8 hours of sleep and came back and I'm still here. Some people go to work and come back and I'm still here.
Yeah.
But, come on, stop back in.
Absolutely.
Goddess is still good day, and everybody. He's like Australian or something today.
Maybe him and Tyron got a thing going.
John, what is going on with this? They're doing it to me again. Look, I am here. You are here. And we're all together. Well, at least it was a good message. So, okay, that one was worth. Because I had right in the middle of it, I had William Shakespeare, who says, meantime, what I think would work is little Reese's cup M&M size, not their dumb pound peanut butter M&Ms. I mean miniature Reese's and a little Tic Tac bottle.
Well, they got the Reese's Pieces.
Yeah, they do have the Reese's Pieces, which I do like too. I do like those as well. I don't think of them often, though. That's the funny thing. But when I get in a kick for them, you know what my problem with Reese's Pieces is? At least with a peanut butter cup, I usually buy the pack with 2. Or sometimes I can get the pack with 4, but that's it.
Yeah.
So I'll eat the 2 and be done. With Reese's Pieces, I can't stop.
Yeah.
It's like I know I should stop, and I keep telling myself one more handful.
Yeah.
And I blame that goddamn ET. Because I saw that movie when I was a kid, and I think that's kind of where they really launched those and introduced those. And E.T. got me addicted to Reese's Pieces.
Yeah, because they had that commercial with the aliens at the same time. And the commercial for Reese's Pieces. And they had an alien in that. And he started eating the Reese's Pieces. You know how commercials go.
Yeah.
But it was cute.
Did that alien say "goo goo gajoob"?
No, I think The one word I remember is Gramova bits.
Oh,
I don't know why.
Can you remember that?
Yeah, that's one of those words that just wormed its way into my head and hasn't left.
Okay, William says, "Hail Carla, hail Tim." Okay, so here we go. Cliffhanger, no more. Wendy said, "Just bruised, no Band-Aid." That's good, but sorry you got a bruise, Wendy.
Yeah.
Okay. Have I made a dent? Let's see. Is Carla coming on the panel later tonight? She said she's going to try to pop in. So,
cool.
God willing, she'll be here. FETT, you should talk about the fan voting for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I might do that. The thing of it is that's going to lead to a rant because I can't. I'm sorry. We're about a half hour in now, so I can't fucking stand on Rock and Roll Hall of Shame. Okay, I can't stand it. It's ridiculous. It's going to lead to a rant, but I just might do that because actually, I think I added something to my bookmarks about that, and I was on the fence about talking about it because that one always lights me up. That Rock and Roll Hall of Shame shit. I like Outkast and Mariah Carey being in there. I'm serious. It was rock. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Listen, I'll totally forgive that whole thing if they just change it to like the Music Hall of Fame or something like that. Don't name something the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and put all these freaking losers and shit in there. That's not even the same. That's like to me when Jethro Tull beat Metallica for heavy metal performance. I mean, seriously, do you people even know what rock is? Do you even have a clue?
Well, that's it. And the same thing with hip hop. They're a big enough genre right now, they could have their own Hall of Fame.
Right. Right. Or if you want it under one umbrella, change it to the Music Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
I'm more of a metal guy than rock. But I do like my share of rock. And here's the thing. Listen, I'm like a little hillbilly here that grew up in the middle of coal region, Pennsylvania. And I know the difference between rock and metal and things like that. Yeah. How do you people not, Anyway, see, I'm already started already, and I'm not even really talking about. We'll see, Tim. If you remind me later, maybe we'll get onto that thing. But Legata says, "Bruised." Is that a color of the cast they put on your toe? Yes, Carla said later. I'm coming on later, maybe in 4 hours or over as I have church. And see, Carla's going to go to church and oversee visitors to drop at a beach. So she's going to do her church and her chores and we'll still be here. That's the nice thing about the FETT show.
And she's going to the beach.
Yeah.
We don't have a beach.
Yeah. Carla, I bet the candy is different there than here. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah, one of these days, Carla, you have to show us some of your candy that you have over there.
Yeah.
We'll have to do like a candy segment on the show.
Yeah, we do have the Linder truffles.
Yes, we do have those. Those are quite good. I haven't had them often, but surprisingly good.
No, that's one of those I save for special occasions.
That's where I used to get them. I think my mom used to throw them in the Easter basket. Other than that, I wouldn't even think of them, Because here, you know what it is. It's the Milky Way, Three Musketeers, all of that, Snickers, all of those things you see. You don't really go, I'm in the mood for a Lindor today.
Yeah.
But when you have them, they're good.
Yeah.
Carlos says, grass-fed cows make the best chocolate. I thought chocolate cows made the chocolate milk. Don't chocolate cows make the chocolate milk? See, big kids. Carla says, okay, I got to get my boys ready for church. See you guys later. Okay, she's probably already at church because I'm behind on the chat. But okay, we'll catch you later. Safe travels. Safe travels, Carla.
Absolutely.
Wendy says, no cast. The edge of the iPad landed just below my toenail. It's bruised, but I'll live without medical intervention. Oh, that sucks. John, I think I was just telling you about this, but I remember back in 1993, I had, had to be 93. I had my first car was a 86 Camaro. That was back when the doors were steel and they went when you shut them and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Well, I was living in this apartment and I used to have to park on a hill, kind of sideways on a hill. And this one day I came home from work. I worked night shift back. I've pretty much been night shift my whole life. I worked night shift then too. And I come home, it was, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm the only one on the street. It's dark out. I back my car in on this hill, and I go around the other side to put the lock on the door because I didn't have power locks on that car. So I go around the other side, put the lock on that door. I slam the door shut, and my thumb is in the car door. Yeah, I think it was this thumb. My thumb was in the car door. Yeah, it was this thumb.
Yep.
Big, heavy steel door. And honest to God, I didn't feel anything. But there I'm standing with my thumb stuck in the door, right? And my keys are in this pocket over here. So I'm like, it's like 5 o'clock in the morning, nobody's around, and I'm there trying to reach in this pocket to get my keys out because the door's locked. I didn't put the lock on before I slammed the door shut on my thumb. Managed to get my keys out, get the car door unlocked and stuff. And I go in, and my woman at the time, I went in and said, "You're not going to believe what just happened." I didn't even get to finish my sentence. And right then it was like my heart was going to explode out of my thumb. I ran down the hall to the bathroom, not to be graphic here, but I threw up all over the wall and everything. The pain was that bad. I've broken my jaw before. I've been through brain surgery. My thumb at that point was one of the worst pains I ever had in my entire life. And to this day, if you go back and you look at a lot of old photos of my son when he was a baby, you'll see me holding him. And if you see this thumb, nails black and gone, my thumb's black and the nail's gone.
Wow.
Because that was the point in time when I did that. But yeah, that was, whew, man, that pain right there. Oh my God, it was ungodly, that pain.
Yeah, because when you slam your finger in the door, and I've done that too, your brain is hit with this overload of, this just happened. And everybody up in your brain is going, wait a minute, abort all missions, cut off everything till we get this sorted out. So it takes about, 2 minutes. You get in the house, and like you say, suddenly system's back online, thumb explodes, brain goes crazy, and,
Yeah.
been down that road.
I can take pain, man. I can take pain. When I broke my jaw, I had to get stitches in my chin too. I didn't take any pain because I hate needles and stuff too. So I had the stitches taken out, and I had the wires ripped out of my mouth without any pain medication. I can take pain, but that thumb, oh my God.
Yeah. Well, like I always say, I'm impervious to pain as long as it's somebody else's.
Exactly.
I
honestly felt like if I cut my thumb off, it would probably hurt less. Than it did at that point. But
that's nasty.
Carla's living long and prospering. Hail Wendy. Let's see. Fits Forever. Yep, it was Doritos. Yeah, see, I'm way behind. It was for Day of the Dead. Was that the woke commercial or something?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hey, look who's here. Listen, I'm going to say it correctly. Listen, I'm going to say his name correctly this time. AJ Starhiker says, "Hey, FETT."
Awesome.
I managed to say his name. I've been working. I've been practicing. How you like them apples, AJ Starhiker? I can say it right now. Cool Goddess is G'dayin. Let's see. FKHC says, "Chubby Checker is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame for Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It's shame. You misspelled shame. Rock and Roll Hall of Shame, for Christ's sake." I know. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know if even Fats Domino is in there.
Tim says, "Good thing your first car wasn't a Ford Pinto." Technically, it kind of was.
Yeah.
Technically, it kind of was. Realistically, the first car I ever had was a 66 Volkswagen Beetle, but that's what I just used to terrorize the mountain. It was a buggy. It was my mountain buggy that I drove, but I was a little kid driving that. My first street car that was technically bought for me by my dad actually bought me. It was a I forget what year, but it was a brown Pinto station wagon.
Oh, wow.
But I never drove it because he bought it for me when I was like 16, 15, 16. And he was slowly fixing it up. But then when I didn't even start driving until I was 17.
Yeah.
And I had the means to buy the Camaro, one ended up really being my first street car. But my dad did actually buy me a Ford Pinto wagon. I just never drove it or anything.
Yeah.
But I did used to sit in it and pretend like one of these days I'm going to drive this thing. But I didn't care. It was a vehicle. So technically I did have a Ford Pinto for I don't know, maybe a year we had it until I just got a different car. But
Yeah.
so AJ Star Hiker, said it again. Says Windy Trauma Warrior, ouch. I managed to crunch my big toe a week before my sophomore year of high school. Was on crutches for a few weeks, had to wear sandals and hope it didn't get too cold. You want to hear a cool thing?
Mm.
Well, it wasn't really cool at the time, but it ended up being cool. So leading into my senior year, I was out the mountains here, and I actually kind of started running down. John, you know, around here we have like the mountains with the shale and the
Yep.
really loose rocks and everything. So I
Yep.
started going down, and I ended up getting one of those things where like I couldn't stop the momentum, and I just kept going faster and faster. I get to the
Yeah.
bottom, and I rolled my ankle. I actually broke my right ankle,
Not good.
and I ended up the summer between junior and senior year. I was in the cast and the crutches and everything, and luckily, like my whole junior year, I was getting bombarded by the Army, wanting to
Mm.
recruit me and stuff. And
Yeah.
so, like the day that I came home from the hospital, I couldn't even make it up to my bed yet, because I didn't
Yeah.
master crutches and going up the steps. So my mom was letting me sleep on the couch in the downstairs, and the guy showed up. The Army recruiter showed up, and he came in. Like I heard him talking to my mom. My mom's like, "Well, he just broke his ankle and stuff like this and other." So he comes in and he looked, I guess, to verify. And he looked, he saw me there all pitiful, my foot up, elevated, and the crutches there and stuff. So he goes, "Okay, well, I'll come back when you're feeling better." He never came back. So I was like, cool. I didn't have to deal. So that it actually kind of worked out. It sucks because to this day, when it's like damp and rainy like this or cold, I can feel it in my ankle because
Yeah.
I broke my ankle, I broke my jaw before, and I'm pretty sure I broke some fingers because I get things, but my fingers I never.
Well, that's the thing. To make Wendy feel better, I've broken just about all my toes.
Ooh.
And most of them, we had this really nice table when we lived in West Pittston, wood top, and it had the square tube iron legs, and they were kind of an arch thing, and the chairs to go with it, they had the tubular steel square tube legs. And I used to regularly smash my toes on those things at night. And it was like, I don't know how I lived without a cast on my feet completely for all those years. Because that was like every week at least. There'd be a chair somewhere it shouldn't be, and I'd stub my toe on that. And it would be, sometimes the same toe several times, sometimes all different toes, but it was a painful childhood, and especially at night.
It seemed like when I would do something like that, it would always be the same toe, just because like the toe would just finally start to feel better, and then whack, I'd hit it again and be like, God damn it, it's like like Tim says, it's like getting hit in the nuts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's something that hasn't happened to me in a while. Thank God, man. Getting hit.
Yeah.
Oh my God. See, that's the thing women don't understand. Women always say like, and I'm not going to compare getting hit in the nuts to childbirth or anything. I'm sure childbirth is like a whole next level pain and stuff, but women take getting hit in the nuts too lightly. They don't think it's a big deal. You have no idea how sick in the stomach you become.
Yep.
How it feels like you're having balls in your throat.
Yeah, and your kidneys feel like they're going to explode.
Yeah. I mean, it's an ungodly thing too. I mean, again, not comparing it with childbirth, but ladies, you don't understand how bad getting hit in the nuts feels.
Oh yeah.
That
is a trauma you don't want to have.
Legata says, "Oh no, Fed is about to catch up with the chat." I did, John.
Holy
cow! Got one more. Tim says, "Feds forever. Fats Domino he was the first in the class."
Was he? Okay.
Yeah, I got caught up with the chat. Now, chat, this is not your cue to like bombard with more things, because I actually have some things I want to cover here. So while I'm caught up, I'm still caught up. Another one just came in. Hold on a second. AJ Star Hiker said it again. I have no interest in what hurts more competition. It just hurts. Okay, true. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Hurts, and it sucks. FKHC says, I can feel it in my knees when the weather changes. Partial tear of the meniscus in the left knee, and I dislocated my right knee and popped it back in myself.
Ooh, Jesus, man.
Sorry about that, man.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Hold on one second. I will be. Oh, I'm still here, but I can't see my screen. So, John, feel free to say something. Of course, I wanted to check Twitter really quick
Yes.
because I was trying something new today. I wanted to try to share the stream to Twitter, and I'm not sure if it did. And of course, my computer's lagging here, but I don't know. I'm not seeing it on Twitter. Probably did something wrong, which is not a surprise. But because I just happened to notice, I got something down here that says, "Oh, hold on, never mind."
Yep.
So anyway, if we're not on Twitter, I apologize. Try to figure it out for next time.
Yep.
But SP4H, hail, by the way.
Hey.
SP4H, hail to the great SP4H. He says, had a dumbass moment when I was a kid. I have them all the time still. I ran over my foot with the lawnmower. Ooh, suffered a what is it? Comminuted?
Comminuted.
Fracture
Comminuted.
Okay, with that, what John said. Fracture of my right big toe. Oh, man, that sucks.
Yeah.
That's one thing. I've cut a lot of grass in my time. Fortunately, I've yet to have any real mishaps.
Yeah.
Worst thing that ever happened to me with that was I used to have to cut a pretty steep bank with a weed whacker. And I've slipped many a time, but the worst thing that ever happened was I kicked up a rock and hit me right in the face. That one hurt.
Yeah.
Like a mofo, but that was like the extended out. FKHC says, when I popped my right knee back in, I still played hockey that night. Nice. Lost 4-3 in a shootout. I was team's goalie, but you still showed up and you played. So that you won in
And
spirit.
he played goalie?
Goalie too.
With a bad knee? Holy man, how you got guts, baby.
Yeah, man. Stuff pucks coming at him at like freaking 100 miles an hour. Well done. Well
balls
done.
Like church bells.
Exactly. SP4 says, basically, it shattered. Wow.
Jeez.
Kim says, I bet you have cut the cheese a lot too.
Well, the cheesecake, yeah.
I don't know. Who hasn't cut the cheese? I mean, everybody cuts the cheese once in a while. I mean,
yeah.
You're lying if you say no. Ladies, that includes you.
Yeah.
So, okay, with that, I think I'm caught back up again.
Yep.
Something I want to talk about was totally, as I was thinking of things, there is another band I would like to talk about maybe later in the stream, but something more important happened yesterday. Mm-hmm. So this was a long week for me at work. This was a long week. I had a couple short weeks, was out of town for a little bit. So I had a couple short weeks worth of work, and then I came back. This was my first full 5-day work week like that. It really sucked. Really feeling it. It's kind of depressed. It was a long night. Thursday night was really long. I got out about 3:00 in the morning. First thing I did was go on YouTube, and I got the notification for the new Ghost video and song Lacrima. Okay.
Yep.
And I've never been a huge Ghost fan. I've heard everybody, oh, they're great. I have heard some things that were spectacular. I've heard some things that were kind of okay. I know they've been around for a long time, so I'm kind of late getting on the bandwagon. They've been around for like 20 years and stuff. But what I heard and saw yesterday has not lit a fire in me. Nothing has lit a fire in me like this did yesterday. And for that, I'm thankful. So for 20 plus years now, I've been looking for good new metal stuff. Not new metal, not that genre. I don't like new metal too much. I'm saying, new music in metal. And I don't know, maybe, what was it? Maybe the early 2000s, mid 2000s, when stuff like Killswitch Engage and Shadows Fall and All That Remains, stuff like that was coming out. And it kind of lit the fire in me again. But it kind of fizzled out then after a while then too. Like from what I understand, like Killswitch on, I think you were just telling me last night, Killswitch has a new album coming out, and I'll check it out. But I'm like, and like when the End of Heartache came out, I remember I was at the store that morning that it came out to get it and stuff. I don't do that anymore. Nothing really excites me. Like where Doomcock is so, pop culture to him is like movies, especially science fiction,
Yeah.
What happened is I'm like that with music. You know, I'm a little more passionate with music, especially metal. And metal has not really suffered the woke virus like movies and TV and stuff so much, but
Right.
it's just been blah for way too long.
Mhm.
So I've been listening to old Megadeth, you know, old Overkill, Creator, stuff like that. That's my thing. Even listen, I don't know why I gloss over this so much, but I'm a big fan of whatever you want to call it, hair metal, glam metal.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, honestly, I can play a lot more of that stuff than I probably know more Rat than I know Slayer on guitar. So
Yeah.
I'm not going to keep sweeping that under the carpet. Call it what you want, hair metal, whatever. I love that stuff. It's great.
Yeah.
One of the greatest riffs of all time, John, you and I were just talking about this. Lay It Down by Rat. You
Yeah.
know, sleaziest, dirtiest, filthiest riff ever written. Okay. So I'm gonna wave that banner. So back to Ghost. Watching that video, I almost wish I don't typically watch reaction videos, and I don't even get the appeal to those, but I almost wish I would have had the camera on myself when I watched it this morning, because my face lit up, my spirit lit up.
Mhm.
Um, this was magical to me. This was a great thing. It
Yeah.
if you guys haven't seen, because the video is just as good as the song, you know.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have mattered if the visuals are great and the song sucked. This was like the complete package. Everything is great. It looks beautiful. The costumes are great, but the music, the most important part of the ingredient, the music was spectacular. It's very 80s feeling for those of us who are a little older and miss that
Yeah.
want some new old school metal. And the
Yeah.
cool thing about this particular song is what I like to think is, somebody said you cannot take all the good stuff from the 80s, like thrash metal,
Mhm.
power metal, hair metal, glam metal, and put them all in one thing. And it's like Tobias Forge, the singer of Ghost, said, "Hold my fucking beer."
Yeah.
And he did it. He did it. I mean, right from the opening, there's a synthesizer in the opening that I've heard a lot of people compare it to, like the horror genre. Like, and it is. It reminds me of Halloween or The Exorcist, the way it begins, and then it just slaps you right in the face with such a hard and heavy riff. Right?
Yeah.
Just it's one of those riffs where I felt like, how did I never come up with that? You know what I mean? It's so
Yeah.
cool. And then the bass kicks in and it's just got that groove and that thump, and
Yeah.
it hooks you in, and then it's just so heavy, right?
Mhm.
So fucking heavy. Something music's been missing. I mean, people think because they play at light speed,
Mhm.
right, that it's heavy. It's not. A song can be slow,
Yeah.
but be super heavy. Like, I'm not a huge Black Sabbath fan, John. I know you are, but
Mhm.
they were heavy, but they
Yeah.
weren't fast.
Yeah.
I think some of Metallica and Megadeth's greatest stuff was when they slowed down, because it became heavier. It's not
Yeah.
fast, it's not the key to being heavy.
Yeah.
And with this Ghost song, not only is it super heavy, but then it breaks into the chorus is one of the most poppy, catchy,
Mhm.
earworm type choruses you're ever going to hear, which from what I
Yeah.
understand is kind of like a signature of Ghost now.
Yeah.
And why I love stuff like that takes me back to why I loved Kill Switch Engage and
Yeah.
Shadows Fall, because those bands where they did more of the growling vocals, but then they sang the chorus, there was a melodic chorus. The
Yeah.
reason I love songs like this and songs like this new Ghost song is because too many people who don't like metal or even give heavy metal a chance, just right off the bat, it's noise. These guys can't sing, they can't play. So when you have the super heavy, but then you got this really catchy poppy chorus with actual singing and melody and stuff like that, it's
Yeah.
like in your face. We can do
Yeah.
both. We can be
Mhm.
heavy, we can be melodic. So it's
Yeah.
really great, really great. And hold on a second, I'm even forgetting. I got some still images here from the video for those who haven't seen it. So
Yeah.
I'm going to
And what
bring
you're
that.
saying about speed and heaviness is true, because if you listen to some of the Spanish guitar players, they're faster than Eddie Van Halen, but it's not heavy, you know?
Yes. Yeah, not at all. You know, like I said, speed does not equal heavy.
Mhm.
So All right. Why am I showing? All right. Okay.
Yeah, there it is.
So while we're discussing this, so these are some images from this beautifully, I think, shot video.
Yeah.
I wish I would have got more, but so I've, again, like I've said, I was never, I don't know a lot of the Ghost lore, or, you know, I know there are different iterations of the lead singer's character, the Papa character, and stuff like this. I know everyone's freaking out now because you can see his mouth and he's able to sing freely, like he always wore masks and everything. So everybody's kind of, I guess some people are on the fence, you know, oh, this isn't the old Ghost, and some people are like, yay, it's the new Ghost. And but
Yeah.
I really thought this is a cool look, because we have all this cool imagery and colors, and
Yeah.
and here's a good close up of him here with the mask, and you know, blue tone in this, and
And you notice he doesn't blink at all in the video.
I didn't catch that.
Yeah, his
That's
eyes
kind of
never
neat.
close.
Yeah, because he's pretty creepy. It's a pretty creepy look. This look here, he has two looks in the video. I heard someone refer to this as like a greasy evil car salesman.
Yeah.
And I think that's cool. I think that's appropriate. It's creepy with the nails and stuff. Really creepy.
Yeah.
And this is another look he has in the video. So I guess this is the new look, Papa 5 or something like that everyone's talking about.
Yeah.
But I really like it. There's the bat wings. There's a part here where okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. So we have the heavy riff, we have the melodic chorus. Then it leads into a really remarkable guitar solo, which is another thing we don't get very much of these days. If we get guitar solos at all, they're really not remarkable. So it kicks off with a dual guitar solo between the two guitar players that, to me, John, is very reminiscent of Iron Maiden.
Yeah.
Very, very Adrian Smith and Dave Murray like.
Right.
So on top of, you know, a riff that, you know, Slayer would be proud to have, a chorus that I don't know, Taylor Swift, or I don't know who's poppy these days, would be proud to have. You've got an Iron Maiden solo kicking it off.
Yeah.
And then it leads into a guitar solo by the one guitar player that, geez, man, George Lynch. I could hear George Lynch playing this solo. You know, it's very, very shred. I mean, shredalicious. This single guitar solo, and during it kicks up. It seems like it goes up an octave.
Yeah.
And it's more of a, instead of like a minor, it's more of like a, you know, it feels very positive and reassuring, because the lyrics of the song, it's basically like he says, you know, I'm done crying over someone like you. I'm done crying. I hope you feel it too now. And it's like getting out of a bad relationship or something.
Yeah.
And when this second part of the guitar solo kicks in, it just feels like it went from a minor to a major, and like you're finally getting out of the depression and things. And then it starts really showing him here with, like in this scene where he has wings, right?
Yeah.
And it gets even closer to his face, and like he's going to take off, and he's like, screw you, bitch. Not only am I over you, but I can fly now. You know what I mean? I'm going to rise to greater heights and things like this. So I really, really dug it. And,
and you notice the face is different also.
Yes,
with got the rhinestone thing going.
I'm sure it's going to be for live. Like he's going to have the two different characters he could do. I'm sure there'll be costume changes, and that's what this is. But yeah, this one here, he kind of has like a glittery, like almost a bedazzled mask here, but it's still cool.
Yeah.
And but yeah, like I said, the costumes, the visuals in this video, on top of such a great song.
And that the rhinestone mask kind of goes along with what you were saying. You're coming out of the depression of the plain one and going into this bright, shiny one.
Exactly.
You know? Changing mood.
Yeah, changing attitude, changing life, you know.
There you go.
And I was talking about this song to someone close to me, and they said, I think you have a connection to this song because of what you've been through.
Yeah.
And this song hit me at the right time in my life, where I think I'm finally coming out of a bad relationship, and I'm finally getting my wings, maybe, and starting to fly. I'm starting to get to do things like I've always wanted to do, but I was held down, I was held back, and maybe I have my wings now, but I feel such a connection with this song. I wanted to share it with you guys,
Yeah.
okay? Because even if you're not a metal fan, right? The chorus is so poppy. There's no way you're not going to like the chorus and enjoy walking around having it stuck in your head, singing, when you're in a bad mood or you're having a bad day. Let this pop in your head and give you wings too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think it will. So, kind of like when Doomcock said he loves when he recommends a great movie of the week and everyone loves it. He feels good inside, like he accomplished something. That's what I'm trying to do here. I want to hook you guys up. Hopefully it makes you feel even a half of what I felt yesterday morning when I watched this. But it's such a breath of fresh air just in the world of music to know that, like, I don't know, maybe from this video on they'll never recapture this or whatever, but this video will now always exist. This song will always exist, and I will never forget the first time I saw this and how it made me feel. So I really wasn't a Ghost fan in the past. I would listen to songs, I would hear things and think it's cool, but from here forward, I consider myself a fan. So just throwing this out there for you guys. Definitely something worth checking out.
Yeah.
And
you didn't tell him the good part.
What's that?
You learned that guitar part in a couple of hours?
Oh, really? It didn't take me long.
That short?
Yeah, I didn't. It didn't take me long to figure that out at all. Like as soon as I heard it, I kind of knew what the chords were, and so the funny thing was I uploaded it as a short yesterday. But the funny thing was I was sitting here playing it all afternoon.
Yeah.
And at the last minute, I'm watching the views.
Yeah.
I'm sure today it's way up there, but the last I checked on it yesterday, it had over 1 million views. And I was like, why didn't I upload that as a short and hashtag it Ghost? You know what I mean? So late last night when I finally just recorded it, and then I was starting to get texts and things. As soon as my phone was dead quiet all day, and as soon as I decided to do it as a short, like my phone started blowing up. So that was just a quick take in between texts and stuff. So, but so yeah, no, that didn't take long at all. That's a pretty. I hate to say it's an easy riff. It's pretty easy though. And it's very fun to play. So
cool.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It inspired me to pick up a guitar. Yesterday, and I'll be honest, I haven't played a lot recently.
Yeah,
and so I have to, if nothing else, I have to thank Tobias Forge and Ghost for lighting that fuse again in me. I can't put into words how much that meant to me. I heard this song and I couldn't wait to pick up a guitar and figure it out. So kind of brought out the little kid in me,
Awesome.
So we need more of this in the music world is what we need. This to me is like if Doomcock got a great episode of Star Trek, that's what happened to me yesterday.
Yeah.
Because when this is basically this is like the modern day shock rock or whatever you want to call it. Like, back in the day you had 70s, you had like Kiss and Alice Cooper. And then in the 80s, you had bands like Wasp and King Diamond and then Lizzie Borden, right? Like I literally sat there watching this and I imagined Lizzie Borden. If you guys are unfamiliar with Lizzie Borden, it's a band, it's an 80s band, but also the lead singer went by the name Lizzie Borden. So I can imagine the man, Lizzie Borden, sitting down, seeing this and going, I can pass the torch now. Because there were things, I'm not saying there was nothing in the last 20, 30 years, but like Slipknot, Mudvayne, bands like that. I don't know. To me, I get it. A lot of you people love these bands. I get it. It's all right, but I don't know. To me, it wasn't this level. It wasn't, if I was Lizzie Borden or Alice Cooper, I wouldn't pass the torch to Slipknot or Mudvayne. But these guys right here, if they continue down this road, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was Alice Cooper. Matter of fact, at the end, now there are some things about this song I will point out that I did hear elements of things. Now, at the very end of the song, the chorus repeats twice, and it does kick up an octave. And these really high, it sounds like Tobias singing, these really high backing vocals come in, and kind of repeat the crying line. And it does sound that the melody sounds like a portion of Poison by Alice Cooper to me.
Ah,
As well as, I will point this out too. We did have back in the day. I'm going to take this. I'm going to take this down for now.
yeah.
But we did have back in the day, if you guys remember, a little band called Vixen.
Oh yeah,
We did have. They had a song called "Crying,"
yeah.
and the
Good
chorus
song.
was, yeah, it was, the chorus was kind of similar when you think about it, crying. But now they said, "When I think about you."
Yeah.
So, I mean, but I mean, so you got a guy, right, looking like a bat, wearing a skull. You got like evil nuns and or whatever they're supposed to be in the background. But he's
Yeah.
saying about not crying over someone like you anymore, which is really really cool to me.
Yeah.
It's a cool element, but not to glance over this either. Vixen was a very very good band back in the day. Matter of fact, I have their second one too. I kind of lost touch with them after these two CDs,
Yeah.
but both of these are very good CDs. I think a lot of people just thought they looked like Barbie dolls and they really can't play, but no, they're pretty good.
If I had a Roxy Petrucci Barbie doll to go with my GI Joe,
I hear you. Well, that's a sore subject for me because I know I don't remember if I ever talked about it on here. I know I brought it up on King Dolphin before, but
yeah,
back when I had my John, you know this story, but I
Yeah.
tell everybody here. Back when I had before I got kicked off of Facebook and I had my original account, I was friends with a lot of you guys probably wouldn't consider them famous, but a lot of musicians that mean a lot to me, like the surviving members of Crimson Glory and John Gallagher from Raven. I was friends with these people. And
Yeah.
one time back when I first started making memes, when I was a young little meme lord, I made a meme. It said something like, always will be a Roxy guy. And I had a picture of Vixen and I had Roxy Petrucci, the drummer,
yeah,
circle highlighted. And to this day, I don't know how she found out, but one day she messaged me out of the blue and said, "Can you tag me in that picture?" So I did, and of course, I immediately sent her a friend request.
yeah.
Never did accept it.
Oh,
I assume because I knew all these other people somehow. It got
Yeah.
to her, but yeah, I'm still heartbroken that Roxy never
yeah,
accepted my friend request.
yeah. But
Anyway.
she was and is still hot.
Oh yeah, her sister too.
Yeah,
For those that don't know, she actually started in a band with her, Roxy, this is, from Vixen, the dark-haired drummer. She actually started in a band with her sister, Maxine, called Madam X,
yeah,
that at one time featured before Skid Row and before he became a giant dildo, Sebastian Bach. And
Yeah.
he had the big giant teased hair back in the day. I believe he was fired from that band too. John, am I right
Yeah,
about that?
he
Because he's an
was.
asshole. He's an asshole. He was fired from that band too.
Yeah,
So,
that and the drinking and the drugs,
yeah.
because
But,
he walked in, I'm a rock star, with the attitude,
Yeah.
and the bass player, I can't remember his name, but he pretty much taught him, how to be a real performer, and kind of got him, into place. But then he just started going back to the other stuff.
Yeah, I don't think there's any hope for Sebastian Bach.
No, he's like I always say, he's hopelessly pretentious.
Yeah.
You'll have this.
All right. So before we get fully off the ghost topic, John, you kind of liked it, right? You kind of thought it was okay.
Oh yeah, I thought it was really good. And you're right, that chorus has a great hook to it. The guitars seemed a little thin, but I'll make allowance for that. I'm somebody who likes them big, fat, and crunchy. But still, it's not bad at all.
Well, I'll chalk it up to that they play Fender.
Well, there's that.
I should knock Fender. One of my first two of my first guitars were Fenders.
Mhm.
And I still have them both. One's a Stratocaster. So
Yeah.
I can knock them, but I did notice I couldn't really see. I'm not sure what it's like a Fender Mustang or something. I think the other guy's playing, but
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, the guy with the Stratocaster, I see he has the 3 single coils, but they look like humbuckers to me because they have the 2 bars on them. But still,
Well, they
nothing
could
better
be
than-
they could be the thin bobbin humbuckers. They come out with those a few years ago. I forget who did it. I think it was Seymour Duncan. But the bobbins are really thin, but there's two of them there taking up the space of one
Yeah.
in a Stratocaster. Instead of making them fat, they made them tall, and by about a quarter of an inch, I think. So you're getting the resistance you need to make that signal, fatter.
Mhm.
But it just seemed like it needed another thickener guitar in the middle with a little fatter sound. But other than that, great video, great song. Some of the imagery, I'm not into the upside down crosses and all that, but I'll let that go because I know a lot of that, especially with Black Sabbath, Motley Crue, that whole thing, that was marketing and nothing else. Most people who were into occult back then didn't publicize it very much.
Yeah.
Know,
Well, I
but,
chalk it up to, like, I used to always my son, growing up, I know a dad shouldn't be trying to get his kid into Slayer or things like that, but I used to always try to get him to listen to Slayer, and he was always like, "Dad, they're devil, blah blah blah." I'm like, "Listen, they're not sitting around, worshiping the devil, having black masses. It's horror. It's a horror movie
yeah,
done in music,
yeah,
and they cashed in big time on it because that was kind of the craze back in the especially the early 80s, the
yeah.
whole satanic panic. But well,
Hmm.
that's another thing I kind of like about Ghost. I did always like the imagery. I'll be honest. Where
Yeah.
John, I kind of differ a little from you. I don't like organized religion.
Mhm.
I'm not a really religious person. I never was, John. We talked in
Yeah.
private about some of the stuff I was forced into to have to partake in with religion, and I thought that was
Yeah.
pretty underhanded and sneaky. And some of
Mhm.
the most religious people I have known in my lifetime have been the biggest scumbags on the planet that thought
Yeah.
I can do whatever I want 6 days a week, and then Sunday everything's better. That's not how it
Mhm.
works. So
Right.
I believe personally, not to get religious or anything, but I believe
Yeah.
personally I can worship and do it. I don't have to go to a church. I don't have to
Yeah.
do these things. Honestly, I like the basically big middle finger to the Pope that given by Ghost with the old imagery with the Pope, because
Mhm.
that whole thing there. I
Yeah.
despise the Pope. I think the Pope is a piece of shit. I'm sorry. That whole
Yeah.
thing right there. Listen, God wouldn't want some guy walking around with, you know, rings and kiss my hand. Not how
Yeah.
it goes. No, I don't believe in any of that. So I do like some of the imagery with Ghost. That's what attracted me to
Yeah.
checking them out in the first place. And now
Yeah.
one of the first songs that I ever really, really, really kind of really loved was the song Rats from several years back. And I
Mhm.
remember I love the song, but I saw the video,
Mhm.
and I guess that iteration of the Papa, I'm not sure if
Mhm.
that was 4 or whatever. Anyway, I don't know those
Yeah.
things. But he started wearing that full mask with the hair, and
Yeah.
I don't know. I heard or read somewhere that was supposed to be like who was that? Who's the guy from The Godfather?
Oh, Don Corleone,
No, the one son, Al, not De
Al,
Niro,
Pa-
the other guy,
Al Pacino.
Al Pacino.
Yeah.
I might be wrong about that. If anybody knows, just put it in there or whatever. But
Yeah.
I think that was based off of him or something. Anyway, but I
Mhm.
thought that was weird. I kind of missed the Pope look in that era of the band. But
Yeah.
I really did like the song. The song "Rats" is another good one worth checking
Mhm.
out from them. You know what else too? They did a cover, a surprising cover. Now I'm going to give you a little FET fact right here. Don't tell anybody because I don't want
Okay.
nobody to notice. Okay, this is just
Mhm.
between us,
Yeah.
right? Uh, in my world of music, I do have guilty pleasures that I don't normally admit to liking, but
Yeah.
what I forget was it late 80s, early 90s. The chick from Bananarama
Mhm.
hooked up with some other chick, and they did a little thing called Shakespeare's Sister, and they were definitely a one hit wonder. There was one song called "Stay." If you guys remember that, you probably if you don't remember, you'd probably remember it if you saw it because MTV played the shit out of it. But the best part in the movie video was when the girl from Bananarama was playing like a death character,
Mhm.
and she came down these stairs singing her line, and with the jet black hair, and of course I love that look, but
Yeah.
the jet black hair, the whole gothic thing going on, and like the other girl was, I guess her guy was dying. She was trying to take care of him and keep him alive. And then you had this, I think her name's Sayabon from Bananarama coming down, trying his death, trying to take this guy. And I don't know, it was really, really cool. And I don't know if I like the visuals more than I like the song even, but the song grew on me, I guess, from liking the visuals. But anyway, getting real long-winded here. A couple of years ago, Ghost covered that song.
Yeah.
And I thought that's cool because in my world, if I was in a band such as Ghost,
yeah,
that's such an unusual thing to cover. I would have probably chosen to cover that song. You know?
Yeah.
I thought it was cool that they did, and even the singer being a guy and all, I pulled it off. It was pretty good. I really enjoyed that. So, but that's again, I do like the song "Stay" by Shakespeare's Sister, but don't tell anybody.
I won't tell anybody.
Okay.
For $49.95.
Okay, we'll talk backstage. Don't say stuff like that, John. The whole chat's going to be messaging me now. Hey. All right, so that's probably a good time to get back in to see if I'm behind on the chat. Let's see. I think this is where I left off. SP4H almost did the same thing, playing hoppy. Wow, you were playing hoppy. Cool. Playing hockey. Hyperextended my knee. Was playing goalie too. Wow, he was a goalie also.
Jeez.
Hill Goddess. Tim says, I have played two with a concussion. I got after they scored a goal. After they scored a goal, their second goal on me. I still played the rest of the game. Lost 3-1. The third was was an empty net goal at the end of the game.
Wow.
At least you played, man.
Yeah.
You're a trooper.
Jeez.
You're a trooper.
Definitely.
Kids nowadays, holy crap, they get a hangnail.
Yeah.
Therapy, coloring books in safe spaces, and kids ain't the same these days.
Emotional support polar bear.
Yeah, well, that's a whole nother thing.
Hi, Snarty, he's back.
Is he? Okay, we'll get there. I couldn't skate in a straight line for months, so that sucks. I can't skate, so you're even if you were all cockeyed and cattywampus, you were better at skating than me. But AJ Star Hiker said it again. I've learned to appreciate metal more as I've gotten older. See, I can say his name now. See, like there's so much information up here trying to remember how to say his name. I can't read his.
Yeah,
I almost said his tweets. That thing.
Now I don't know math.
Yeah, it's like the Kelly Bundy thing. You can only have so much information until you lose the simple things. So I can read his name. I just can't read anything else. But he says, I've learned to appreciate metal more as I've gotten older. Probably would ever be a favorite, but I can appreciate and respect the talent. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, I was trying, there's this slightly older than me gentleman that I work with. I've been trying to get to listen to heavy metal, and I'm unsuccessful thus far, but I've been trying to explain to him, John, you probably agree on this. I'm pointing in the opposite direction on my screen, so I'm hoping I'm pointing at you now.
Yep.
That I've been trying to tell him that heavy metal and classical music have more in common than any other genre of music. Same notes, same scales, same progressions. And if like your Bachs and Beethovens and all were alive today, they'd probably be metalheads. They would probably be hanging out with Yngwie J. Malmsteen. Am I wrong?
No, not at all. Because when you're putting together an orchestra, you've got so many violins, cellos, woodwinds, this and that. And you look at the mixing board for, say, a Deep Purple album. You've got the 5 basic musicians, plus thickener guitars. You've got a second bass track because they'll record one direct and one with a microphone across the room. So you've got a whole bunch of things going on that mixing board that go along with the 5 basic musicians, plus the lyrics, backing vocals, all that. So, yeah, it does sort of go together that way.
So, yeah, I think, to me, now don't base it off of me because I'm not that intelligent, but to me, fans of metal are usually the more intelligent people,
Yeah.
My boss, well, he's not my boss any longer, but my boss several years ago, man, he used to come to work jamming to Manowar every day, and he ran the whole place. He did payroll, he did all that stuff, and his favorite band in the world is Manowar. I would never thought it until I heard him jamming to Manowar one day. But he said, "Yeah, I come to work every day. It psychs me up." So, And there's so many variations of metal. I don't know if any other form of music has such a wide
Yeah.
scope of the genre. You know what I mean?
Well, who was that guy on VH1 did a documentary about that several years ago, probably 10, 15 years.
Of all the different types of metal and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. He did a real dissection of the whole thing.
Yeah, he had long hair, kind of looked like
Yeah.
Jason McMaster from Dangerous Toys. I think I know who
Yeah.
you mean.
I
Can't
think he was Swedish
like the
or
Swedish guy.
Finnish.
Yeah, I watched that very thing. I don't. It's been so long
Yeah.
since I saw it. I don't remember.
Yeah, because he broke it down into all the genres and subgenres and all that. And it was, kind of weird, but weirdly fascinating to see how many different variations there are. And that goes, again, right back to the classical, because you've got Baroque, you've got the symphony, you've got chamber music, you've got all these different variations, but they all go back to the same basic premise.
Yep. So, yeah, I'll tell you what. I listen. Anyone out there that may be listening to me and hearing my voice right now, if you've never listened to at least one metal song, you got to do it. You got to do it at least once in your life. Don't just be those people who just say it's noise and only undesirable people listen to it. I know from people from all walks of life. Dude, the who is it? I'm trying to think. I was just watching something where, oh man, Dawkins. I think Dawkins' new guitar player, Don Dawkins.
Yeah.
Who could never be George Lynch, but
yeah,
he's like a lawyer. Like during the week.
Yeah, trying to think.
I can't think of his name either. But like during the week, his daily job is being a lawyer, and he's like a really good, really popular, well-known lawyer.
Yeah.
But like on the weekends or whatever, he shreds like George Lynch for Don Dawkins. You know?
So, yeah, because the one fella from Twisted Sister, not Eddie Ojeda, the other one,
JJ French.
Yeah, I believe he does accounting.
I think you're right about that.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think that's like his new day job thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was somebody else who was into stockbroking and all that. So, nice they have a trade they can, support themselves with, because there's no money in music anymore.
Well, Twisted Sister, Dee Snider gets it all. Well deserved, though. I mean, I'm not trashing Dee for that. Dee's an idiot for other reasons. I used to idolize, love, and respect Dee Snider. I lost a lot of respect for him in recent years, but he does deserve everything he gets. Twisted Sister. I mean, he put Twisted Sister on him. He is Twisted Sister.
Yeah.
I mean, it's his songs and his voice, and geez, his wife even made the costumes.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, that's the thing. I can't take the talent away from him, but the other things I agree with you on very much. And he's out in left field somewhere where he's happy. So, more power to him. I'm just not going to buy this stuff.
Yeah, one of the funny things about D2 is I used to watch a show called County Cars.
Mm-hmm.
The shop is Count's Custom out of Las Vegas. For all you don't know, that's where I stole the Brother Man from. I got it from that show. But one of the last episodes I saw of that, I haven't seen it in a while, but one of the last episodes I saw, Dee Snider brought in a Tesla.
Yeah.
And this before I didn't even know what a Tesla was at this point, but he brought in a Tesla. I think he bought it for his wife and had it all customized and everything like that. I wonder, it's funny you haven't seen the video, nowadays of him selling that Tesla or something like that. But
yeah,
I want to point out real quick, while we're still kind of music and not too far away from the Ghost thing. Tim said he's a better Batman than Robert Pattinson. I think he was referring to the singer from Ghost. Yeah, true.
Yeah,
that's true. John, did you see that last Batman movie?
No, I've seen bits and pieces.
Oh, it was
Yeah, everything I heard was don't go see it.
I've seen it. There are several issues with that. And I tried to give it a chance because I've never been a Twilight fan. I never thought much of this Robert Pattinson. Mm-hmm. But I also remember when they announced Heath Ledger as the Joker, and everybody, that's terrible. I mean, when you go way back, people didn't want Michael Keaton to be Batman. Now he's most
Yeah.
people's favorite Batman, aside maybe Adam West.
Yeah.
But when they announced Heath Ledger, now that's coming off the heels for me of that's after he did Brokeback Mountain.
Yeah.
You know, I wanted Heath Ledger being the Joker, but his performance was so great.
Oh yeah.
To this day, that's one of my all-time favorite movies. I've
Yeah.
always
That
said
was.
I don't even care that Batman's in a movie. I want to see
Yeah.
the scenes with the Joker. I'll sit
Yeah.
down to this day if I'm in a bad mood or I can't think of something to watch, I'll just look on YouTube, the Dark Knight, all Joker scenes, and I'll
Yeah.
just sit back and watch that because it was so great.
Yeah. It was very intense.
Yeah. I remember because I didn't go to the movies. I thought I'm not dropping money on a movie. I'll wait till it comes out. I forget did we rent it or did I buy it when it came out on DVD? But I heard all the rumbling. Oh, he reinvented the character. It's never been done like this, and I'm like, yeah, sure. No,
Yeah.
he did. He
Yeah.
did.
And I remember, was he in 2 movies of Batman or just the one?
No, my understanding is the reason they didn't kill him off in the Dark Knight. He was supposed to be in the
Okay.
Dark Knight Rises, but unfortunately,
Yeah, because I remember the day that movie dropped, I was with a bunch of the guys from Lehighton Lodge, went down to Virginia, and there was that shooting in the theater. And that was all the news, and that kind of put a damper on the day to an extent. Because that kid went in the makeup and shot up the theater and all that.
Yeah, that was the Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Yeah, that's lame. That all that shooting shit.
Yeah.
I'm okay. I know a lot of people in our community are pro gun and everything, and I'm pro gun. I'm pro gun for you guys to have them. I definitely, because listen, here's the thing. Any China or something comes into this country or anything like that, I'm counting on you guys to save my ass. But I've never really been a big gun fan. I've thought about it. I maybe one of these days I'll get into it. But I'm definitely I'm pro people having their guns. I have one gun in my house, and it's only because it was my uncle's.
Yeah.
And we have copperheads around here, snakes, and he used to shoot them with that. And I just have it for sentimental.
Yeah.
It's in my basement, but I don't even know if the thing fired. But real quick, Wendy said, "I'm sorry, I missed who this band is." We were talking about Ghost. Saw a song yesterday. It just like lit my ass up. It energized me. It I don't know, breath of fresh air in music. Don't know if there'll be
inspiration.
What's that?
Inspirational,
yes, very inspirational. I don't know if they'll be your cup of tea, but definitely worth checking out. Great song. It's a great song, even if you don't like the imagery or things you've heard about the band in the past. It's still a great song. There's a lot of bands out there I ain't crazy about, but I'll admit when they have a decent song. This is a decent song. It's well written, well performed.
Yeah.
But if you even remotely like pop and metal, you'll find something in this song you like. He said Ghost, I think. So thank you, Tim. Tim's taking up my slack. I'll have to make Tim like the chat supervisor or something here. Wendy thanked him, and I just that's before it's Vixen Rev It Up. Yes, that was the first album got a real big push. I think because one of them was dating the drummer of Poison, the other one was dating who's that jackass, Richard Marx.
Yeah.
I think he wrote some of the stuff on the album, and also they really pushed that first one.
Yeah.
But the second one, because the first one had a lot of Richard Marx influence and stuff like that, additional writers and things. The second album, I believe, was written more by Vixen, the band Vixen. And I thought in some ways the second Rev It Up was a better album.
Yeah.
Songs like Love is a Killer.
Yeah, because it sounds better when you've got some emotion behind it that comes from a personal place.
Yes.
Rather than playing somebody else's song.
Uh-oh, John froze again. Okay, you're back.
Okay. It is a little cold in here.
Wendy has to run for a bit. She'll be back later. Okay. I probably missed her, but drive safe. See you in a bit, I hope. Legata says, limp carefully, Wendy Traumawari. Don't run. Yep,
Yeah.
there he is. Snorted. He says, "Hello, me ish back."
Hello.
See, now we're back to a real stream. We got Snorted. He's running through the hellos. Okay. Yeah, I did get behind again a little bit. Hold on. Okay. Snort says, oh, wait, do I want to read this? Fez likes them big, fat, and crunchy, like his pickles. John, what did I miss? I missed something, John. What were you two guys talking
So
about?
did I, apparently.
I don't know. Snort knows something. Snort's trying to tell us something.
I think he means the guitar sound.
Oh, sure. That's what it is.
Yes.
Okay. Tim says, you're not worshiping the devil. You're worshiping old Nick.
Ah, yes.
Yes,
Or
a lot of this stuff
scratch.
was dumb back in the day.
Yeah.
Shh, don't tell anybody. Yeah, this has been a secret stream. I shared some secrets earlier. So what happens on this stream stays on this stream, okay, everyone?
Mm-hmm. Until it goes on Revenge of the Clips.
Well, it's still on my channel. So it's a secret amongst us.
There you go.
We're in FETT world.
Yeah.
What happens on FETT's channel stays on FETT's channel.
Yep.
I don't emotionally support those wieners.
Oh, yes. That's a different polar bear.
Oh. AJ Starhiker, I think it was hearing about the classical medical? Jeez, John. I swear I wasn't drinking before the show. See, this, I told you, it's the Kelly Bundy effect. Now it's taken everything I have to say pronounce his name correctly, and I can't read his chat here. I think it was hearing about the classical metal connection that helped me to appreciate the metal. Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, it was just, I don't know. See, a lot of people don't consider Kiss metal, and really, when I was a kid, they weren't. They were more hard rock. But
yeah,
I did have a metal phase, and I was at the right age where when they took the makeup off, and they did Lick It Up, Animalized, album Asylum, even. I like that era. I really appreciate that era a lot.
Yeah, that was pretty much when it was the Paul Stanley band, and he was the better songwriter out of the two of them.
Come on, John. I want to stick my log in your fireplace. That's classic. Yeah. What do you mean?
That's a lyric from a song, folks. That's not. There's nothing, funky going on here.
No. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Let's put that out there. Yeah. That was a Gene Simmons lyric. I was not saying that to John in any way. Not at all. No,
yes.
No. That was a Gene Simmons penned lyric from Burn Bitch Burn, right? Burn Bitch Burn. So
yeah,
that was the level of Gene Simmons songwriting in the 80s. But the Paul Stanley stuff was great. Was really great.
Yeah.
So,
and Creatures was, the heaviest album, especially with the drums. That was a real. I think in part that album was an apology to Eric Carr for The Elder.
Yeah, I've heard Gene Simmons say that actually.
Yeah, because what a powerful album with the drums to come out for drummers everywhere.
I don't think there's ever been an album with drums that powerful. They were thunder. I mean, Gene had the song God of Thunder, but I think that was about Eric Carr on Creatures of the Night. Yeah.
And that wasn't Eric's usual drum kit. That was a borrowed Ludwig set from back in the 60s, I believe. And it was really well kept. I can't remember the guy's name who owned it, but they rented it from him because they were such a powerful sound. I think there were 8-ply maple shells, and just awesome. And Ludwig was at that time the big drum company. But that was something else. And of course, Zildjian cymbals throughout.
Well, Kiss was I guess they were kind of like my gateway drug into metal, though, because like the makeup era, I was so young for the makeup era. Like, I played Love Gun to death, but a lot of the fascination came from the makeup. I really began to appreciate them as musicians.
Yeah.
With the non-makeup era, the metal Kiss, which that led me to, the first time I heard Quiet Riot, Come On Feel the Noise, Metal Health, I was like, that's it. I'm a metalhead. I didn't even have to think about it at that point. I mean, I just
Yeah,
led to,
especially Mental Health for me. That was
oh,
my angry song.
that
But
whole album, that whole album is killer, I think, you know?
yeah,
And John, we were just talking, I think the last stream, Condition Critical too. I love
yeah,
in some ways Condition Critical is a better album. It sounds
yeah,
better.
yeah. And
It's,
certainly the title song is just slamming.
it's killer. Again, another one of those songs that is not fast in any way, shape, or form,
Yeah,
but god damn, that thing is heavy.
yeah,
And talk about thunderous drums too.
yeah. And
I
then
mean,
Carlos Cavazza's guitar solo in that, you know,
oh, he definitely listen. I recently watched an interview with him where he said, and I always wondered this, they held him back on Mental Health.
yeah,
They let him kind of tear it up a little more. Because you listen to Mental Health, the album, and then you listen to Condition Critical, and it almost sounds like two different guitar players. And
yeah,
that's what it was. They kind of held him back on Mental Health. They wanted it to be more radio friendly, but then
yeah.
they
Because
let him shred it
I
up a little
think
more.
on Condition Critical, the song itself, the guitar was being played through a Leslie speaker, which is why you get that kind of flutter in the solo,
Hmm.
you know, or something similar to that. He might have been doubling it. I don't know, but it was a great solo, great sound, you know, and the just the riff itself was absolutely kicked to the groin, you
Yeah.
know.
Well, another album of theirs is probably maybe even early 90s. I can't remember. I should have looked it up. But Terrified. Nobody ever talks about Terrified, but that's a pretty damn good album too. And Carlos definitely took it. He actually kind of became a shredder
Yeah,
on Terrified, the album. There's a
yeah.
Terrified song too.
Well, he
Uh,
let it out more, definitely.
the song
It's,
Terrified to me
yeah.
is almost like part two of the song Condition Critical. I always
Hmm.
thought. Like if you listen to them back to back, it's almost like a continuation to me of Condition Critical. So
I'll have to listen to them both again.
yeah, there's a little homework for you later when you're bored.
Yeah, definitely.
But okay, back to the chat. SP40 says Swedish Bjork Brook Bork. That Swedish chef? Hurt the Vertischer.
Hurdy, Ernie, Gurney, Bernie.
Cinnamon Amon Amarth. SP48 says lawyer, sure, but is he a dream warrior? He's played Dream Warrior. I've heard him play Dream. That's the thing, John. You and I were just discussing Don Dokken, how
Yeah.
his voice is gone, and
Hmm.
they're drop tuning. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure he re-recorded everything too. There's an album out there, I guess,
Yeah.
so people hear the new drop tune stuff because he can't hit the high. I'm not knocking him because he tore it up vocally for a long time, and a lot of people. He's one of those singers that another band I'm going to get into in a minute kind of share the same thing. Don Dokken kind of had a voice. It seemed like you either loved it or you hated it, and
Mhm.
the people that hated it weren't impressed, and it just people didn't realize how much of a range he had.
Yeah.
The screams and stuff that he did, because he always kind of had a high voice, didn't seem like they were that high. But you try singing that once. You try doing some of those screams he did.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And a lot of the thing with these guys losing their voices over time is they didn't need to know they needed to take care of it. Nowadays, you've seen Elizabeth Jaroff on Charismatic Voice. She does some of these on how to take care of your voice
yeah.
and how the voice works and all that. And it's, there's a lot more to it than anybody really knew. So over the years, they just did what they did without any, medical care at all to their voice. And, it happened with Paul Stanley. It happened with Bon Jovi. It happened with Don Dokken and a bunch of others.
Well, not only do they not take care of it, they go out of their way to not take care of it. Guys like Axl Rose have always smoked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No offense, John. I see you're lighting up a stogie over there right now. But
None
if you're a singer, your instrument is your voice.
Mhm.
There's almost nothing more harmful for a singer to do than to smoke a cigarette.
Yeah.
For me, I don't care if I was in a band and my singer was losing his voice just because he was an asshole. I couldn't quit smoking. I'd kick him right out of the band. I don't care how popular we were, because that's like if I'm a guitar player and if I kept doing things to risk injuring my fingers or something like that,
Yeah.
you're going to kick me out of the band because I'm a jackass and I need to take care of my hands. Well, the same thing
Yeah.
goes for a singer's voice. They think they can smoke cigarettes all day long and then before they go on stage, drink some tea with honey in it, and we're good to go. That's not the
Yeah.
case.
Yeah, and that's kind of what happened with Ronnie Dio, because before, I think it was Magica, before that album, he had quit smoking because he'd been smoking, since he was, I think, 15. And he finally quit smoking around that time, early 2000, late 1999, somewhere in there.
Mm-hmm.
But he knew he was starting to have some problems, and he wasn't able to control his breath as easily as he had before. But one of the good things with him was, because he played trumpet, he learned breath control, which gave him so much more power early on, or later on when he was doing, Sabbath and Rainbow and his own things. Mm-hmm. He knew how to control that breath and how to breathe, from the diaphragm or from the lungs, or, what the techniques were. So he had that going for him. That's what gave him all that power, and yet the subtlety when he needed it. Songs like This Is Your Life, which is, the only thing close to a ballad he ever did. I think that was on Dream Evil. But,
Well, All of Full Sail Away is a pretty ballad.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a pretty great song, too, by the way.
Yeah. And there was the one he did for Butterfly Ball, Sitting in a Cloud. If you've never seen that, the video's up there on YouTube. Just an amazing song. Yeah, he did that with John Lord and, it was basically Deep Purple, but it was John Lord's Baby, I believe. And it was, the full symphony orchestra and everything. It was great.
Okay, back to these. Ken says, Ken Burns should do a documentary on rock and roll. He did jazz and country music.
Yes.
I'd watch it. He also says, I bet you two remember PMRC hearings too. Yes, I did.
Oh, yeah.
I actually have a video. I can't remember the name of it now. I actually have a video on my channel about that PMRC hearing.
Yeah. That was Tipper Gore and that bunch.
Yeah, I think it had something to do with WASP. That led me into talking about when D went to the Capitol or something like that. I don't even know my own damn videos. But yeah, there's a video on my channel about that PMRC hearing. So yes, I certainly do. And the thing of it was what they accomplished, I think I even say this in my video, was, if you remember, the only thing they really accomplished was the sticker, the parental advisory sticker, the black and white sticker. To me, I think to all of us, when you saw that sticker, you're like, that's the one I need to buy.
That's was a cool neon light New York style.
It might as well have flashed and said nude girls, because that's exactly, that told me that it was good. It was going to be good. So.
Oh, hey, Old Man Bird is here.
Holy crap. Hell, Old Man Bird. Okay, buddy, I'll be right with you. I'm gonna blow through these real quick. Okay, before he says it was okay, but the Batmobile was badass. Okay. The Pattinson Batman movie. I didn't even like the Batmobile, to be honest with you. Even though it looks like a Charger or something, and I love muscle cars. I didn't care for that Batmobile. Honestly, okay, I'm not a Ford guy. I don't make a I don't. That's not a secret. I'm not a big Ford guy, but my favorite Batmobile is the '66 Batmobile, which is a Lincoln Futura. So, another secret on the FETT channel. I actually do like a couple Fords, Batmobile being one. But if I was Batman, I would want the tumbler from the Jesus Christ. What's the Dark Knight? Who was Batman in that? Brain fart.
Was that his name?
No, that's my name. Brain fart for hire. Fart for hire. Let's forget I said that, because I don't need people calling me fart for hire.
Yeah, that doesn't need to be getting to Doomcock.
What is his name? Anyway, you guys know where I'm going. The Dark Knight series of movies. I definitely know. Don't laugh at FETT. I know who plays Batman. I just can't think of him right now. But anyway, him, that Batmobile. I want the tumbler because it's a tank. Why would you not want a tank? That turns into a cool motorcycle too. Yeah. So Love the 66 Batmobile, but if I was Batman, I would want the Tumbler.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. Tim says, FETT, I sent you the Crossfire with Frank Zappa on it when he talking about music. Facebook, I assume. Okay, I will check it then. FETT, I'm with you on the whole gun thing. I've never shot one, but if I had to, I know how to use one. I've never really shot a real gun. Don't laugh at FETT for that. So one of these days, I need to rectify that. One of these days, I'll have to get hook up with Raymond and Sandra or something and go to the gun range or something. Let them teach me how to shoot myself.
Yeah. Well,
I'm going to shoot my mouth off.
Sandra will hit you over the head with the gun safety right off the bat.
Hmm.
And that's a good thing, because there's a lot of people who go the first time and they don't realize certain simple things that you do aren't really the best things to do. But yeah, she could do that for you, and I'm sure Raymond could too.
You know what? Maybe one of these, that's something we'll have to do in the future. Maybe like video it, FETT learning firearms or something, and we'll make a video. Sandra teaching me how to shoot a gun.
Yeah,
I'll
be right back.
All right. All right, I'm going to continue here. Tim says, nothing funky going on yet. He also says, Terrified came out in 93. Okay, in the early 90s. I kind of thought so. Great album, too, by the way. Okay, there he is. There is Hail, Old Man Bird. He says, I enjoyed Metal Health. And thank you for saying Metal Health, because you can always spot a real fan when they say Metal Health and not Mental Health. It is Metal Health. He enjoyed Metal Health. They weren't exactly pussies, but I found the Slick Black Cadillac and some of the other songs a little bit cheesy. Slick Black Cadillac, too. Yeah, I hate to knock Slick Black Cadillac. It's probably my least favorite off of Metal Health, but it's the only one that they chose to redo from the Randy Rhoads era. So I respect it for that reason, because I actually have the first. A lot of people don't know Metal Health wasn't Quiet Riot's first album. They actually had two albums before that, QR1 and QR2. That were only released in Japan, and I actually do have those. They're good, but they're not metal Quiet Riot. They were way more glammy then, and Slick Black Cadillac was one of the songs that actually from the Randy Rhoads era, and it's an all right song. I think it kind of drags the rest of the album down. No disrespect to Randy, not that Randy played on it on this version, but I could do without that, but I understand why they did it. But the rest of the album, killer, right? Eugene was just pointing out he found Slick Black Cadillac. Now some of the other songs on there, I don't think any of the other songs are cheesy. I even love Thunderbird, the ballad.
Yeah.
A lot of people they think that was written in tribute to Randy Rhoads' death, but that was actually, from what I understand, written before Randy, like way before Randy died. And I think it was just about Randy leaving the band, or I forget. But
yeah, well, it was him taking his shot with Ozzy and having that lucky break.
But I think every other song on that is pretty great, though. Even Don't Want to Let You Go. I love Don't Want to Let You Go. I know some people don't like that one. But
yeah, it's been quite a while since I've listened to the whole album, and I really should.
You know what pisses me off more than anything, though, when people consider Quiet Riot, when they call Quiet Riot a one-hit wonder. Quiet Riot was not a one-hit wonder. First of all, to me, I love a lot of their songs. So a lot of their songs, personally, with me, are hits. Now, if you're going to go by radio airplay or MTV airplay, they still weren't one-hit wonders, because everybody knows Come Off Illinois and Metal Health, whether you're a dummy and you think it's Bang Your Head when it's really Metal Health, but both those songs. So they're at least a two-hit wonder. But they had a lot of great songs. I remember my family, like a lot of the, like my brother-in-law, my brother and my brother-in-law and stuff. Again, my family's weird. They were more closer to me in age, anyway, they hated Quiet Riot, and they teased me all the time about it. I didn't understand it. I loved it. I thought they were very raw sounding, and Kevin you knew Kevin's voice,
Yeah.
It really stood out.
There was no escaping that.
Yeah. Now, the path they chose with Metal Health from there on was much better. John, where you were going, I was talking about their first two albums with Randy Rhoads. They weren't that great. I'll be honest. They were the glammy rock more than they were metal.
Yeah, those were the Japanese released albums.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's Slick Black Cadillac was the only song they ever redid from the Randy era. So I
Yeah,
understood why they did it.
yeah,
Uh,
but let's see.
FKHC says, "What about kicking out Pete Best from the Beatles?" I don't know much about the Beatles. Wasn't Ringo like a much
He
more
was
well-known drummer and a more rounded drummer or something like than
There
Pete Best?
was that, and there was also Pete Best was better looking than John Lennon,
Oh, well, there
and
you go. That's all that
you
matters.
know there was a lot of jealousy going on because Pete Best was very popular, and when they brought in Ringo, it was all Pete forever, and to hell with Ringo. And then he went into a drum solo and won over the crowd there, and word started to spread.
Hmm.
But yeah, that was largely based on jealousy.
So you're saying a lot of it came from just the fact that he was better looking than John.
Mhm.
If I didn't let anyone in my band who was better looking than me, I'd be a one-man band. That's like how shallow can you be?
Welcome to my world.
Uh,
But no, I mean, there was that, and he was a great drummer, and he tried to get his career going throughout the 70s and 80s, and I think even into the 90s, but it never went anywhere near as far as the Beatles did.
hmm.
But he was a fine drummer. The stuff that you can find with him on YouTube, he's no slouch. Ringo's thing was he could do a lot of things that were very standard, but he could also do some very weird drum beats that most drummers even today can't do because they're not doing, 1, 2, 3, 4. They're doing 1, 2, 3, stop, 5, and moving on from there. I mean, it's hard to explain, but what was the one? Oh shit! The one song there's a drum part that your natural intuitive drummer in your head is going in a completely different direction than what Ringo did. And if they hadn't recorded what Ringo did, the song would never have gotten anywhere.
Hmm.
It was a very strange thing, but he could do all kinds of things like that. And it was playing definitely for the song, but it was playing against the song too, or what you would intuitively think is against the song. Very different kind.
I'm just kind of slowly over the last several years getting into the Beatles. Not really even getting into them, just listening to them. Well, see, I grew up in a house where my mom was an Elvis fan, and it seemed like back in the day that was kind of like a Megadeth Metallica thing. Like you either liked the Beatles or you liked Elvis. And my mom was an Elvis guy, and it wasn't even a good stuff. Not the not gospel, but it wasn't even a good stuff.
Yeah.
It was the gospel stuff. It was the
Yeah.
so. But I never got the Beatles thing, although a lot of the bands I listened to growing up, even Gene Simmons, I remember said their game plan for Kiss was to be the heavy metal Beatles. It just never sparked an interest in learning more. Why do people love the Beatles so much? Now, I'm about to do something you would have never thought I would do. I'm going to give credit for me kind of discovering the Beatles now to Disney because like I've always said, when they were doing the Mandalorian series,
Yeah.
I was giving the money, but I would not have a continuous subscription to Disney. What I would do was get like a prepaid Visa card,
Yeah.
get a subscription, and let it run out. So I'd
Yeah.
binge watch as I'm watching the Mandalorian, trying to get my money's worth. I would watch whatever else. And at one particular time when I had Disney Plus to watch the Mandalorian,
Yeah.
they put out that Get Back or whatever, that little movie
Oh yeah. Yeah.
about I guess it was the recording of their last album or something that led to the video on the rooftop, with the song
Yeah.
stuff, and that really interested me, and it made me start. And right around this time too, I discovered here's a cheesy little side note. I love Tamora Morrison, I loved him as Jango Fett. I love him. I always wanted him to play Boba Fett, and
Yeah.
where the Book of Boba Fett was garbage, he was still good in it. I thought he was still
Mhm.
good. Could have been better, but I had no I have no problem with Tamora Morrison. Okay,
Yeah.
I discovered right around the time that I watched this Beatles movie.
Mhm.
I don't know. I guess because the internet gods are watching everything you do. Somehow I got recommended Tamora Morrison. Did a cut. Well, I think he did a whole Beatles album, but he did the song "Let It Be,"
Yeah.
and so kind of high off this Beatles movie, I checked out Tamora Morrison singing "Let It Be," and I listened to that almost every day there for a while. His version of "Let It Be," which led to me wanting to check out the Beatles version, and
Mhm.
so I'm gradually listening to more of the Beatles.
Yeah.
I kind of get it. I get it. I see where a lot of bands took influence from. A lot of an '80s band that I like too. Going back to that, I'm not going to hide anymore that I like hair metal. I love Enough's Enough, and
Mhm.
they always touted the fact that they're huge Beatle fans, and they were basically being like a more metal type
Yeah.
hard rock Beatles. So I get it. I have a newfound kind of appreciation for the Beatles.
Yeah.
We'll come back. We'll touch back on this future live streams. We'll see if I become a
Yeah.
super fan down the road. I don't predict that happening, but I see it. I see where people like the Beatles. I used to always say I don't get the Beatles. I get it now. I
Yeah.
get it. I see why
Well,
people like the Beatles.
to a lot of fans at the time, it's just like what Ghost did with you yesterday. It was something that was completely different and yet accessible, and it really lit a lot of people up.
Yeah. Now, back in the day, I would have probably been a big Beatles fan when, if because I always tried to explain to my kids. They were always like, "Why do you like Kiss?" They didn't get the
Yeah.
Kiss thing because they see Kiss now. When you see bands like Ghost or Slipknot with the outrageous masks and stuff, they don't realize how earth-shattering Kiss was
Yeah.
back in the '70s. When
Yeah.
you had like the Mamas and the Papas and all this watered down crap. I
Yeah.
might not
The
even be
hippie
right there.
music.
Yeah, and then suddenly you got this super loud, like everybody says how AC/DC's the loudest band in the world. At one time it was Kiss.
Yeah.
They devastated you with their sound and their look, and for
Mhm.
me, being a kid at that time, fresh off of discovering Star Wars.
Yeah.
Uh, oh, okay, never mind. Fresh off of discovering Star Wars and things like that, they were like science fiction. You had a spaceman in the band, dude. You
Yeah.
know,
Well, that was
so
the thing. They in 77, 78, they almost went toe to toe with Star Wars as the icons of the era. You know,
mhm,
visually on the movie screen, it was Star Wars. On stage, it was Kiss. And they kind of went together when you define that era.
yeah. Well, I kind of got sidetracked, but where I was going with it, if I would have been born 10 years sooner,
Mm,
I probably would have been a Beatles fan because I hear a lot of people. What they were on the Ed Sullivan show or something? Is that where
mhm.
everybody says,
Yep.
"Oh, I saw the Beatles and it changed my life"? That would have
Yeah.
probably been me.
Yeah.
Seeing the girls screaming their heads off and going nuts over these guys.
Yeah.
It's funny now. I look at them now and people were shocked by their long hair back then with their bobs and
Mhm.
stuff, which is funny to me. But back then, that was badass, I guess. So,
Yeah.
but I always say too, I would have probably been. I do like Elvis. There are some
Mhm.
Elvis songs I like. But,
Yeah.
if I would have been born 20 years sooner,
Yeah.
25 years sooner, I would have probably been an Elvis fan because people don't think Elvis is much of anything now. You got to go back and you got to remember in the '50s, you know what I mean? People were rocking around the clock, and then all of a sudden, this guy comes out of the woodwork and he's
Yeah.
shaking his hips, and oh my God, we can't show him from the waist down because he's so filthy. And I mean, compared to today's, you see,
Yeah.
full blown nudity just scrolling through Twitter. But for back
Yeah.
then, man, that shocked the pants off of these freaking housewives and stuff,
Yeah.
with that shaking leg and
Yeah.
shit like that. So I'd have probably been a diehard Elvis fan back then.
Yeah.
Oh, AJ Starhiker said Christian Bale. That was it. See,
Ah.
God damn it. I hate when I do stuff like that. Off YouTube, I can't think of all. I'm nerdy as all you guys put together. Then I
Yeah.
come on here and I can't think of Christian Bale. Now, what the
Yeah.
hell? But AJ Starhiker said, I'm still partially. God damn it, John. Why? It's like I can say his name now, but I can't read his. Okay. I'm still partial to the OG 66 Batmobile too.
Mhm.
Very cool. I have a diecast one. One of these days, I got to start doing videos on my diecast cars before I get rid of them all. Because
Yeah.
I have tons of them, but I always have. I want to be like almost like a real YouTuber. I want to get like because I have a vintage lunchbox collection too. I'd
Mhm.
like to make videos of, but I like
Yeah.
to do like have like a backdrop and one of those little rotisseries where I can
Yeah.
set the thing on as I talk about it and say. So future plans. There's always plans, but I just never
Yeah.
get around to this stuff. But yeah,
Kind
we
of
had a couple.
just like that infomercial they used to have on the Home Shopping Network, and they'd have all these jewels on the Lazy Susan. They'd turn around.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Or what I used to watch was late at night, man. I don't know in your area, John, but around here, late at night, 3 o'clock in the morning, we had the knife show where
yeah.
you could buy you buy. He'd be like, you buy this knife, and I'll throw this one in for free.
Yeah.
And if you call him now, I'll throw in 6 more. And then before you knew it, there was a set of like 65 knives with
Mhm.
throwing stars and genuine Japanese hand carved wood stands. And before you knew it, you're getting 65 knives and all this stuff for like $12.99 plus shipping.
Yeah.
Too good to be true, right? Too
For
good.
three
Wait,
easy payments of $39.99.
yeah, but I was so tempted because I start when I was young. I used to collect knives. I still have a few knives. I was infatuated with knives for a while there, but I kind of got derailed with that because going back to throwing stars,
Yeah.
obviously they were illegal around here
Hmm.
when I was a little kid, and I remember this one kid in middle school brought in. He tore out a page out of a magazine and he had to order for him, and he's like, "Yo," and a bunch of us huddled around. Check this out. I
Yeah.
can get us throwing stars, and like I gave the kid money and everything, and I never got a throwing star. Little
Yeah.
prick. To
Well,
this day, I'm waiting for my throwing star.
we used to have kids in the metal shop in middle school making
Oh, you made your own.
throwing stars,
Nice.
and the shop teachers went absolutely nuts over them. And you're banned from doing this, and you can't make these things, and we'll call the cops, and
Yeah.
just went crazy.
Hey, John, I'm gonna make you and me feel bad now. Look at all these people in the chat who basically said we're dumbasses for not. Look, Christian Bale, Christian Bale, Christian Bale, Christian Bale.
Well, you want to see Christian Bale when he was a kid? There's a movie called Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead. Or no, it's not that one. It's Henry V. Henry V with Kenneth Branagh. And Christian Bale as a kid is in that movie. And,
I'm not a huge Bale fan.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a huge Batman fan. I like Batman.
Yeah.
I'm more of a Superman guy, though, when it comes to sitting here wearing that Green Lantern shirt. But I'm more Superman.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge comic book guy. I never was. I'm more of like even this. You guys are gonna laugh. You know why I bought this shirt?
Huh.
You're gonna laugh right now. I like the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ, I can't think of his name now. Deadpool. Ryan Reynolds. I like the Ryan Reynolds movie, which is why I got the shirt. Not a huge comic fan. Like I get it, Marvel kind of has the quantity, but I think kind of DC has the quality. Except just Superman. I like if you held a gun to my head and said you can only pick one man, who wouldn't want to be Superman?
Yeah, and for me it was, at first it was Superman, and I go back to the George Reeves Superman from the 50s. And because that was on cable at the time when cable first started around 1972. It was like, wow, this is really great, But,
I never really saw those. Now, he made an appearance on the Lucille Ball show, didn't he?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's like pretty much my extent with him. Now, my Superman, like most people's, I think, is Christopher Reeve. That was my introduction. What an introduction to superheroes! Not being a comic book kid or anything like that. Holy crap! Especially Superman 2. I really, really love Superman 2. I just want to give a shout out real quick. Miss Catonic Madman says hello, folks.
Hey there.
Oh yeah. He was one of. Okay, he was up here and down here. He says hello. He just wanted to make an ass out of us for not knowing Christian Bale first. Is what he did.
Yeah.
But so anyway, Superman. Holy crap! Those movies, that's another one of those things where like when Pop Culture Breakdown just did the Gene Hackman movie. What the hell was it? French Connection.
Yeah.
Now I've watched it since, and I did remember some of the scenes, especially like the chase scene. I
Hmm.
guess the chase scene where it was kind of under the sub or the elevated train.
Yeah.
I did remember some of those. I don't know if it was a movie my parents used to watch, but I loved Superman so much that like I wouldn't watch. I saw one other movie with Christopher Reeve in, and I don't even remember what it was, and it just bored the hell out of me. So I never watched anything else with
Yeah.
Christopher Reeve or really. Uh, um, who was Lex Luthor?
Gene Hackman.
Gene Hackman. Yeah, I just said, Jesus Christ, brain fart day. My internet's working, but my brain's not. So I don't know.
Now you know how I feel.
Yeah. Nah.
It's something
Wow.
in that coal dust blowing around us.
Man, I think I'm just in my old age is just catching up to me.
Mm.
But so anyway, so like I didn't really watch much with Gene Hackman either because he was so cool as Lex Luthor to me too.
Yeah.
Really, one of the only other movies I'm kind of a big fan of that he's in is The Replacements, the football movie. And I'm not even a football fan. The Keanu Reeves where Gene Hackman is the coach. That's a pretty good movie. He's pretty good
Yeah.
in that. But yeah, the French Connection was pretty good. I did watch that.
Yeah.
I was hoping to be able to get on PCB that night, but I had to work. I'm having issues getting Wednesdays off anymore.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, Superman. Whew. Man, imagine being Superman, being able to fly, heat vision, impervious to bullets, and you
Mhm.
know, your only downfall is kryptonite, and
Yeah.
it's green, It's like I don't
Yeah.
know.
I don't know. If I was him, with the X-ray vision,
Mm, mm,
well,
yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. Oh, I remember being a little kid. Uh, that was one of my first dirty thoughts watching Superman. I remember when she asked him what color underwear she's wearing. I was like, oh, he can see through clothes. Oh, I want to be Superman.
yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
But I get the Batman thing though. I sometimes I get on a Batman kick. I get it. He's more down to earth. He's more of a real person and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
I don't
And
know.
we got inundated with Batman in the 70s because that was on every day after school, and
But the show, I love the show though.
yeah,
That's
it was
yeah.
nuts. And you got all these classic actors, Victor Buono, Vincent Price, all coming on.
Everybody wanted to be on that show.
Yeah, Burgess Meredith, Cesar Romero, everybody coming on the show, and they were fighting over getting these roles, because it was such a popular show. It revived a lot of careers.
Yeah. Well, if you remember, I think they made the scene where I think almost every episode at some point they would have Batman and Robin walking up the side of the building. I
Yep.
think they did that just specifically so they could just like have Davis Jr. pop a window up and say, "Hey, it's me,"
Yeah.
just so they could have these people on and have to have a character written for them or something.
Yeah, and
That's
it
how
was
popular
kind of
that show
funny
was.
the way they did it because they weren't going up, of course. They were
Yeah,
going
it was actually filmed
sideways with a
flat. Yeah,
tilted camera.
yeah,
Well, the guy popping out the window, they had to push him up so he'd stick out of the window.
yeah,
Really neat stuff. But
yeah.
yeah, a lot of cool cameos there.
Hmm. Yeah. Old Man Bird said it's easy for him to criticize artists' works, but it takes a tremendous amount of effort to make any polished recording at all. How is
Mhm.
FETT awake after watching 6 or 8 hours of streaming last night? I
Mm.
slept. I slept. I'm always up late.
Yeah,
That's how I have time to. Not that I've made videos. I got to get back to making videos for my channel.
yeah,
I don't know. I haven't been motivated. Nothing really. You know. I don't know. Mark Hamill hasn't done anything stupid recently. I don't know. Hopefully, I'll have something. I have people actually asking me to make clips of different things from live streams, and they even have timestamps and everything. I gotta get around to doing it. I don't know.
yeah.
Well, stuff like too. After I did the video on the SS United States there, and it got so many views, it's like
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to go back to making stuff people don't watch. But I can do an update on that. Oh, by the way, last I saw, it might even be more now, but I know there was over 12,000 signatures on
Yeah,
the old petition there to save the ship.
yeah,
So
which is nice.
yeah, I
How effective it'll be, nobody knows at this point, but maybe there's a miracle somebody will pull out of their ass. And,
I'm hoping. For those that don't know, the SS United States is a ship that was made back in 1950, 51, 52, somewhere in that era, and it's one of the last surviving great, ocean liners that we have. And they want to. Well, they already did take that thing down Alabama, and they're fitting to strip that thing and sink it off the coast of Florida to make it a national reef. Even though now there's, I believe it's called the Coalition to Save the SS United States. There's a guy in New York, which the ship was originally based out of. So it'd be nice to see it go home, with plans to, make it into I think a hotel, museum, the ship itself a museum, and of course refurbish it and make it look nice. And from what I understand, the guy already owns a pier, so it's not an issue of rent or anything like that. Then it will just be, first of all, saving it from being sunk. That's the big thing right now, because I guess the state of Florida already owns it, and they are hell bent on putting this thing to the bottom, and that sucks, because not only should it not be sunk, but they want it so close to the coast that the depth of the water requires them to remove the two enormous smokestacks off the top, which is part of the personality of the ship. I mean, if I was a diver, why would I want to go see it without the stacks on it anyway?
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
And they've removed all the interior of it, all that brass and mahogany and everything.
Yeah, I did have.
At the very least, that should be put in the Smithsonian.
Yeah, well, I mean, even when they, I'm going to say if, because I'm really hoping it doesn't get sunk. But if they sink it, they are talking about doing like an on land museum with some of the salvaged bits and pieces of it. But it's there. You know what I mean? You and I will never see the Titanic.
Right.
Right. And if they sink this ship, you and I, our kids in future generations, most of us are not going to scuba dive to go see this thing. That's a rich man's sport. You know what I mean? We're never going to see this ship. More people will see this ship if it's parked in New York Harbor, and you can just pay to go on board. And you know what I mean? If they can renovate some of the rooms and make a hotel out of it too, maybe stay the night. You know what I mean? Imagine the money they would make off of that. Yeah,
and putting the bridge back together, with the spinnaker and the telegraph and the wheel and all this, all the communications equipment, may I give you the real look at what it really looked like.
Well, the thing of it is I have people commenting on my video. Of course, there are the negative Nellies who got to come, oh, it's going to the bottom. You yourself documented on, it's already stripped in the interior. Right. But if that thing goes to New York Harbor, it'll take years, decades even, but they can track down as people pass on. A lot of people donate their things. People that are in possession of pieces of that ship may dedicate it back to the ship, and it will make its way back to the ship.
Yeah.
Over time. I'm not saying, it'll be next year at this time, it's going to be glorious and back to the heyday of the ship, but it's got to start somewhere. And it can't be sunk. I can't like, I'm like on the verge of tears and wanting to yell and scream right now thinking about it. I don't know why this is so important to me, but I'm so sick of this shit that it's just so easy to get rid of everything instead of preserving it. You know what I mean?
Welcome to the wide world of railroad preservation.
Right. I can imagine what you go through on a daily basis, John.
Well, there was a steam locomotive. I believe it was Illinois Central. And the guy bought it from the railroad. He had permission to leave it parked in the railroad yard. And the railroad that took over that railroad said, you got to get it out of here by such and such a date. Well, it went to court, and back and forth, verdicts on this point or that point or the other point. It ended up with the judge siding with the railroad, and they cut it up. Now, this was a modern big 484 type locomotive, and in great condition, comparatively speaking, only 10, 20 years old, and they cut the thing up, and now we're deprived of that. And this was one that wouldn't have needed as much money spent on it to get it running again. You look at some of the ones, the one Reading and Northern just did, not far from our area. That was years and years putting that back together. and you have to go through the whole boiler thing, which is replacing sheets, replacing stay bolts, a lot of boilerplate metal going into it, putting it through the hydro test. And that's just the boiler itself. You've got all the other accoutrements, the running gear, the brakes, your bearings and side rods. And, I could go on forever with that, but it's a lot of stuff. And that's just one steam locomotive that would have fit in the engine room of that ship. So, there's a lot that goes into it, and it's very expensive. At the same time, people think it's worth doing,
Right.
And there's been a lot of stuff lost. I mean, look at Steamtown. Over in the coal yard, there's 5 locomotives hidden that are just rusting to hell because they put all the budget into, the museum and a bunch of other stuff that really wasn't that necessary. And they left the stuff sit outside. It's 40 years now. It's rain, snow, rust, salt, etc. And there's even stuff that they've cut up. There's more stuff they're going to cut up. And, it kind of kills me because I remember that collection when it got there. It was great. But,
Well, going back to the SS United States real quick.
Yeah.
I also have the people that are commenting on the video about how, it's stripped. It's not worth fixing up. Wrong. 100% wrong. You have a muscle car, okay? In most instances, you're going to have rust and rot and all this stuff that people cut out panels all the time, weld in new patch panels, redo the interior. You're not gonna fix up paint a muscle car and make it beautiful on the outside, not replace the carpet and the seat covers and things like that. So, but you keep the frame of the muscle car. And there are muscle cars that are worth hundreds of thousands, if not $1 million. You know what I mean? And there's hardly an original bolt on the car. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The frame of the SS United States is there. And there was, let's be honest, back when it was created, there was a lot of asbestos and stuff in that ship. Most of that is gone now.
Yeah.
So you have the frame. And what you see on the outside of that ship, there's a lot of rust, but it's surface rust. It's not, you know what I mean? Even if it was, it could be patched. But you're still talking about the outside of that ship is still there. It needs a paint job.
Yeah.
Inside, most of the hazardous stuff is gone. So now you restore it like you restore a muscle car. A big muscle car. But and the thing of it is like my dream car, 69 Camaro or 70 Chevelle. But let's be honest, there's thousands of them out there in the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're talking one. This is one.
Yeah.
It had a sister ship called the SS America.
Yeah.
And one of these days, people, if you're bored, look up SS America on YouTube here, and it's sad. It's horrible the way that ship ended.
Yeah.
And that one was actually even, I think, several hundred feet shorter. The SS United States is actually longer. And speaking of which, everybody says, oh, the big, gigantic, glorious Titanic. The SS United States is 1,000 feet longer. Not 1,000 feet. Is it?
Not that long, but it's
100. It's like 100 feet longer. It's longer than the Titanic was. So it's a bigger ship. And it's, you know what I mean? We need to keep it. I won't continue dragging on because I know not everyone's a big ship fan or anything like that. But the petition is going to go to Trump, so hopefully we'll get some results there. And also, there's already again, I forget the gentleman's name, but the guy behind all of this has already brought up legal action against the state of Florida, trying in an attempt to halt the sinking or at least delay it as long as possible to try to save this thing. So just real quick, you don't have to you can if the link is still in my community tab or posts, whatever they call it now, but you can donate, but you don't even have to do that. You can just sign it. More names the better, and let's just preserve some history here. Go ahead.
And one last point about that ship is everything that was stripped out is designed to be put back in. And it's very similar to, I think it was the Queen Mary or the Queen Elizabeth, designed as a passenger ship, but also at the same time, they designed it as a troop carrier.
Exactly.
So they could take out all that stuff, store it, and when the war's over, put it back in.
That was actually done to the SS America served as a military ship for a while. Yep. So.
And so it can be done. And the materials are out there to replace what can't be found. You've got craftsmen all over the world who would be willing to work on something for that.
Exactly. And even donate their time and even materials probably in some cases.
Yeah.
So it's not all a matter of money.
Mm-hmm.
If you love something enough, Jesus Christ. The ship is called the SS United States. How do we sink a ship named after this country? You know, we've already sunk most of this country, right? You know what I mean?
A little national pride would help. You know,
let's make the SS United States great again. Let's do this thing.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah, because that's something I take very personally.
Right.
You know, I mean, you see the flag above my head, so
I did.
That's
actually. Let's see. How do I do this? I was going to save this for July, but check this out.
Yeah. Oh, FKHC got it. Titanic was 882 feet 9 inch. United States was 990 feet. So yeah.
Yeah. See. Wait.
Very
did you?
Cool.
Are you seeing my flag?
Oh yeah, the avatar.
Okay,
yeah,
I don't know if I had to click on it or not, but yeah, I was saving that for July. But as long as we're being all patriotic and whatnot here,
awesome.
FETT has a flag too. Just saying.
Terrific.
But anyhow, all right. Back to the chat. That was the public service announcement for this episode. But so old man Bird says, "Madman." Not sure what that's about, but we got a madman somewhere lurking around. John, it's you, John.
Oh no. Yes. No. Yes.
8-Day Star Hiker says, "I've mostly shot rifle for hunting. I'm reading it slow so I don't screw it up this time. Remington 7600 fires, .243 Winchester."
Mm-hmm.
You're probably laughing.
Nice.
I was supposed to be like, I wasn't supposed to say the points or periods or things, but hey, I didn't screw it up this time.
No, .243 is right.
Okay. Snort says, "How well?"
Wow.
Old man Bird says, "Fly on, Thunderbird, fly." See?
Yeah.
I sang that one, sort of.
Yeah.
Best sort of singing I can do. Tim says, "Yes."
Saturday.
What's that?
It's Saturday. You're allowed.
Yeah. Well, I can't sing any day of the week. But FKHC says, "Yes, don't end up like Alec Baldwin with how you use a gun now." I would try not to do that.
No. Learn from other people's mistakes.
Wait. Somehow I double-clicked that one. I sent you some memes, FETT, with Sesame Street. Oh, boy. I'll have to check these out. Hold on. Yeah. Where did my Facebook get to?
Yeah, it's under the couch.
Oh, man. See? Having issues. Now I lost my StreamYard. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Where'd my StreamYard go? Oh, no.
You're there.
Okay, now my StreamYard's back. Oh, geez. We got weird shenanigans going on here. 1 second. Okay. Tim, where did you send them? Is it on Facebook? Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Hold on. Are you guys still there?
Yep.
Okay. I can't see my StreamYard. It got really quiet. I got nervous. I got some wicked lag going on here.
Yeah. Froze up for just a
second
now, there.
I could be Raymond. I could be what? Am I here? Am I still here?
Yeah, you're here. You just froze for a second.
Okay. Now let's see. See, if I was Raymond right now, I'd be blaming StreamYard for my computer lagging. And all right, memes up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there we go. A is for artillery. That's pretty cool. B is for bayonets. Okay, I can do them separately. Hold on. God damn it. Work with me here. All right. A is for artillery. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Whoever made that's pretty good. That really looks like an old photograph.
Yeah.
B is for bayonets.
Yep.
C is for camouflage. And cookies. That should have been Cookie Monster.
Yeah.
D is for depth charge. Oh, there's Cookie Monster. I would have swapped those two.
Oh, that's Grover.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
No, that's Oscar, isn't it? Just minus his lid.
Oh,
Grover
yeah.
Grover had the schnoz.
That's right. That's right. God, it's been too long.
Yeah, same here. I can't believe I remembered it. E is for extraction.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this dude.
Yeah.
Hold on. F is for flamethrower. Oh, now we're talking.
Yeah.
Elmo with a flamethrower there. I don't know. Not a wise choice. G is for grenade launcher.
Oh,
Huh.
God.
Look at how he's holding that. There's
Yeah.
some double entendre going on there, I think. Big,
Yeah.
and he's big. Hey, he's Big Bird.
Yeah, with his big bird.
Big Bird. Yeah. H is for hypersonic missile. Oh. I is for infiltration.
Mm.
Oh, look at those two lurking in the back.
Yeah.
J is for javelin.
Jeez.
K is for kiss your ass goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Freaking Ernie coming at you. L is for landing.
Mm-hmm.
M is for minefield. Now, who is that? Who is this one?
That's Grover, I think.
Is that Grover?
Yeah, he's got the big nose going.
Well, I thought Grover, well, not that you could tell he's blue in this picture, right? But I thought Grover was the blue with the big hook nose.
Oh, with the bird nose, that was, I can't remember what his name was. He
Am I
was
getting them?
a later character from the Muppet Show.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting them up. I'm getting confused with the Gonzo. Okay,
Yeah.
that's before. All right. All right. Hey, I'm still in the midst of my brain farts, so.
Hmm.
N is for night ops. Yeah. It should have made him a little darker, though.
Yeah.
O is for ordnance.
Yeah. There's Oscar.
P is for Panzer Shrek.
Mm-hmm.
See, look, with the big bird, with the big, there's something going on here.
Yeah.
Some reason he's got this big cannon all the time. P is for paratroopers.
He's compensating.
Freaking Bert.
Yeah.
Q is for quick fire.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like quick fires. R is for recon. Recon. I'm listening to Doomcock too much. I'm retconning everything. S is for spy.
Oh, God.
You know, he almost reminds. Now that's Big Bird, right?
Yeah.
But with this nose and this mustache, he reminds me of, for some reason, the Fraggles.
Mm,
You
yeah.
kind of see Fraggle influence there.
Yeah.
T is for trenches.
Yep.
I almost said tits. I don't know why. U is for underwater demolition.
Yeah. Kermit.
V is for victory. Oh, man, not the Smurfs.
Yes. The Smurfs have been smurfed.
I like the Smurfs. This is not cool. I don't like this one.
Mm.
That is not FETT approved, this one. Thou shalt not harm Smurfs.
Maybe they're just carrying on their shoulders in victory.
I don't know. Look at their lifeless eyes. And look at these poor little guys here. They were in pain, John.
Are they?
I'm not a fan of this photo right now.
Well, they'll recover.
I hope so. W is for warthog.
Yep.
Now, who the hell is that? I thought with this here, I thought he had a pompadour at first.
Yeah, I can't tell.
I don't know who that one is. W is for wingsuit.
Cool.
Hey. I wonder if that's where the singer from Ghost got his inspiration.
Yeah.
X is for, oh no. Well, that's Elmo, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, take that fucker out.
Yep. Definitely.
Y is for you messed up.
Mm-hmm.
And Z is for zero mercy.
Yep.
Yo, John, you ever heard of the band Tad Morose?
No.
Oh, they're like a power metal band.
hmm
I forget where they're overseas, Switzerland, Sweden, something or other. But yeah,
hmm
they have a song called "No Mercy." Kicks large quantity of ass. Yeah,
Cool.
Tad Morose. But yeah, those were cool, man. Thanks for sending those. Those were pretty
Yeah.
cool. Except that Smurf one. Mm-mm. Yeah,
Yeah.
no harm must come to Smurfs on this here channel here. Because okay, as long as we're divulging secrets on this channel tonight, big fan of the Smurfs when I was a little kid. You know,
hmm
I love the Smurfs. I thought that was a great cartoon. I love it. I'll take the Smurfs over anything Disney any day. And
Yeah.
still to this day, I have. I don't know if they ever released the entire Smurfs, but I know I have the first couple of seasons, I think, of the Smurfs on DVD. I mean, back when I first started collecting DVDs, I was like, man, I gotta get the Smurfs.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
there were things, you know, like if you watch an episode of the Smurfs now, there's so much classical music in that. Like they were always playing Hall of the Mountain King, which
yeah.
led to maybe it's because of the Smurfs that I developed a love for the band Savatage and their album Hall of the Mountain King that
Yeah.
actually has the classical Hall of the Mountain King as the prelude to the song Hall of the Mountain King.
Yeah.
So maybe the
Cool.
Smurfs were my gateway to metal. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't just Kiss. Maybe it was the Smurfs. You know?
As long as it wasn't strawberry shortcake.
No, definitely wasn't Strawberry Shortcake. Old Man Burr says, according to Alex Van Halen, David Lee Roth couldn't stand how Eddie Van Halen was getting all the attention after marrying Valerie Bertinelli. Listening to the Beatles will turn you into a romantic. Oh no, I don't know if I want to be a romantic. The Beatles turn you into a romantic? Maybe I should listen to the Beatles.
Depends what era.
Hmm.
After they went to India, it went a little sideways.
Well, it was all that Sergeant Pepper stuff and all, wasn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
like all those submarines and whatnot.
Yeah.
I don't know much about that. I haven't gotten to that era of the Beatles yet.
Yeah, the early stuff was quite good. And there were a few of the later things I liked. But yeah, all that India stuff and, you know, the LSD trips and all that. It was,
They're roasting Baldwin. Yeah, I wish somebody roast. Most of those Baldwins got to go. They way outlasted their 15 minutes of fame, I think.
yeah.
FKC, Old Man Bird, you have to. Well, I never held a gun. Good, at least I'm not the only one. Well, I've held a gun. I just never shot one. Other than an antique one or two. Oh, okay. Same here. Even if you treat a gun like it's always, I know you treat a gun like it's always loaded.
Yep.
Well, now apparently I can't type or read now. But,
Yeah, let's give him a gun, folks.
yeah, let me shoot a gun. Let's train FETT how to shoot a gun now. Well, he can't do anything right. That'll go over good. That'll go good. Oh, well, maybe we shouldn't be saying the G word here on YouTube's. I didn't even think of that.
Oh, piffle.
AJ Starhiker said Empire of the Sun. Christian Bale is a kid in that too. Holy hell, John. I not only said his name right, plus I read his I don't know why I want to call these tweets, but his YouTube tweet. I read his YouTube tweet. That's another thing too with the changing the name to X.
Yeah.
I'm finally warming up to it being called X, but it'll never not be a tweet to me. I forget what they're even calling it now. Is it an X or something? I don't know. It's a tweet. It's a tweet. You go on there and you tweet stuff out. Like you tweet things, you quote tweet things. I don't X them. You've X something, you cross it out. That's why, like, I'm not a real religious person, but like I believe in like something created us, something created everything. So to this day, I will never say, forgive me for saying it this one time, Xmas, because it's like you're crossing out the Christ in Christmas. I've never said that, but so if you put out a tweet and you X it out, aren't you therefore crossing out your own tweet?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you want to know something interesting about YouTube? In Ireland,
not really.
If you call somebody a tube, that's an insult. So saying YouTube, you're actually insulting people.
You're a tube.
Yeah.
A tube, is that kind of a phallic reference, like a tube?
I think so, yeah.
That's what it comes across to me, like you're a tube. What a tube. Yo, that should be a thing. Let's go. Okay. FET channel exclusive. When we're making fun of people, we'll call them tubes. What a two. You know what I mean? And that way we can get our digs in at YouTube at the same time.
Yeah, and 40,000 subscribers from Ireland.
Whoa, see? There we go. Maybe I change my dick pics to tube pics. I don't know. It doesn't have the same ring though. Which I got to get back into making those things. I know I come on every stream and saying I got to get back into making those things, and I don't.
Yeah.
But I was even thinking of stringing together. I have so many of the movies of the week now. Maybe I'll do like a dick pics movie we love version or something like that. It's a shame to let them all go to waste. You know what I mean? Like I made them all. They get tweeted out. Sometimes Doomcock will put them in his video, and that's the end of it. But they still live. I still have them. I don't know. Maybe because not like now. I put the dates on them as well too. So one thing, just the other day, somebody on Twitter was talking to Andy Masterson. They're like, "Oh man, you guys should do The Fifth Element," and I was like, "I remember making that."
Yeah.
And it was from before I put the date on it, but I have an album on my Facebook page that I have all the movies we love in, and I went back and one good thing about Facebook is when you upload a picture or something, it automatically saves when you uploaded it. So it said it was August of 2023, so I could come right back and say, they already did that in August 2023. I remember it was one of the first pictures I made for them was when I started doing the graphics, the movie of the week. So, but then too, like if I put them in video form, they'll always be there with the date on and everything there too. So maybe people. That's another thing too. I have people in real life and on social media will ask me every now and then, do I have the link for a certain pop culture breakdown or, they did that movie in the past. Do you have the link? No, I don't. The thing of it is they vanish on Doomcock's channel. Really? Now, I've been meaning to, I got to try to remember. I want to tell him to make a playlist for all you guys so that my fear is that he'll forget to do it, but he should have a playlist on there for pop culture breakdown so that you could go, because then you could combine, like, if, you look up one of my movie of the week graphics, you can see right there. You can go, well, I want to watch Fifth Element. Oh, it was August of 2023. So then you could go through his playlist and kind of nail it down what you want to watch, Because I like to watch old replays of old live streams, especially something like that, when you talk about the movie of the week.
Yeah. Well, did you see what Sean Kay just did?
What did he
do? He came out with a video called The Sean Kay Movie, and it's all of his songs and videos strung together.
Yeah, see, that's a good idea.
Yeah. And that is now officially music in my shop.
Oh shoot! Speaking of Sean Kay,
there were no ads in the middle of it.
Sean Kay's a metalhead too. I should have sent him the link and seen if he wanted to come on and talk about like Ghost or Warrant or something. Which that is the other band. That's the other band I kind of want to get into then in a bit here. Warrant. I have some things I want to say about Warrant. But AJ Hiker, that's a good film too. FETT, make sure it's not Alec Baldwin with the gun. Yes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be within 10 feet of Alec Baldwin.
No.
Never. I don't know. He's a knucklehead. Old Man Burr says, with General Zod, Superman 2, I love the villains in Superman 2. That was so great. Yeah. General Zod. Kneel before Zod.
Yeah.
We will never know how Gene Hackman died. Yeah, I don't know. That was a weird situation. The fact that they were like mummified and, that they were dead for a while and stuff. And I've heard some things, but I don't know.
Yeah. Apparently he died first, and then he went a week without his medications because she was taking care of him. He was in such bad shape. And the dog is another question. I hadn't heard how that figured into it. But,
well, depending on the length of time. I mean, if the dog went without food and water for a long enough period too, I'm not sure the whole time frame there.
Yeah.
Tell you what, give me a second here. John, hang out a second. I will be right back. Hold on.
Yeah. Yep. I hear the door. Aha.
Okay. Note to self: that bumper is not long enough for a FETT P brake.
Mm-hmm.
All right. See, that's all I was telling you, John. I rarely drink soda. I shouldn't have had soda before this stream. So, okay. Sorry about that. Mental note: make a longer bumper. Okay. What were we discussing?
Warrant was about.
Oh yeah. We were gonna get to warrant. Okay. Yeah, that's me all day, every day.
Yeah.
AJ says Gene Hackman was fantastic. He sure was.
Yeah.
He man, that voice, just one of
Yeah.
those people. A lot of people don't think that. People
Yeah.
say, "Who do you want to narrate your life?" It's always Morgan Freeman or James Earl Jones.
No.
I love James Earl Jones. I would love that too. But yeah, man, nobody thinks of him in that voice.
Yeah.
But that would have been cool. Tim says, "Yep, same bat time, same bat channel, same FET time, same FET channel."
Mm-hmm.
LOL. And that's why it took so long for the DVDs to come out, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you will never get me to see the Titanic. No, thank you. Yeah, I won't want to be down there either. There's nothing to see, really, anymore.
Yeah.
Except, I mean, the bow. It'd be cool. Like,
Well, it's crushing in on itself anyway now.
yeah, I think the back half is pretty much gone now, isn't it?
It's there, but yeah, that's crushing in too. And it's just, rust, metal, salt, all that going into just a long, what do you call it? Demolition or decay. That's the word.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm kind of, I guess, trashing the Titanic in comparison to the SS United States lately too. But believe me, I love the Titanic.
Yeah.
One of these days, I'll have to make it. John, I showed you a picture. I have like a little Titanic shrine over here.
Yeah.
But I do love the Titanic. That's a
Yeah.
shame. AJ says Minnesota. Maybe I'll just, instead of saying Star Hiker, I'll just call him AJ. Minnesota had a pretty big steam tech event every summer. A lot of restored and functional machines in operation.
Yeah.
We had a place around here. I don't know if they still do it or not, but when I was a kid, I used to go to a place called Kinzer, PA, where they had a lot of steam, like the steam with the wheels, the steam engines with the wheels and stuff.
Stationary steam engines.
Yeah. That was
and we used to find a lot of those in the coal breakers, but they'd have the main rod for transferring the steam was cut through. And I don't know why. I wish I had been able to save a few of those because they were made in West Pittston where I grew up.
I have a little steam engine that takes these little pellets.
Yeah, you were showing me that. That was
maybe
cool.
Maybe if it gets nice out. If I think of it, I'll make a video of. I'll see if I can light that thing back up, and it has a little steam whistle and everything. And that was something. Imagine that, man. That was a gift. That was a Christmas present of mine when I was a little kid. Imagine now, trusting a little kid with matches and hot steam and stuff like that. Oh God.
Yep.
Yeah, I still have it. I know right where it's at right now too. So maybe
cool.
when it gets nice out, I'll make a little video or something.
Yeah.
Tim said that, here it is. The Titanic was 882 feet 9 inches, in the United States was 990 feet. Yep. Told you it was bigger. All the more reason to save that thing. Old Man Bird says yes. Patriotic FET graphic. Yes. Yes. I'll probably change that to my picture as for the 4th of July or something.
Yeah.
Both the Queen Mary and Queen Elizabeth were troop ships. Yeah, they were designed in the past. We're going to war so much and everything to double as warships.
And I don't remember if either one of them was a hospital ship at one time. I seem to recall one was, but I don't remember.
I believe it was it the Britannic or the Olympic? One of the Titanic sister ships was, it had the big cross on the side at one point.
Britannic, I believe, yeah.
Old Man Bird says SP4H bringing the knowledge. Glad somebody is, because it ain't me. Hey, holy crap, Deef!
Dave, good to see you, man.
How far was he up? We probably missed him. Sorry, buddy, if you actually catch this on the replay or something. Sorry about that. Long time no see, buddy. Hope you're doing good, especially up there in a Canadistan.
Very cool.
Yeah, Deef, hello, man. Oh, DJ Play Knives too. Good evening, Fett. Thanks for
Yes.
sure. No problem, man. Metal Horns too.
Yeah.
Thanks for stopping by, brother. Old Man Bird says someone did some dark magic in there. Gargamel leaving an outhouse in the Smurfs movie. Whoa, dark magic. Freaking Gargamel.
Mm.
That's before each has his moments. Birdfella. Old Man Birdfella. DJ Play Nice. You gotta put the horns up, man. DJ Play Nice always gives. He's like Fett. He gives the horns.
Awesome.
ELO did a good version of "In the Hall of the Mountain King," the classical version of the song.
Hmm.
Is that what they did?
I haven't heard it, but I'd like to.
I don't know much of ELO.
I only know it was on the radio.
I know that there was. I was just on the radio at work too.
Yeah.
The Bruce song. What was that?
Oh, Don't Bring Me Down.
Don't bring me down. Yeah, I know that one. Yeah. There are a lot of bands I'm discovering recently that, I don't have much like pop rock experience or anything, but there are a lot of bands did songs that I didn't even realize it was the band. Like, I can't remember the song now, but I heard a song on the radio the other day at work, and I've heard the song my entire life, and here it was freaking Toto. I had no clue. It wasn't Rosanna. It was another song by them, but I was like, yeah, that is the guy from Toto singing.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. I'm hearing a lot of songs like that recently that I never realized there were certain bands.
Yeah.
Yellow. No reference to Fee Waybill.
He was the lead singer of the Tubes.
Oh, the Tubes.
Yeah.
She's a 1 in a million girl. That band.
Yep.
I love that song.
Or White Punks on Dope, which you don't want to see the live version of that. It's just ridiculous.
I know. I love the video for "She's a Beauty" because John, I think I pointed this out to you before, but most people, I don't know, maybe it's just Fett's radar, but in that video, if you look at the bass drums, they have nipples on them. Double bass drums.
Yeah, I remember you mentioned that once, and I went to look that up. It's like, holy shit!
I don't know how they got away with that in the '80s, but yeah, they're blatant nipples on the double bass drums. Front and center too. Yeah, big old tatas in that video.
Yeah.
Tubular, man, that's a word. Yo, you know what I don't miss too? My family and I one time used to try to count all the times in the movie, the original Halloween, the 1978 Halloween, when the blonde, I forget her name in the movie, but said the word totally. It's like, oh my God.
Oh yeah.
PJ Souls was the
PJ Souls.
Yeah, I forget her name. Yes. Linda or something. No, Linda was the dark-haired one. Linda was the annoying one saying, my Paul, I give you all. It's like, that was her death too. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't she married to like one of the producers or something?
I think so, yeah.
Her death is one of the worst. I love Halloween. That might be my ultimate slasher horror, whatever you want to call it, movie. Yeah. The original Halloween. But her death was the worst death I think ever recorded. When he strangles her in the car and she's just all with the eyes rolling and sliding down. That was the most pitiful death.
Yeah.
And so in Halloween 2, if you remember late in the movie, when they discover the people that he murdered from the first movie and they're pulling out the daughter, and because that was Sheriff Brackett's daughter, and like, oh, one of them was Annie, and I'm like, fucking good. She deserved to be choked to death for that pitiful excuse of a death she gave. Good. I'm like, good. Put the body bag over and get her out.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. So, what's OMB? Is there somebody named OMB in here?
Old Man Bird.
Oh, okay. Shit. How did I know that?
Yeah.
Snort Poop is making another appearance. Okay. Sorry. I grew up on the classics like Looney Tunes, The Three Stooges. Oh, the Stooges. Old PBS shows like Mystery and Masterpiece Theater.
Yep.
And MST3K and other classic stuff like Monty Python too. I don't know what that is. What is MST 3K?
Oh, Mystery Science Theater
Oh,
3000.
3000.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have much experience with that. Or, you're going to laugh, Monty Python. I don't know. I was a Benny Hill guy. I don't know if that's why.
Yeah.
I saw the
Yeah.
Thames. Were they Thames too? Was that like on the Thames?
Benny Hill was Thames Television. Monty Python was BBC.
Because I know when I saw, like to this day, I see the Thames logo and I just hear, I was
Yeah.
a Benny Hill guy, man, all the way. That was like my
Yeah.
British comedy was. I'll be honest, at one point it was seeing the half naked women, but
Oh, yeah.
then as I got a little older, man, I realized how damn funny he was.
Yeah.
I was a
Well,
funny guy.
that's the thing. He was old time vaudeville, and the little guy Jackie Wright, he was actually from the old time vaudeville.
Is that guy?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
And you had some really funny people on that show.
Yeah,
And
that was a classic.
Yeah, that Morecambe and Weiss, the two Ronnies, a lot of great comedy shows over there.
Okay, let's back up. Three Stooges. Okay, who's the best Stooge?
The best? Mo.
Best. Chat, you too. Who's the best Stooge?
Yeah. Good morning, old man Bird.
Heyo.
Or good evening.
What do you think, John? Best Stooge?
Best Stooge? Mo. Yeah.
Mo?
Yeah.
I'd probably go with that. Although, I must say, Curly is great.
Yeah.
But I like Shemp too.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was the original too. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah.
Before the TV episode series, whatever you want to call those little shorts. But he was the original. I like Shemp. Shemp gets a lot of hate, and it's undeserved.
Yeah. Now, the thing is, when they were just on stage, there was somebody before Shemp, and they got rid of him reasonably quickly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they didn't quite gel. When it came to the later stage and then going into the movies, Shemp was there first. Yeah. And then he went off and got some offers to do his own thing, and Curly was brought in. And then after he got sick, I can't remember, I think it was Joe Besser was first and then Joe DeRita. And because Curly had a stroke and then he died a year or two later. But yeah.
Oh, this must have been during my break. Tim said, "Oh no, Fez is in charge."
Scary,
ain't it? Scary.
Yes, it is. Even for me.
Tim saw the USS Arizona when he was a kid. That's cool.
No kidding.
I've always had a fascination with ships. I think it's because when I was really small, my mom, we used to go, it seemed like almost every year for a long time. We would go to New York City. And in Manhattan, you could hop a ship called. There was two ships I remember. There was the Circle Line and the Day Line.
Right.
The Dayliner, and we used to take the Dayliner, which lasted all day. It was a much longer tour. Although I do regret not ever taking the Circle Line because I've never been in the Statue of Liberty, which that went to. I think that just went to the Statue of Liberty back. The Dayliner went all the way up the Hudson River. You ended up you come to West Point. And you get out, walk around West Point for the day, and then get back on the ship and sail back to Manhattan. So maybe that's what it was, because I remember we'd always get there real early and board the ship, and I would just stand there in Manhattan there looking at like the giant aircraft carriers and just being amazed.
Yeah.
Scary as hell though too, being on the Hudson River because it was so dirty, and all you saw were dead fish and fish bones and.
Yeah.
Even as a kid, I heard about, I think even my mom used to make comments. There's dead bodies in there, with the mob and everything in New York City. And I'd be like, man, don't let this ship sink. Can I look? Because I remember the ship. It was mostly, it wasn't a fancy cruise ship or anything. It was, open to the elements mostly. And I remember on the ceiling of the bottom floor, there was hundreds of life vests. And I would just occasionally, I'd look at the water and see the dead fish and think about the dead bodies. Look up at the life jackets and it's like, oh God, don't let me need one of those. I don't want to. I'd almost rather just die in that water.
Yeah.
It was a cool thing.
Yeah. And then of course the Staten Island Ferry, that was one that took my imagination a long time ago. You know, and I did get to ride one of those after 9/11 a few months later.
Hmm.
And we went
Oh,
out
that'd
to
be
New
something.
York. Yeah, pretty cool.
AJ heard about an old kit. Don't remember if it was chemistry or rocks that included uranium.
Yeah, that was an old chemistry set. I remember.
Hmm. Very interesting.
Yeah,
Tim says, "Hey, Mo."
yeah.
He likes he likes Mo. All right, with that, I think I'm caught up to the chat.
Holy
So
cow!
yeah. So let's see. Give me 1 second as my computer lags and I cough. Should
Mhm.
never drank that soda earlier. It's messing with me. I don't know how you can
Yeah.
drink that stuff all the time, John.
Here, you want one?
I have more of the grab me that there Dr. Pepper with the. Oh, sorry, I can't see it right now. I'm trying to bring up a picture.
Oh,
Uh, 1 second. Okay. Okay. So another band I wanted to talk about today, Warrant. Big influence on me. Big
yeah.
influence. Before you laugh, those of you who only know like I don't know Down Boys or Cherry Pie, you know,
Mhm.
again, a lot of people consider them one hit wonders with Cherry Pie. Um, so their third album, Dog Eat Dog, the one pictured here. Most people don't even know this album, which is sad to me. That's sad to me because it's such a big part of my life.
Yeah.
So I have, of course, I have the first one, uh,
Mhm.
Dirty Rotten Filthy Stinking Rich, which was a decent album.
Yep.
I'm not gonna shit on it. It was a good album.
Mhm.
Uh, very commercial though.
Yeah.
I think that kind of hurt them a little bit with how watered down it was and stuff. And
Mhm.
from what I understand, the guitar players didn't really play on it. Did studio
Well,
musicians stuff.
they had a couple of studio musicians come in and play on it because there were certain solos the guitar players they were good, but they didn't have their dynamics down,
Hmm.
and it really sounded kind of pedestrian.
Yeah,
You
but the
know.
songwriting was good. The
Yeah,
songs were decent. Um,
definitely.
and then on to this one, Cherry Pie.
Mhm.
Okay. So I recently learned, I think once before I think it was on my channel even, that I said that the album was originally, it was done and it was called Vertical Smile. That's what I always heard. But I recently saw an interview with the guitar player where he said it was actually called Uncle Tom's Cabin.
Mhm.
And the last minute, the record label listened to it and they said, I don't hear, the song. We need the song, the anthem,
Mhm.
the party song, thing like that. So in
Yeah.
one night, Janie Lane whipped up Cherry Pie, and the label loved it so much. Suddenly, the album was Cherry Pie. The video,
Mhm.
first single was Cherry Pie. Janie Lane became known as the Cherry Pie guy, which he hated till the day he
Yeah.
died, from what I understand. So
Yep.
don't base your liking or disliking of Warrant on the song Cherry Pie, because even the guy that wrote the song didn't care for that song. Personally, I like the song.
Mhm.
My old band had a song called Shake It that was almost a direct rip off of that song. So
Yeah.
we must kind of like that song a little bit, but it was a good song, just overplayed.
Yeah.
In my opinion, that's what helped kill Warrant more than anything else. They have a bad reputation for being grouped into bands like Poison, uh,
Mhm.
all these bands that Winger, who they claimed that's what killed hair metal or glam
Yeah.
metal, whatever you want to call it. And before I even get back onto Warrant, let me just say too, and this is a hill I would die on too. Winger was a great band as well.
Oh yes.
Winger kicked ass. I'm sorry. I love Beavis and Butthead and stuff, but that shit they did with having that dorky kid wearing a Winger shirt, because you're not cool if you like Winger,
Mhm.
and asshole Lars Ulrich having a poster of Kip Winger in that one video throwing darts at her on a dartboard. You guys
Yeah.
did. Now, if somebody did that to Metallica, people would be losing their minds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But for one band to shit on another band, to this day, I can't stand Lars Ulrich for doing that.
Yeah.
Now,
He's not my favorite.
no, I understand that James Hetfield personally called Kip Winger in recent years and apologize for that whole thing. But the damage is done.
Yeah.
You guys shit all over. I mean, it was funny when you had Kill Bon Jovi on your guitar, I guess.
Yeah.
But I mean, you literally destroyed the career of, for the most part, of a really good band. And for all intents and purposes, Reb Beach, the guitar player from Winger, is light years better. And I will challenge anybody, any guitar player out there, to prove to me in any way, shape, or form that Kirk Hammett can even hold an ounce of talent of Reb Beach. I mean, Reb Beach, his riffs, some of his riffs are better than anything Metallica ever came up with. You know what I mean?
And he made it look easy.
And and the tapping and stuff, like everybody's, okay, yeah, Eddie kind of brought that to the mainstream, but there are so many players who arguably took it to the next level, and I think Reb Beach is one of them.
Yeah.
His tapping skills are beyond belief.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of getting sidetracked here with Warrant, but that pisses me off so bad what happened to Winger, because they didn't deserve that. And true, they didn't help themselves either by whether the label decided to put out the video for 17 and Kip wearing half shirt or whatever and sashaying around. I guess that didn't help either, but the nail in their coffin was Metallica and Beavis and Butthead, and that pisses me off because they're a great band.
Yeah.
And speaking of Reb Beach, to this day, he still performs with Winger, Whitesnake. I don't know if he's still doing things with Dawkins, but he was in Dawkins there for a while. That motherfucker can play guitar. Not many people could fill all those shoes and do it all at the same time, but that guy could do it. So I'm not going to say he's an underrated guitar player, because guitar players know who Reb Beach is.
Yeah.
But in the giant scope of things, yet another name that when I see these stupid ass lists of the best guitar players that ever lived, that's another one that I don't even think of right off the top of my head. But when you don't include Steve Vai, Reb Beach, people of this level, it's a joke. It's a joke list to me. But so anyway, back to Warrant. So with the album Cherry Pie, the great thing about this album is if you would give it a chance, there are a lot of other great songs on this, like Mr. Rainmaker and Uncle Tom's Cabin. Now, some people did hear that because that was their second or third single, I think, and the video was pretty cool too. But the great thing about Uncle Tom's Cabin, if you're familiar with that song, that's where Janie Lane's songwriting really became something else. So the album that I want to talk about, the one that's such a big influence on me, Dog Eat Dog, this one here. The songs on here are kind of like Uncle Tom's Cabin on steroids, where there were ballads and there were rockers, but even the ballads weren't really they weren't love songs and stuff, like Heaven and stuff, and like I Saw Red. The songs on Dog Eat Dog, there are so many songs on that album that I wish I wrote, that I listened to the lyrics and I think that is a goddamn good song. And a lot of the reasons are because the topics are not topics I would have thought to write about. For example, there's a song on this one called April 2031, and it's about life after World War III, living with the nuclear fallout. And like literally he discusses how people need machines to create oxygen and have to wear masks and stuff to go. It's such a cool thing. It's not a concept album or anything, but there's so many off the wall things. John, I recently did I did a vocal cover of, well, my best way of singing, a song on here called Andy Warhol Was Right that I tried to put on YouTube, but it got blocked. So if anybody's following me on Twitter or Facebook, I put it on there for you to check out. That's a song, and that's a great example of that's a song. It's a ballad, but it's not a love song. It's about a kid growing up and being jealous that he didn't become more in his life, and he dreams about taking the short path to success and like killing this person who's like a news anchor or media personality he's jealous of, and wants to achieve fame by killing this person. I mean, who thinks that? It's like I hear it and I'm like, man, I wish I would have thought of that because it's so off the wall and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's kind of getting into the mind of somebody like that.
Yeah,
Who
yeah,
actually did something.
yeah. I mean, there isn't even a song on there on Dog Eat Dog called Machine Gun. That's kind of like, it almost seems like it could have been on Cherry Pie, but it's still got like a heavy element to it. There's a
Mhm.
song on Dog Eat Dog called Inside Out that
Yeah.
is damn near thrash metal. I mean,
Mhm.
it's super heavy. Now, the thing with Warrant, their career to me, they share so much in common with Skid Row, in the
Mhm.
fact that both bands, their first albums were kind of watered down, radio friendly stuff, almost
Yeah.
like we're gonna get on the radio, we're gonna get famous, and then we're gonna do what we really want to do. So then both bands, after the success, which they both had some major success in video play on MTV with their
Mhm.
first albums, kind of threw up. And I'll even respect Sebastian Bach for being part of this. They kind of threw up a middle finger to everyone and
Yeah.
said, "Nope, here's what we're really going to do." And they both put out their second album was much heavier,
Yeah.
less radio friendly than the
Yeah.
first one. And then I think I kind of lost touch with Skid Row after the second one. I think that's when they did their grunge thing. Now, when Warrant kind of fell out of favor with me was by their fourth album. It took them another album, but then they kind of did the grunge thing too, which I lost a lot of. But I can't hate on everyone because even Kiss did Carnival of Souls, which was,
Yeah.
I guess everyone wanted to stay alive. So I
Yeah.
lost interest in Skid Row and Warrant after their grungy type album. But this one, Dog Eat Dog, is such a great album. There's another ballad on here called The Bitter Pill, where it's kind of a love song, but he's asking himself like, why do bad things keep happening in relationships and stuff? And there's even a breakdown before the last outro chorus and everything that's reminiscent of Queen, Bohemian Rhapsody, kind of like the operatic break, complete with like a German, chorus or something. It's really cool, really cool.
Awesome.
Just for example, in going back to April 2031, the guitar solo was recorded.
Yeah.
But then they decided to play it backwards.
Yeah.
So it's already a freaky song with a freaky subject and a heavy song at that. And then you listen to the solo and you're like, what the hell is that? It's the guitar backwards, which I thought was a really cool little thing.
Yeah. Real quick, Snortopoopas is going to bed.
Oh, okay.
Have a good night, Snorty.
Yeah, definitely. You have a good one, buddy. Hey, thanks. I don't see. Where'd you see that? Okay, I got it.
From the bottom.
Yep. Bedtime for a burr. A short nap, didn't finish the job. All right, buddy. Thank you again for stopping by. Like I always say, it ain't a chat unless you got Snortopoopas in there. So you have a good night, buddy.
Take care, man.
Yeah, definitely take care. Okay. Yeah, all right. Before I go on more, okay, where was I? Let's see. Tim says now. Oh, we're doing this again. Flustered to FETT. That's what we'll call this. This is the Flustered to FETT segment. He says now you are, because now I have my microphone in my face too, because I had to move screens. I'd put StreamYards over here, so now it's even more complicated. Thanks, Tim. But he says now you are caught up with the chat. I was, but now I'm not. SP4 said Down Incognito is a great song. Yeah, I gotta re-listen. I haven't listened to that album in so long. That Winger album. I always forget about that one. Definitely gotta dig that one out too. Okay, Tim, be right back. Old Man Burr said, love that Winger album, Madeline, Time to Surrender, Poison Angel. Oh, Time to Surrender. That song is heavy. I don't care what you say. That song is heavy. And the riff in that song is, man, I would love to have credit for coming up with that thing.
Cool.
Time to Surrender. It's heavy too. Everybody's so chased. Listen, I love Winger ballads too. Off that album, what was the not Headed for Heartbreak? I always thought Without the Night is a much better song than Headed for a Heartbreak. I don't know who made that call too, but another case where I don't think Winger helped, or the record label didn't help Winger by picking Headed for a Heartbreak. Yeah. Without the Night is a much better song. one of my favorite ballads of all time, of any band ever, is off Winger's second album, In the Heart of the Young, Miles Away. I love that song. That's a beautiful song.
Yeah.
And there's a version on YouTube. I believe Winger back in the 90s, early 90s, was live in Japan, and he did like a medley where they played Without the Night, and it morphed right into Miles Away. And for Without the Night, Kip is playing a 12-string acoustic. And as it switches over to Without the Night, somebody brings out a bass, and he swaps the guitar, puts on a bass.
Yeah.
Doesn't miss singing or anything. It's damnedest thing, and it's very good. The audio is pretty decent on the recording too. If you type in there like Winger Without the Night, Miles Away, it'll probably be the first video that comes up. It's very well done, and I love both songs, and they mesh together so well. It was so cool. I watched that several times a year. It'll pop in my mind and watch that.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. Oh, Vito Bratta. Yeah, another guy. I was just watching some White Lion stuff. It's odd that you say that. Yeah, Vito Bratta, man. He was something back in the day. And actually, I just had it was a couple of months ago. I was they just for FYI, they just put together some kind of box set. It's like $30, but you get the first, I think it's the first 4 albums, including the first one that's hard to get a hold of.
Yeah.
You know, with the original version of Broken Heart on and stuff.
Yeah.
I remember Broken Heart, not Broken Heart on. Broken Heart.
I remember seeing them open up for Ace Frehley in Old Forge when he was on his first Frehley's Comet tour. And just a killer band. And Vito, holy shit.
Yeah.
He held nothing back. You know.
And he had his own style too. Like he did the tapping and all too, but man, he didn't sound like anybody else.
Well, that's it. That's, like Wolf Hoffman, he didn't sound like anybody else out of Germany or anywhere else. He did his own thing in his own way. And same with Vito. It was refreshing,
Yeah, it's a shame Vito's not doing anything for the last couple decades, It'd be nice to hear more tunes from him.
What ended up happening there, I guess it was his mother and father were really, really sick. And he had to basically take care of them because close Italian family, it's what you do, But, I saw an interview with him not that long ago. I think it's still on YouTube. But I guess he's doing all right. And he'll get back
just a
into
side
playing.
note, you guys aware, I think everybody knows I'm a big Megadeth fan. James Lomenzo is currently the bass player from Megadeth, and he was actually in previously when Dave Ellison got booted out. That's James Lomenzo playing bass for Megadeth now, White Lion's old bass player.
Wow.
Yeah.
Terrific.
Cool little White Lion side note there.
Yeah. And I don't know if Mike Tramp is still doing anything.
I see stuff. He's still performing. And from what I understand, he actually did try to reconnect with Vito Bratta, but Vito has some kind of stick up his ass too about he doesn't want Mike Tramp using the name White Lion. So I think he's going. He was just Mike Tramp there for a while, but I think he's doing like a Mike Tramp's White Lion right now currently.
Something like that. Yeah, Vito didn't want him to water down the name with it being, one guy out of the band, because White Lion was those 4 guys.
Well, it's honestly not to diminish anything any of the other guys did, but really drums and bass. I mean, they could go on without those two, and it'd be even hard to replace Vito. But there are some really great guitar players out there. The thing of it is a lot of people don't realize how good a voice Mike Tramp had.
Yeah,
and it's sad because he wants to continue. Well, he is continuing. And it's a shame Vito can't or doesn't want to, whatever. I've heard both. I heard he just doesn't want to either. Yeah. But I mean, Mike Tramp should be able to continue on. He's a great voice. Matter of fact, too, they had a song on their third album, Big Game, I think it was called "If My Mind Is Evil." Another band that everybody associates with When the Children Cry and Little Fighter. All those mushy, poppy songs. But If My heavy song.
Yeah.
Let's see. Old Man Bird said Dog Eat Dog reminds me of Ted Nugent. Though. Did he have a song called Dog Eat Dog, or are you saying the album reminds you of Ted Nugent?
Probably the album reminds you.
I don't know. It's a little heavy for Ted Nugent.
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't
it
know a lot.
depends what era.
Yeah, I don't know a lot of Ted Nugent. I mean, Cat Scratch Fever, obviously, I know, but
Yeah.
I like Uncle Ted. I just never was a big fan. You know, a big. I shouldn't say fan. I didn't follow his music much.
Yeah.
He says he had a song. Oh, he had a song named Dog Eat Dog.
Ah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you know, yeah. I mean, you can't go by that. How many bands had the song "Fallen Angel"? You know,
Yeah.
it's hard. There are only so many titles and chords and stuff out there. It's hard to not repeat something somebody's already done. But I was just talking about my love affair with the new Ghost song, you know. But there are some, Crying. Vixen did Crying,
Mhm.
you know. I mean, Ghost was cute, and they called it Lacrima, which is, from what I understand, Latin for tears. But the chorus of the song is still crying. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's hard to
Lacrimas Mundi, the tears of the world.
show off.
Yeah.
I had to look it up.
I had 3 years of Latin.
I had to look it up. I saw the song title. I'm like, what the hell is that? So I had to Google it.
Yeah.
But well, let's see. I don't know. I don't know if I have anything more to say about Warrant. I definitely didn't follow them after Janie's out of band. I know they're still performing with another singer, and I think even Joey Allen, the guy with the blonde hair.
Yeah.
Here I'm pointing. I'm on the wrong screen. I believe he's even back with the band.
I'll be right back.
Sure.
Return of the Living Bladder.
Yeah, I got you. They were. Do I have an echo now? Echo. Okay, now I don't hear it. Definitely. Anyone that's listened to my old band Roulette, they definitely were kind of an influence on that album there. And a little side note, not that this is noteworthy to anyone but a guitar geek like me, but I think it was the Cherry Pie into the Dog Eat Dog era. They were, I'm not sure if they were endorsed with, but they were certainly playing Ibanez. So that's definitely a plus in my book. I make no disguise that I'm to this day, a big Ibanez fan. Matter of fact, that's one thing I enjoyed last night. I broke out yesterday when I was on the kick of playing because of Ghost. I broke out an Ibanez I haven't played since last year. It was the guitar I took to PodCon, the King Dolphin meetup there in Gettysburg, and it's the one. It's a shame that the audio quality was so bad. If we do PodCon again and we decide to play any songs or anything, we'll have to do some tests and stuff before that. But anyway, I broke out the guitar that I took to PodCon because it's a fixed bridge Ibanez RGA 121. It's a fixed bridge, so any guitar players out there know it's easier to drop tune one of those than a guitar with a Floyd on it. So, but anyway, that's what I was playing yesterday, and then even when I was done playing, I kind of just sat here before I put the guitar away with the thing on the guitar stand, looking at it and just admiring how beautiful a guitar, an Ibanez RGA in this case, which RGA is just an RG with an arched top. So, but yeah, love me an RG. I was just, while you were out, I was just discussing about how for a couple of the albums there, Warrant was playing Ibanez guitars, so that kind of endeared them to me a little more too.
Yeah,
I'm an Ibanez.
That's something I never did notice was what they were playing.
Yeah, in the beginning, on their first album, I think they played BC Rich, but then kind of midway through the Cherry, if you watch the videos from Cherry Pie, because that's several of them, you watch them in order, kind of like midway through that cycle there, they switched over to Ibanez, and then throughout the if you watch the videos off of Dog Eat Dog here, they were definitely playing Ibanez, and I think Jerry Dixon, the bass player, he was playing Ibanez for a long. He might even still be playing Ibanez. But,
cool.
Old Man Bird says Ibanez shredder guitars with the Wizard. Yes, skinky. I think he meant skinny or skanky because they're slim and fast. And anyway, skinny necks, flat fingerboards, and Seymour Duncan's. We know. No, and actually, the only guitar I have with Seymour Duncan's, I have Paul Stanley. And I don't know. I'm not a big fan. They're real noisy.
Yeah.
I'm a DiMarzio guy. Other than that, yeah. Oh, that's one of the things. I just sat here last night, John. While we were
Yeah.
talking on the phone,
Hmm.
I was just sitting here like feeling the neck. I was just filling that guitar up like it was a whore, man. It was so thin and so smooth. It's
Yep.
like, man, baby, I miss playing with you. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I've always said to anyone who gets into playing guitar, uh, I was a Fender guy before I got an Ibanez, and
Mhm.
it's hard for me to even play my Stratocaster anymore because it's a fat baseball bat neck compared to an Ibanez now. When I got my first Ibanez, I liked it in the store, but I didn't like it when I brought it home. And
Yeah.
I was like, for a week, I just sat there and looked at it. I'm like, I dropped all this money on this guitar, man. I better play this thing. And
Yeah.
as I played it, I grew to love the neck so much.
Yeah.
You know, now the Wizard neck or the Wizard Prestige, they're different than like a Wizard 2. A Wizard 2 is a little fatter. I do have a couple,
Yeah.
Indonesian guitars that have the Wizard 2. They're okay, but the
Mhm.
Wizard, man, they're like super thin and super flat and super wide,
Yeah.
this way. And man, that's the thing. If you give an Ibanez a chance with the original Wizard or a Prestige Wizard neck, you can't
Yeah.
go back, man. I
Yeah.
can't
Because
play a regular guitar.
I got my nephew an Ibanez guitar, God, many years ago. It was a very thin body. I think about the thinnest body I've ever seen,
Hmm.
and very thin neck. And it was just an awesome guitar to play. And when he went in the Navy, he brought it down to me for safekeeping.
In the
And
Navy.
you'll hear that guitar in that music for my intro here.
Hmm.
Because there's that, there's the Epiphone Les Paul, and the Granite Caster. I played all of those on that to kind of fatten up the sound a bit
Hmm.
and just see what the differences were.
Nice.
And but yeah, that was a really nice one to play. I don't know what the model number was.
If it was super thin, it's probably an S series. I have like 3 S series. My first Ibanez I ever got was an S series. They're super thin, super
Yeah,
thin.
this would have been about, let me see. He went into the Navy 89, 99. So it would have been about 2007, 2006. I would have got that for him.
Oh yeah. Well, the RG and the S series, I think they both came out in '87. So yeah,
Hmm.
they were definitely in existence.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
but yeah, they made some great guitars, and of course, I still have to work on the Ice Queen bass.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that when that's done.
Yeah, because that's a fretless, which the neck came out great, and the fretboard. I was surprised with that.
You have a fretless, and what was it? 2 weeks ago, my live stream when I lost my internet, the show was fetless.
Ah,
Sounded funnier in my head.
yeah, whatever works. We'll work on it.
Oh, AJ said he's also got Stark of Iron's channel up, and he just ran the ad for your channel. That's cool.
Oh,
I love
cool.
that Tony does that. That is
Very
such a
good.
cool idea. Because like he says, everyone plugs their channel at the end of people's live streams. By then, a lot of
Mhm.
people already checked out, or in the
Yeah,
case of my stream, are in bed. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So Tony runs those commercial blocks throughout his
Mhm.
shows, so people see the commercial. That's such a great idea.
yeah,
That was a great idea.
yeah.
Old Man Bird said RGs are the Vi gem inspired ones. Yep. They're basically the cheaper. No, and then again, some RGs are right up there with the gems nowadays. But yeah,
Yeah.
RGs basically like the non-monkey grip
Yeah.
gem. Yeah, got me a lot of RGs. I love the RG shape. Why? Because it's the best of both worlds. I always talk about how when I first started playing guitar, I had the Explorer shape guitar, I had the half V Randy Rhoads stuff, but then I discovered the comfort of playing a Stratocaster. So with the
Yeah.
RG, you get the pointy horns, so you get the metal points, but you got the
Mhm.
comfort and the balance of a Strat body shape.
Mhm.
So that's why I like the RGs.
Yep.
AJ says, I made an attempt at teaching myself guitar on an old acoustic. I never got past picking out do, re, mi. See,
Ah,
I've discussed this before. That's one of the mistakes people make is trying to learn guitar on an acoustic guitar. Unless you're willing to drop $1,200 on a Martin or something, a really sweet playing guitar,
mhm.
cheap ass acoustic guitars are finger shredders. The action is usually way too high. They're too hard to play. I recommend for anyone that wants to play guitar or if their kid wants a guitar, there are cheap packs out there where you can buy like a little electric guitar, comes with an amp, straps, cords, things like that. Get your kid or get yourself an electric guitar.
Yeah.
They're much easier to learn to play on, and you can always buy an acoustic guitar down the road when you take on to play, when you learn how to play. And then by then, maybe you'll want to drop $1,200 on a Martin.
Yeah.
You know? So cheap acoustic guitars have ruined playing guitar for a lot of people, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's a lot of crappy ones out there. There
Yeah.
are some good ones. The old Fender and Gibson acoustics were really good. Yamaha makes some great ones. And they've been consistent in their quality for years.
But see, that's the thing, though. When people want to start, they don't want to drop a lot of money, so they buy a cheap cheese grater. You know what I mean? Or
Yeah.
for their kids, and then the kids are turned off for guitar forever.
Yeah.
Definitely go electric.
That's the other thing. If whether you go electric or acoustic, buy something at least in the upper median level, so it has some resale value if the kid doesn't want to play it after a while.
Yeah, because you buy a cheap guitar, you're not getting anything for it if you decide to sell it.
Yeah, because it's just going to take up space under the bed or in your closet, and
Oh, DJ Play Nice. The Wizard neck is a great neck. I have an RG550. I have a RG550 20th anniversary. I love that guitar. That's the one I played on. If anybody caught the Tuck and Roll show when I got the jam with the Muppets.
Yep.
That was my 550 I played on there.
Yep.
That thing, man. Oh, has an original Floyd on it, man. You can get the flutters and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, great guitar. 550, great guitar. Right up there with my S540. Mine's a 91. 540. Both great guitars.
Yep.
He says never could really take advantage of that radius, but super fun and fast. Yes, super fast too. Definitely. Old Man Bird says AJ Star Hiker. It takes a year or two of frustration for sure, but if you get past that, it's a lifetime of joy. You could do it. Yeah. You also have to. It hurts.
Yeah.
It hurts your fingers. But you build up, calluses on your fingertips and stuff.
Yeah.
And before you know it,
that doesn't take that long to do.
No.
Depending how much you practice.
Whoa, sage advice from FETT. I said something good, John.
Yes, you did.
And meaningful. Cool. But all right, so let me think. I think I pretty much covered, what again, Warrant got a bad shake. Grouped in that category with killing metal and hair metal and stuff. No, they didn't. They did not. They most certainly did not. Don't like that they did that grunge album, but whatever. But lyrically and stuff, their songs were pretty great, and I get a lot of inspiration from them. Especially, I hope I'm pointing in the right direction. That album over there, Dog Eat Dog. Something, rainy day like today or something, and you're cleaning the house and you can't, you want something to kick back and at least check it out. If you think it sucks, it sucks. Maybe you like it.
Maybe you don't.
Maybe you like it. I don't know. But probably once I get rid of this, I'll probably think of more things. But for the time being, I guess I can take this down now.
Yeah.
And I will move my screen back over so I can stop trying to look around the microphone. And great. StreamYard just disappeared.
Uh-oh.
Am I still here?
Yes.
Okay, now pop back onto my other screen. We're playing games with FETT.
Musical screens.
Okay. Now I'm back. All right, I'm back over here. Now I can stop looking over there. All right. So AJ says, I found a guitar in my parents' basement, so I didn't drop anything more than getting it checked at a repair shop.
Cool.
What brand? Do you know what brand it was? Just curious. We're guitar geeks. Yeah. We like to know these things. But okay, that's cool if you didn't have to drop anything on it.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Don't discount the local luthier, because there's a lot of guys in this country keeping Stumac in business, buying the tools and making guitars.
Unfortunately, these mom and pop shops are dropping like flies, though. It's like my local music store that I probably talked about a lot here in K&S Music just recently closed, and that's
Yeah,
devastating to me. I grew up in that place, you know.
yeah,
Well, they've had different locations. They've moved since
yeah.
I was a kid, but I grew up in that place.
You
Almost
get
every
a
guitar, almost every guitar I own, I bought in like two of them even that I bought off my friend. He actually bought through K&S.
mm,
So I have two guitars in my collection that I didn't buy through K&S out of what 34.
hmm.
So I
Yeah.
missed
I
my
mean, I
place.
used to buy a lot at the flea markets and such, and some of them it was just for parts. Some of them it was to really fix them up. And at one point, the collection was 40 guitars,
Ooh,
and then that dwindled down after a while. I still wish I had the three or four Tisco Del Rey's because I paid less than $80 for all of them, and now they're worth, if not hundreds, thousands of dollars. Because they're so rare, and
mhm.
because they're just the height of the cheese guitars, the Vegematics with all the buttons and rocker switches and all that. And they
AJ,
did sound good, some of them. That
he,
St. George bass I had was great.
AJ doesn't know the brand because that's the thing, too. That's another thing too. Things like that count, you know.
Mhm.
Uh, and a lot of things nowadays, more expensive doesn't usually mean better, but in the world of guitars, it kind of does. You know,
It depends on what it is, but yeah. I mean, some things you get a 50s Les Paul. Holy shit. Yeah, you're going to pay through the nose for that, but it's worth it.
damn, I maxed out at 19 down to 16. Gave some to relatives. You
Yeah.
can only play one at a time. Yeah, I'm seriously considering downsizing. I'm might be going on a different trajectory in my life
Yeah.
anyway, so I don't need and I definitely don't play as much as I used to. But
Mhm.
I was actually recently talking to somebody about that very thing, downgrading. And number one, I don't know what to do because you used to be able to do consignment at KNS, but that obstacle out of the way, I still don't like. Last night, I broke out John the Pod. I was just talking while you're gone.
Yeah.
I broke out the Podcon guitar last night, and it's like, man, I don't want to get rid of that one. So it's
No.
probably going to be one of those things. I'm just going to have to like get rid of some and not look at them. You know,
Yeah, because there's I think it's the black one is the favorite. Was it
I
black or green?
I have.
The one you recorded the album with.
Oh, that's my S540. That was my first Ibanez. I mean, there's that one I can't get rid of. I mean, that thing that the black chrome hardware is all pitted and up, but that's all
Well,
sweating.
that's the history of it.
Yeah, that one
You know.
there, it's one of the grungier looking guitars I own. But man, that one's the Road Warrior, I call it.
Oh yeah.
That thing there, there's a lot of
Yeah,
history with that one. Yeah, I couldn't get rid of
yeah.
that.
That and the Podcon guitar, the uh, the Paul Stanley model. If that comes up for sale, keep me in mind.
Well, even that, I mean, I don't know. Down the road, I might consider letting it because it's not a PS10. I got the PS120.
Yeah,
It's got the just standard chrome hardware as opposed to
yeah,
Paul's like the Perloid tuners and stuff. But
yeah,
I wasn't dropping. Geez, I think this was 2018. I think I finally got this, and the PS10s at that time were going for $3,000. I'm like,
yeah,
I love Paul Stanley and I love the Iceman body shape, but I don't. I've discussed this before. I prefer bolt-on necks and everything. I don't like the
yeah,
painted neck. So I
yeah,
wasn't about to drop 3,000 guitar or 3,000 guitars, $3,000 on a guitar I was really never going to play. It was just to
mhm,
look at,
yeah.
basically. So I bought the little cheaper version. A little, not by much, but
It's
more than what
nice.
I paid. But oh yeah, it's still. I mean, yeah, it looks like a PS. If you don't notice
Yeah,
the
and
tuning,
you've played that before. It sounds great,
it has a noisy pickup style. You definitely
does
need
it?
a noise gate or something. Yeah, 'cause I don't have
Uh,
one anymore. Yeah, DJ Play Nice says Iceman. Yeah, basically that's what Paul Stanley is based.
mhm,
Although Paul gets offended when you call it an Iceman, but it's an
Yeah,
Iceman. You know what I mean? It's a hot
yeah,
rodded Iceman. But he
yeah,
says it's a whole nother guitar. No, it ain't. It says a mirror pickguard on it. You know what I mean?
yeah. And in reality, its first name was the artist model, and
Hmm.
I can't remember his name. I always get them confused. Um, Big Old Jet Airliner was one of his songs.
Hmm.
Uh,
I don't know that.
oh,
Oh, was he that body style? Did he play that body style? Or
yeah, yeah, back before Paul Stanley, but it was never a popular model until Paul's came out.
yeah, he put that on the map.
Jungle
Although,
Love was another one of his songs.
I don't know how many serious metalheads there are out there in
Yeah,
Detroit, but
Steve Miller.
Steve Miller. Oh,
Yeah,
he played one.
yeah, yeah. His was a Sunburst.
Oh, see, I would love to have a Sunburst Iceman. That would be really
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, it had strange pickups if I remember right.
I'll tell
Strange
you what.
little.
I'll tell you what one of my dream guitars is, and I'll probably have to have it custom made,
Mhm.
because I'm fine with the Paul Stanley guitar representing the Iceman line. But
Mhm.
one thing that I wish I had in my collection, I don't consider my Ibanez connection. Let me start over. I don't consider my Ibanez collection complete without having a destroyer.
Yeah,
Because I always kind of wanted the Phil Collins from Def Leppard 3 pickup
yeah,
destroyer, but those things even on eBay are used, beat up, or going for a lot of money.
yeah.
But if you watch Iron Maiden, Hallowed Be Thy Name live,
Mhm.
I forget where they're playing, but it probably, if you put in Hallowed Be Thy Name live, it'll be the first one that comes up. In the video, Dave Murray, of all people, Mr. Stratocaster, is playing the Destroyer in that video.
Yeah.
And with the lighting, I think his is actually a brown burst.
Hmm.
But the lighting that's the stage lighting, for a lot of it, it looks red, like a red
Yeah.
yellow burst. I would love to have that, like a red yellow burst destroyer, that it appears sometimes in that video.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they've ever made that or not, but that would be super sweet.
Yeah. Hmm.
I would definitely like to have
That would be interesting.
I'd like to have a destroyer before I kick the bucket, because it'd be nice to say I had a destroyer.
Hmm.
Old Man Bird always felt sorry for Brad Gillis. You have talked about his beat up red guitar.
Yeah.
Did I? I don't know if I talked about that. I don't know much about Brad Gillis, honestly. There was a little phase where I as a little kid, I loved Kiss.
Mhm.
And before, I was kind of saying I wanted Kiss, and then it was Quiet Riot. But in between, there was a little window where I started getting into everything. I had cassettes back then were the big thing. So I started getting just cassettes. If I saw a video on MTV, I grabbed it to see if I liked anything else. And I had all weird stuff like Huey Lewis in the new sports. I had Michael Jackson Thriller, believe it or not, at one
Yeah.
point. Now, before you laugh at that, I mean, I even as a little kid, I kind of thought that was Eddie Van Halen playing that solo and Beat It.
Hmm.
Even when they tried to keep that a secret, I was like, man, that sure sounds like Van Halen.
Yeah.
So, that's kind of what got me into. And okay, going back to the secrets that stay here, that don't leave the channel. Listen, the video for Thriller, who don't like that? You know what I mean? That dancing was kind of cool.
Yeah.
in
And it's
Thriller.
got Vincent Price. I mean,
Yeah,
you can't go wrong.
yeah. But that was kind of cool. I mean, I'll be honest, even down the road, I was still kind of infatuated with the movie, or well, yeah, I guess it was kind of a short movie, but it was a video for Smooth Criminal. Remember
Mhm.
that one where they
Yeah.
did that dance routine? And then I've come to hear that there were nails in the floor or something, and hooks on his shoes. But remember when he leaned forward
Yeah.
and did that thing with that was,
Yeah.
I mean, come on. I don't know how I feel about Michael Jackson. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
He had weird relationships with little kids. I'm not going to get into that whole argument, because
Mhm.
I hear like Razor Fist is a big defender of, no, he didn't do that stuff. I don't know. I remember watching like the trial and stuff like that. So as a person, I don't know. As a musician, singer, he was something. He was
Yeah.
something. Like, I will give
Well,
him.
he had a lot on the ball with the talent.
He did. He was very
So,
talented. I remember that moonwalk, man. I remember as a little kid,
yeah.
I was like, people can't do that. And then I remember one day I went to school after he first unveiled that, and some kid in my gym class did that. I
Yeah.
was like, how the fuck did you do that? He's
Well,
walking on the moon.
You know who did that first?
Somebody did that before?
Yeah, the Neville brothers back in the 1930s.
Oh,
It's
really?
actually in a movie from that time. I can't remember the name of the movie, but they were two black brothers. incredible dancers. I mean, these guys were acrobats beyond belief.
Hmm.
And they had done that first. And there was another guy not long after who also did it in a movie. And whether he was copying the other or he did it on his own, but you know, you, Michael couldn't claim that as his own invention,
Hmm.
although he did do it so well that it looked mechanical. You know, like it was really, you know, the illusion was real. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
but
That's
and I'll give him that. You know, because I remember seeing on that whatever award show it was when he unveiled it, and thinking, wait a minute, what did I just see here? You know, and I think he did it one more time, and that was it. You know, for that performance, it was like, no, I didn't see that. You know, but that
all
was
right.
something
Before you get,
else.
I forgot. I totally forgot where I was going with this. Back to Brad Gillis.
Mhm.
So in those weird cassettes that I had, Men at Work Cargo and things like this, I did
Yeah,
have Night Ranger. The one with Sister Christian. I can't remember her name right offhand, but
yeah.
I always kind of like Night Ranger. Even to this day, I'll still watch a video if it pops up on YouTube of Night Ranger. I don't know. I'm not an expert. He's a phenomenal guitar player, but I
Oh
will
yeah,
say too, I used to think like he was, because I knew he was an Aussie and things like that. So I always thought he was like the guitar player from Night Ranger. But as I'm watching stuff lately,
yeah.
um, Mike Watson is the other guitar player,
I
I think.
think that's it. Yeah.
Yo, he's a pretty damn good guitar player.
Oh yeah.
Like everybody talks about Brad Gillis, but yo, go back and watch some of that old Night Ranger stuff. And Brett,
Mhm.
I'll tell you what, Mike Watson was pretty damn impressive too. I
Yeah.
gotta say. But so I can't really speak much on. I know Brad Gillis has played that red Fender for a long time, uh,
Mhm.
but I don't know much about it. Is Fender, right? Yeah, that's a
I
strong.
believe it is. Yeah.
But
And I remember when he did the "Don't Tell Me You Love Me" guitar solo, that soaring pick harmonic in the middle of the solo.
mm,
That was just unbelievable. I'd
yeah,
never heard anything quite like that.
no, he definitely has a style and a sound of his own. That's for sure. And I do know, didn't he like build that guitar too? Like everybody always talks about Freddie building his Frankenstrat and all, but didn't
I think
didn't
so. I'm
Brad
not
piece that thing
sure.
together or something?
I think he did, but I'm
Oh,
not sure. I know that the guitar player Paul something from Loverboy built one of his own at least,
hmm.
but that was more a parts caster.
Well, didn't that guy, was it him or am I thinking of Neil Schoen? One of them had their own guitar. Schoen, I think, had his own guitar company, I guess.
Yeah, I think he did.
Because I think, as a matter of fact, if you watch like the Bad English, if anybody remembers Bad English, little
Mhm.
super group after Journey broke up,
Yeah,
I think he was playing Schoen guitars in that. If you read the headstock, I think they say Schoen. Speaking of Bad English,
yeah.
okay, another secret I'm getting off my chest right here. I don't have it here, but I have it in the room. I have the first Bad English CD. I love that
Hmm.
CD. I love that CD.
Yeah. See, I
You
never
know,
heard much about them.
oh man, that I'll tell you what, it's good. It's very good. It's radio friendly and whatnot, but uh, everybody knows When I See You Smile is an okay song, but I think there are much better songs on that album.
Mhm.
And I'll be honest, I have a soft spot going back to Guilty Pleasures. When I hear, well, that was John Waite that
Yeah.
sang for Bad English, but he had that big hit with that solo song. I'm not missing you, or
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
listen. I like that song. I remember after that song, he did have another video that they played on MTV. I can't remember the name of the song or anything,
Mhm.
but he had a guitar player in the video with them, and the guitar player had what was like a super Strat with a Floyd Rose and stuff. And
Mhm.
I remember seeing that as a little kid, and I thought this guy could do good music. That was
Yeah,
like more metal to me, was like harder stuff, and it was just good music to me. And I
yeah,
remember seeing it. I think this guy could do something better if he wanted to, and then he ended up. Well, I guess it was put together,
yeah.
Bad English, but Bad English gets some hate, but I thought that was a good. There's a ballad on there that
Mhm.
almost brings a tear to my eye
Yeah,
when I hear it, because I don't listen to it very often.
yeah.
But sometimes I'm weird when it comes to depression. Sometimes I like to listen to depressing music. I don't know why. It makes me feel a little better. I guess maybe I know somebody else went through some shit and I'm not the
Mhm.
only one, and it reassures me that, people deal with these things. But there's
Yeah.
a song on there called The Price of Love.
Yeah.
There's a video too, so you can look it up on YouTube. But
Mhm.
I thought it was a really, really gorgeous ballad. You know what I mean? And I like it. To this day, every now and then, I'll be like, man, I need to hear me some Price of Love.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just like it. But old man Bird says, I was looking through my brother's clothing drawer. Why were you doing that? Just kidding. I was looking through my brother's clothing drawer and found a Bangles CD hidden. He ran and grabbed it and said, do not tell my friends. I don't
Yeah.
blame I don't blame him. There were a couple Bangle things that were all right. Their cover of, was it Hazy Shade of Winter?
Yeah.
It was kind of cool.
And just great. Now her name fell out of my brain.
Suzanne Hoffs.
Yeah, that's the one.
I knew
She
you were
was.
going to say that because nobody can mention the Bangles without talking about how beautiful Susanna Hoffs is.
Oh yeah.
The funny thing is I make no secret about loving the brunette dark hair, but I don't know. I never. Matter of fact, I think Susanna Hoffs is better now in her old age than she was back then because she doesn't have that kinky curly '80s hair anymore. And
Oh, I love that.
there's nothing wrong with kinky curly '80s hair on the right
That,
person, but I don't think it looked right on her
well,
back then.
remember, I was a little older than you back then, and for me, it was that was the modern thing, and it was just that and those eyes of hers. Holy cow!
Hmm.
She was just
I don't know.
something
I'm trying to
else.
think in the '80s.
Yeah.
Who would have been my go-to the chick musically? I don't know. I don't know
I
who it
wa-
was.
I would have thought the Wilson sisters from Heart.
I always liked, yeah, I liked Anne. Yeah,
Mhm.
even when she put the weight on and stuff like that. I,
Mhm.
I wasn't embarrassed to say I thought she was a good-looking woman.
Yeah,
But was she the '80s woman for me? No, I don't know. I'd have to think on that one.
yeah, because I love Pat Benatar, and let's see,
I love their voice, but I was never big on her
yeah. Oh, she was
look.
definitely she was definitely one of my fantasy playgrounds.
See, I
Oh,
never thought of her that way. Musically, though, her songs were kick-ass. I
oh
love,
yeah,
Shadows of the Night.
yeah.
Uh,
And Neil
even
Giraldo is another one of those underrated
underrated
guitar
guitar players.
players.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'll agree with
and
that.
he's done so much stuff between guitar and producing. It's unbelievable.
Old Man Bird says Lita Ford for you? No, no. I was never no.
Yeah,
Musically she was all right. I actually even like I want to get I don't have her. Well, I guess it technically wasn't her first CD, but the breakout Lita Ford CD,
oh,
and even
Dress
the
to
one.
Kill,
What's that?
Dress to Kill.
No, the one with "Kiss Me Deadly" on. Was it
Oh,
just Lita Ford? I
yeah,
forget.
yeah, that was Lita Ford.
That's a good one. But the one after that, I enjoyed even more. But my problem is every time I'll look that up on Amazon or something every now and then because I want to get them both or I don't want either. And
Yeah,
like when the first album, the one that you would think would be expensive because it
yeah,
has hits, "Kiss Me Deadly," "Close My Eyes Forever," is
mhm,
usually it come down price, but the second one is usually way up there, and it's a great album. But I just don't want to pay an arm and a leg for it.
yeah.
And if I don't have one, I don't want the other. But there's a song on that one I remember called Lisa.
Hmm.
It was about her mom, and it's a really, really beautiful ballad that I remember. I haven't heard it in forever, but
Wow.
yeah. And SP4A says Belinda Carlisle. Nah, never. No, no. It was never Belinda.
Mhm.
I like some of her stuff. I
Yeah,
worked with a guy back in probably 2008, 2009, something like that, and he
yeah,
used to have like an iPod or something. I think in like an early, Bluetooth speaker or something. And he used to drive around playing stuff and really obscure stuff. And every
yeah,
now and then, uh, um, Belinda Carlisle, uh, Heaven, was she have a song called
yeah.
Heaven? Would come on, and I'd hear it, and I liked the song. Okay,
Mhm.
but I didn't want anybody else to know that. And one day I finally went up to him. I'm like, because he'd have other different like heavier songs, but then there was just, and he'd be like, I don't know, just like the song, and I like her. She's beautiful.
Yeah.
No, I don't think she's the most beautiful woman ever, but the song's really good. That's
Mhm.
worse. Sheena Easton. No, no. You know
Yeah.
what? You know what though? a few years back, it was when I first kind of got into Doomcock Circle.
Yeah.
I made, maybe it wasn't even Doomcock, it might have been Fandom Menace related. Anyway, I made some sort of thing for the Doomcock community for Christmas.
Yeah.
And I use this one site where I find just little clips of music and sound effects. I still use it for my videos. But I found this song, and I wanted to, usually when I make things, especially for holidays and stuff, I just want to make them real quick, put them out, and share them and stuff. But I found this song. It was one of the most beautiful Christmas songs I ever heard, but I never heard it before. And it turned out to be a Easton song, Christmas All Over the World, I think it was.
Don't
And I
know
used it first. You don't know that one? Oh, it's a beautiful song. John, check it out. Everyone, if you haven't heard it, Sheena Easton, Christmas All Over the World, I think is the name of the song. She definitely says it. It's Christmas all over the world tonight. Oh yeah, beautiful song. I love it. And I couldn't believe I'm not alone in never hearing it before.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't know. It's weird because it's a great song. It should definitely be played in malls and things like that. Well, there aren't any malls anymore, but back in the 80s, should have always been on at the mall, you know? But
yeah, because the malls here always played the traditional stuff, and then, I forget who did it. Somebody took one of the traditional Christmas carols. I think it was Whitney Houston or one of those type of singers, and ruined it.
Oh yeah, well Whitney Houston, that's shit. They always had to do the acrobats, you know. It's like, God damn it, stop that.
Yeah,
knock that shit off. That ain't good.
You know, and that's.
Oh man, Bird, I have tickets for Benatar and Geraldo April 26th. And man, they're still rocking out.
Oh yeah.
Well, her question is her voice still the same? Is it still that powerful?
Yeah, she's got the power. It's not as smooth as it was back then, but still, she's taking care of it.
Now, John, I got to listen to Lizzie Borden. He has a song called "We Got the Power." We got the power. Well, congrats on those tickets, buddy. Let us know us know in future if her voice is still as powerful as it was in person. You know, not some doctored YouTube video. You let us know. You report back to this channel. Let us know. Old Man Bird says SP4H. Yeah, Sheena Easton was on that naughty list FETT brought up earlier.
Yeah, and you know what gets me about her? She did the opening for, what was it, Octopussy or For Your Eyes Only? One of those two. She did the song for it, and it was basically she's nude, but she's not showing anything.
What?
It's like,
what? Hold on, wait.
Yeah.
You say nude?
Yeah. And she keeps moving her arms in the way of, my favorite part, the boobs.
Well, that's
so
the thing.
You can't see anything, and it's like I'm sitting there going crazy. You gotta show something.
Well, here's the thing. Okay, I don't discriminate. I like boobs of all shapes and sizes, but she didn't really have any, did she?
Oh yeah.
Did she?
Yeah. Yeah, she had a nice set.
I'll have to investigate. I'm going to have to investigate now. Thanks, John. Now I'm on a mission.
Yep.
The woman in Missing Persons.
Dale Bozio.
Dale Bozio. Okay. I know nothing about Missing Persons at all. Nothing. I don't know if I've ever heard a single song. But going back to KNS music as a young impression, I think I started going to KNS when I was 12 years old. They had a poster of Missing Persons. And I remember seeing this blonde with these clear cups over her bare boobs that only had like metal plates. And I used to go, I don't know who the Missing Persons are, but I love you.
Yeah.
And I never bothered to find out who they were, but boy, did I stare at that poster enough. I'm surprised I didn't.
Oh, yeah.
Good thing I wasn't Superman, because there would have been some heat vision holes in that wall. But SP4 said, For Your Eyes Only.
Okay.
Still trying to think who my woman would have been in the 80s musically.
Let's see. There was Bonnie Raitt.
No. I'm not a redhead guy. I don't know.
Bonnie Tyler. Total Eclipse of the Heart. That sort of thing.
She was all right. That's a good song, though, by the way.
Yeah. There was, oh God, now I'm blanking on it. I know there was a bunch of them out there.
See, now there
Joan
was
Jett was out there.
Joan Jett was all right. See,
Yeah.
I don't know. Even before I found out she was a lesbian, I kind of thought she was a lesbian.
No, she had nothing up front. So,
Although,
yeah.
you know what Joan Jett song I liked? That's not nobody makes mention of it when they talk about her. "Little Liar," I thought was a good song.
Yeah.
I thought that was a pretty good song.
Yeah. And her version of that AC/DC song, I forget which one it was. I think it was Sin City, but no, it was Dirty Deeds. She did a
Oh
version.
yeah. I didn't care for her version of that.
Oh, I liked it. But I Hate Myself for Loving You was another good song.
Yeah, it was okay. I think that was the same album as "Little Liar."
Could be.
I think. One of the first things I heard from her, I don't remember if I heard "I Love Rock and Roll" first, or I know when I first hooked up with the guy who actually played the drums in Roulette. But back when I first hooked up with them, one of the first things we kind of played as a band was her version of "Crimson and Clover."
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Oh, hold on. DJ Play Nice, got to roll out. Enjoyed the chat. I love talking music and gear. Y'all be safe, have fun, take care of your crew, and rock. We certainly will, my friend. Thank you for stopping by. You're always welcome here. Thanks for being part of the FETT Force, brother.
Take care, DJ.
Take care. For Your Eyes Only? Oh, that was the Bond.
Yeah.
That was Benatar.
Yep. And Max is back.
Holy smokes, he is.
Yeah.
He fell asleep while we put him to sleep, John. Sorry about that, buddy. Unless you needed the rest. Then therefore,
yeah.
Glad to help. Glad to be of assistance. SP4A says, don't sell Tina Turner short. Never, I don't know.
Yeah. Although she did work with Jeff Beck.
I mean, I get it. The legs.
Oh,
she had the legs. She definitely had the legs. I did love her. Listen, I love Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Don't laugh. I like that movie. And I like Tina Turner in that movie. Mm-hmm. And you know that gown she was wearing, that thing was that like 50 pounds or something like that?
Something like that, yeah. It was
that was real chainmail and stuff. So she was a trooper, man. I like Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome.
I think that was built on a steel wire frame.
Well, she had to be built of a steel wire frame to wear that thing throughout that movie.
Yeah. Well, she became a very strong lady because, what she went through with Ike Turner.
Oh, getting your ass kicked like that, would toughen you up, I guess. But not to make light of it, but
yeah. Well, that would have made her think nothing of wearing that kind of thing for a few hours.
Oh, wait a second.
Yes.
Nina the night. Okay, that. I just watched just the other day. Somebody posted on Twitter, her singing the German lyrics live. A clip I never saw before from back in the day.
Yeah.
Maybe Nina. Maybe.
Yeah, she was pretty cute.
Yeah, I got to think about that. Because there was like Terry Basil. Was that Mickey?
Yeah.
So I would see Tony Basil. They would play that. What did I say? Tommy? Did I say Tommy?
Terry.
Okay, at least I'm not gay. All right.
Yeah.
So, that video used to get played all day long on MTV, so you couldn't help it. You couldn't avoid it. And something about her in that video was nice, but like I don't know. I don't know if they made a huge mistake by having that bright white background, but her teeth always looked like super yellow and gross to me in that video. So I'd be like, oh man, she's hot, and then I'd be like, no, she's not.
Yeah. Gotta love it. Laura Branigan, there's one.
She was okay. No disrespect. But she was okay. Yeah. Max Redstone, what 1980s singer would have been FETT for Hire's turn on? We're still trying to figure that out. I can't believe I'm drawing a blank here. I mean, Doro.
Oh, yeah.
When you got into the later 80s, was Doro. There was Doro. See, okay, now that I'm thinking metal, I don't know why I was thinking pop, but now that we're getting into metal, there was Betsy from Bitch.
Mm-hmm.
She was cute.
Yeah.
Tina Turner deserves a Nobel Prize just for being married to Ike Turner.
Yeah.
No joke. Yeah, Laura. Yeah, Max said Laura Branigan.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I like listening to the German version of 99 Balloons. That's Luft, ain't it? The German
Yeah.
version 99 Luftballons more than the English.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm of German heritage myself. I don't know. I kind of prefer the English. Because it's weird when you hear like the Dick Dinah Captain Kirk. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of weird.
Yeah.
But oh God.
Okay, here's some names. Let's see. Okay, fine. Second guesses. Tiffany, Debbie Gibson, Cyndi Lauper. Tiffy. Oh, wait a second. Taylor Dane.
There you go.
Taylor Dane. Wait. Now, actually, there were two Taylor Danes back in the 80s. There was I forget what the first the big hit she had. But she originally had the brown, curly Amy Grant hair. And then she transitioned. Well, I shouldn't say transition. She didn't do that. She changed into like the skankier yet still cool. I tell it to my heart era, where she had the blonde hair but showing the roots, and she started dressing sleazier. I kind of prefer the Amy Grant. Amy Grant. Okay, hear me out a second. I had a thing for Amy Grant, but that may have been 90s.
Yeah.
I can't remember. It was probably more 90s. So that's why I didn't.
I think she was more 90s.
But what I liked about Amy Grant, first of all, my guiltiest pleasure, if we're going to talk about guiltiest pleasure, I do love me some Africa by Toto. And Man in Motion, St. Elmo's Fire by John Parr. But probably my guiltiest of guilty pleasures is That's What Love Is For, the ballad by Amy Grant.
Mm-hmm.
A beautiful song, beautiful woman. And the thing was I think with Amy Grant, before she ended up cheating on her husband and, being just a trashy another whore like everyone else. Before that, she was supposed to be like a Christian and not that, that's appealing to me, but I thought, look, she's a beautiful woman, wholesome, and, probably the kind of girl you want to marry. And then she came out with that beautiful ballad and seems so sincere with how love should be. And then she goes and cheats on her husband and ruins the whole thing. But there was a stretch there where kind of Amy Grant was, but again, that was probably 90s.
Yeah.
So, Chick from Roxette. Now, was that 80s? Or was that 90s?
Yeah, that was late 80s.
Not a big fan of the short hair.
Yeah.
Did she die? Did she die?
I think she did.
I think she did. See, that leads me to that. Now, this is probably 90s, if not early 2000s, but the chick from, Jesus, Cranberries.
Yeah.
Dolores Riordan or something like that. Now,
yeah.
I had recently saw a video she did a cover of, I forget what song it was. Was it a Beatles song or something, or Led Zeppelin maybe? I forget. But anyway, she was just in this like a studio room. She had long black hair, and she was one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. If she would have had that look, throughout her career, but she always, nothing against women with short hair or anything, but I don't know. It's just it's more feminine to me to have like the flowing locks and stuff.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of women can get away with the short hair. I mean, certain French women I've seen look great with it, but I like the at least shoulder length or more.
Yeah. Max Redstone says Alanis Morissette. Now, I like Alanis Morissette. I actually had a shirt from her first album. I can't remember the name of it, but I had a shirt I used to wear all the time. And it was weird because my ex-wife's friend's mom would always manage to see me when I'm wearing this shirt. And it was a picture of Alanis Morissette. She was wearing like the white suit sort of thing that she wore in that first You Ought to Know video.
Yeah.
And it was kind of like the camera angle was looking up her leg. And for some reason, this friend's mom would always say, "That's disgusting, that shirt."
Yeah.
Why? You don't see what's on that shirt. And to this day, I have no idea what she was talking about. It was a picture of Alanis Morissette wearing that white suit in her leg. And I have no idea. It always had me mesmerized. So I would look at this shirt for like ever, trying to figure out what it was. But apparently she saw something on there that I didn't. But
Yeah.
as far as looks, now I will say, I remember when everyone was like, "Oh, she's beautiful," because that was one of those things where she didn't wear any makeup.
Right.
She had the super long straight hair. It was when that thing was becoming in fashion to be more like the
Yeah.
feminism was taking over, and she's a beautiful woman without all, you know.
Yeah.
So I didn't get it at first. Then she did that one video where she was walking through the streets naked, and
Yeah.
I
And
was like,
it's like,
maybe she ain't that bad looking. I can't
yeah.
even remember what song it was, but I did like the song
Oh, it was
Ironic.
Thank You was the song.
What was it?
Thank You.
Thank You was the nude song.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't pay much attention to the words, just the visuals. But yeah, Ironic's a great song. No, that's a really good song.
Yeah.
But as far as being on my list of like the music chick from the 80s, no. Definitely wasn't Madonna, that's for sure.
No, God.
Old Man Bird will take Alanis.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, I think FETT might have a secret snicker for Loretta Lynn. Loretta Lynn? That was 60s, 70s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I wasn't even born in the 60s.
Yeah. Yeah. She was popular in the 70s, especially. She showed up on TV quite a lot.
Yeah, I was just gonna say my the extent of my knowledge with her wasn't she on like an episode of the Dukes of Hazzard? Remember at the end of every episode they'd set up some kind of trap and trap some celebrity passing through Hazzard.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that's about. Was the coal miner's daughter about her?
I think
The
that was
movie?
it. Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
seen that. Okay, I did see that. So I guess I know a little more about Loretta Lynn. But appearance? No, John. You and I were just talking last night about that real religious family that lives by me that ruined religion for me by coaxing me into going to these things. And that's
Yeah.
what the mom looked like Loretta Lynn, only with blonde hair. She had never saw her with her hair not fixed and boofy like that and all the
Yeah.
blonde hair doing. She even bought an acoustic guitar at one time. I
Wow.
never learned to play. That's before he says Amy Grant cheated on her husband. I need to go reevaluate things. Yeah, I couldn't believe it myself. But yeah, from what I understand, yeah, she cheated. What? She was married to a country singer or something, wasn't she?
I don't remember
Might think it's
offhand.
someone else. But yeah, that ruined me too. I was like, none of them are any good. Even
Yeah.
Amy Grant, seriously, even Amy Grant cheated.
Yeah.
Like son of a bitch. Yeah, Dolores. Overy Orden. I think that I'm pretty sure that was her name. Dolores. Yeah. Jagged Little Pill. Yeah, that was the album. Jagged Little Pill. Irene Cara. No, I liked it. That was Flashdance, right?
Yeah.
What a feeling. I like the song, but no, she wasn't my age chick. Alanis was on, You Can't Do That on Television. Yeah, she was a little kid on that or something, wasn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Swing low, sweet
Sweet
chariot.
chariot, coming for to carry me home.
I'll just throw this out there. Linda Ronstadt. No.
No.
Nope. No. Matter of fact, I just saw somebody keeps posting on Twitter a clip of her singing when she was young, and even young, she was like, I didn't see it.
Yeah.
I don't even think she was all that great a singer, to be honest.
Yeah, she was all right. Not my cup of tea.
Didn't she do like a duet with, was it Aaron Neville, big black dude in the 90s? I think it was one of those where you couldn't escape it. It was always on the radio on MTV.
Could be.
I don't know much, but I know I love you. I think. Now, I think that was with her, but I was impressed by him because I remember the first time, because it was almost like a falsetto he was singing in. And the first time I heard it, I thought, you got to be fucking joking me. This is not a real song. And then I listened to him, I'm like, no, he's pretty good at that.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at him like, he's this big, badass black dude, and he's singing like that, but it's cool.
Yeah.
I did like that.
Well, that's the thing. That Coolio video for Gangster's Paradise. I loved LV's singing in that in the chorus because it was just so smooth. He had such a great voice.
You know? Yeah, AJ said what made Grant's cheating even worse is she started as a Christian singer. That's what I'm talking about. That's
Yeah.
where I was like, because like, you know, you're coming out of the 80s, and let's be honest, most of the female artists in the 80s were like nowadays skanks.
Yeah.
They were just skanks. They were taking their clothes off and half naked on stage. And so
Yeah.
I was going, I keep wanting to say transitioning. I am
Yeah.
not transitioning everyone. I don't know why that word keeps coming in my mind. But
Mm.
we're moving into the 90s,
Yeah.
and I was like, oh,
Evolving.
evolving. We were becoming something else. We
Yeah.
we're damn it. We're going into the 90s, and I was like over the skanky look, and I was like, here's a wholesome Amy Grant, the kind of girl you want to marry, you know? And
Yeah.
no, she seriously, folks,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
And then there was Lee Aaron from
Oh,
Canada,
Aaron,
Metal
the Metal
Queen.
Queen. Yeah. Any metalheads out there don't know that. Yeah. Check out the
And
Metal Queen, Lee
she's
Aaron.
another one that changed from one thing to another. Whatever the popular genre was, she went along with.
Yeah,
And
unfortunately.
she's still kicking today, I'm told.
Yeah, I just saw an
So,
interview with her not that long ago. Yeah, she's touring and everything up there in Canada.
yeah. And
Olivia Newton-John. No, I was never.
yeah, Olivia Neutron Bomb.
Paula Abdul. Some of her songs were catchy, but no, she wasn't the.
Yeah.
She wasn't the girl. She wasn't the.
Yeah, she had
Yeah,
some
make
talent
hair
going,
fun.
but again, not my bag.
Oh, Max beat him to it. Olivia.
Ah,
Paula Abdul, solid choice. Musically,
yeah,
I don't disagree.
yeah.
But she wasn't
She
the.
did have a good smile. I remember that.
Yeah, yeah. No, she wasn't. She wasn't ugly by any means.
Yeah.
And way beyond me. You know what I mean? It's out of my league. But
Well, she
like,
had big tits.
like I can just go. I can go. Okay, 80s actress Jennifer Connelly. I don't even have to think about it.
Hmm.
You know? But when it comes to music, I can't. I can't nail one down. That one down.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess it's a hard no on Whitney Houston. Yeah. I mean, she wasn't an ugly woman by any means, but that I don't know that shit. That she started that. I blame her for making that mainstream with all of that singing where you. I don't even know what you call that, but just sing the goddamn song. Don't
Yeah.
no jungle gym shit.
Yeah.
We don't need that. You know?
Yeah.
Especially if you're gonna sing your own song like that, sing like that. But like she took that Dolly Parton song, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. That was terrible.
It's like shut the fuck up.
Yeah. And I hate it when they do that with the national anthem. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Although when I play that on guitar, I kind of embellish it a little. So
Yeah, a little bit is okay, but that's guitar.
Yeah.
You know?
Max Redstone says, I'm going to throw in Aaron Gray. Yes, but that's not music, though. I would definitely listen. I would throw Aaron Gray in my bed this second because the last I saw her, she's still even good looking. But we're talking music, though. I mean, if you're talking 80s, like almost any woman that's ever been in sci-fi.
Mm-hmm.
Sci-fi has had. I just recently watched, like, I remember Cardinal Sin turned me on to the movie Logan's Run, but I still never got to see it until they finally just did it for Pop Culture Breakdown. So I did watch it to familiarize. It was pretty good. And that Jennifer Agutter in that, I see why Gil used to always rant and rave about her. She sci-fi has had some of the most beautiful women ever. You go back and you watch episodes of the original trilogy or the original series of Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
Holy crap, dude.
Yeah.
Those are women like right out of my childhood dreams. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'll be right back.
All right. Old Man Bird says, Max Redstone, dolphin noises in bed. Oh, Mariah Carey. Your point is taken. It's difficult. Yeah, Mariah Carey's another one. She kind of started that shit too. All like yodel. It's like yodeling over. Who needs yodeling? Unless that's your thing. But let yodeling be its thing and keep it out of pop music. I don't know. Max says Justine Bateman. Nah, it's never, again, another brunette. But honestly, Justine Bateman, was she on? No, that wasn't a girl from, I'm thinking of Facts of Life. Wait, was that Justine Bateman? I can't remember. But I'm thinking of the brunette from Facts of Life. But honestly, I prefer. Oh, Family Ties. She was on Family Ties. Let's see. No, but going back to a Facts of Life, I actually kind of preferred Blair, the blonde, which is weird because I'm not typically a blonde guy. But Family Ties. Oh yeah, I guess she was okay. The older sister, right? She was the older sister on there, not the blonde one, the other one. She was okay. Kind of looked a little too. Doesn't she look a little much like Jason Bateman? No, I don't know. I think she looked a little too much like Jason Bateman for me. Hashtag horny for Sigourney. Sigourney Weaver? Yeah, she was all right. Not my it girl though. No, she was okay though. The Lonely Goat Herd. I have no idea what that is. You'll have to enlighten me. Oh, hey, Agent Pepsi 1. Now that's weird. John the Pepsi guy goes away, and Agent Pepsi shows up. That's weird. It's like something happened in the universe here. Hey, well, Agent Pepsi 1, how's it going? Thanks for stopping by. We're currently having like guy moments here, so I hope we don't offend you, but we're doing guy things at the moment. Agent Pepsi 1, good evening, ma'am. Tip's hat. Respectful. Before we get all perverted here, she says, curtsy. Max Redstone. Facts of Life was a nice show. It was. That was a really cool show. I watch another channel called Waste Some Time with Jason Green. He's Stephen Piercy from Rat's tour manager. And he does do videos like behind the scenes, while they're going around touring and stuff. But he also does shows where he'll take video, he'll go to certain locations. He just recently went to the Facts of Life, what was the school from the Facts of Life. And it's pretty cool. He's a big fan of that show. So if you haven't seen that, it's now like modern day. He was out in California, so he swung by the Facts of Life school. That's kind of worth checking out. Nancy McKean. Why do I know that name?
Oh, she was.
Oh, that was Facts of Life, right?
She was on Facts of Life. Yeah, Joe.
Joe, that's the one I was trying. That's who I was confusing. Justine Bateman with. Yeah, Joe was okay. She was a little too, I don't know,
manly.
Fonz like in that thing, the motorcycles and the jacket. And, I don't know. Oh, Leah Thompson. Okay, that could possibly well be.
Yeah,
that could possibly well be. I think the first thing that I remember seeing her in was Howard the Duck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did have me a thing for her at one time. Would I say she's the ultimate 80s? Probably not, though. But she's in there for consideration.
What about Jennifer Jason Leigh?
She was okay. 1 second. Agent Pepsi 1 she is Jason. I think Justine Bateman. I was saying, I think Justine Bateman looks a little too much like her brother to qualify her.
Yeah.
Wait, what did you say, John?
Huh?
What were you saying?
Jennifer Jason Leigh.
Jennifer Jason Leigh. Okay, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, I believe, was my introduction to her. I'll be honest with you. As much as I dig the brunettes, and I know even you, John, you're fascinated by the boobs in the bikini with what's her name?
Phoebe Cates.
Phoebe Cates. I kind of like Jennifer Jason Leigh more in that because Phoebe Cates was way out of my league. You know what I mean? Where I was only going to see Phoebe Cates' boobs on that movie. Where Jennifer Jason Leigh seemed like the girl next door and I might have had a shot with. I wouldn't have, but I felt that way as a kid. So I was kind of more Jennifer Jason Leigh was like the girl in the neighborhood.
She's in Backdraft. And one of the scenes they got right was with her and whichever one of the Baldwin brothers it was up on the back of the fire truck getting it on. And there is, if you go frame by frame, you'll see she's got a boob out.
Well, she had her boobs out in Fast Times at Ridgemont High. So, yeah, so that was,
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, I think
I remember Phoebe.
No, I'm pretty sure there was a scene where she went out. Because didn't that scumbag, the guy selling the cheap
shirts, that's right.
And they went on a date. So seeing that for the first time, seeing her nude didn't bother me down the road that she did. Now, when you're talking somebody like Eva Green, okay,
Mhm.
people think this is funny when I say this, but I hate when she's nude and stuff because the first thing I saw that I remember seeing her in was The Kingdom of Heaven with Orlando Bloom.
Yeah.
And she wore the burqa or whatever you call it in that. So all you
Mhm.
saw were the eyes. So I was like instantly attracted to her eyes.
Yeah.
Who is that? And then I've been in love with her ever since. And I didn't like that's kind of a wholesome movie. You know what I mean? She wasn't
Mhm.
nude in it and things like that.
Yeah.
Then I come to find in her past, she's French. She did like, the French thing over there,
Yeah.
had her clothes on and all. But to this day, like I just had a guy at work recently say to me, I brought up how Eva Green's on my list of it's like Jennifer Connelly, Eva Green. So he's like, so you love the movie 300, the sequel, right? Rise of an Empire or something like that. I can't even remember the title because I only saw it the once. But he's like, so you got to love that movie. I'm like, I hate that movie.
Mhm.
Like, why do you hate that movie? I said, because she's nude in that movie. And he's like, well, you should like that. Said, no, because then everybody else gets to see her nude.
Mhm.
I don't know. I'm the same way with Jennifer Connelly. I hate the fact that she's done nude movies and stuff like that. That bothered me
Yeah.
because she was supposed to be mine. But
Yeah.
anyway, only in my mind.
Well, she's one of those that has that fascinating face you just can't get enough of. You know?
Yeah. It's one of the songs with yodeling and the Sound of Music. We were discussing yodeling too, I think, while you were gone.
Oh God.
How that shouldn't be in pop music in any way, shape, or form.
Hocus Focus. Gotta see that one.
It's the Mandela effect. He was never here. John, John, are you here?
I am. I'm here. You're approximately there.
What if we're not really here? What if we
Well,
only think we're here?
strictly speaking, if you're talking about, say, Agent Pepsi One's living room, we're not actually there except by virtue of electricity and digital manipulation through a computer system. But we are where we are, and we're transmitting to where we're not.
What if we're really nowhere, but everywhere at the
Which,
same time?
oh, well, then you're getting into the number 9, which is considered the number of completion and also under the right circumstance equals everything and nothing at the same time.
Holy smokes. This got really deep really fast.
Yeah.
What's going on?
We'll see with the number 9, there's a number of things you can do with it. I'll do a short one. If you take the primary base 10 set, which is 0 through 9, start in the middle, which is where 4 meets 5. 4 and 5 is 9. Go out the next number, which would be down to 3 on one side and up to 6 on the other.
9. Holy smokes.
2 and 7.
No.
1 and 8.
Get the hell out of here, John.
0 and 9. And
no,
that's where 9 equals everything and nothing at the same time.
Holy crap.
Yep. I've got a whole bit on that here somewhere.
Wow, that might end up in Revenge of the Clips.
Oh, I can do the whole thing. But it's basically one of those things I sat up at night trying to sleep and just these things keep popping into my head. And
brain won't turn off. Know all about it.
Yeah. And the other thing is if you take the odd numbers, 1, 3, 5, 7, add them together, I think that's 13, 16, 18. 1 and 3 is 4 and 5 is 9 and 7 is 16. 1 and 6 is 7. All right, put the 7 down here. The even numbers, 2 and 4 is 6 and 6 is 12 and 8 is 20. So you take the 2 and you put that down here. Add 2 and 0 is 2. Add the 2 and the 7 that was over here, and it's 9. Pretty nuts, ain't it?
It is.
And you can do the same with the prime and non-prime numbers, assuming that you consider 1 a prime number, which it is. 0, 2, 4, 6, and 8. That's 14, 18, 20. So that goes over here. And the prime numbers, no, wait, no, I got that backwards, non-prime. 0, 4, 6, and 8. 4, 6, and 8 is 18. So 8 and 1 is 9. Put that down there. The prime numbers, 1, 2, 3 is 6. And 5 is 11. And 7 is 18. Add the 8 and 1. You got 9. Put that next to the other 9. 9 and 9 is 18. Add 1 and 8. It's 9.
Too much, John.
Yeah.
It's way too much.
Oh, if I can find the whole thing, I'll do the whole thing one night. But yeah, you begin to go a little nuts from that kind of stuff.
Oh, I'm already a little nuts. I don't need help.
Yeah.
Agent Pepsi Swan. Try to see, I have me all confused. Agent Pepsi 1 says guy moments. Steven talks about those stellar 1980s actresses he had a crush on. He was perhaps still is in love with Kim Wilde. Oh, Kim Wilde. Yeah. I don't know. I wasn't so much in love with her looks, but that song she did, there was something sultry about
Kids in America. And
no, the cover. What was the cover she did?
Set me free or let me
Set
go.
me free, why don't you, babe?
Yeah.
Yep, that one. Yeah.
I
Hey, hold
remember
on.
that video.
Yo, you want to talk about?
Cute.
She was cute. Talk about people who are far too intelligent for us, John. Hold on to your headphones. It's Carla Burton.
Hey, how you doing, Carla?
What's going on, Carla?
Tired.
I bet.
But we're all done with weddings. 2 in a
Yeah.
month. 2 in a month.
2 in a month.
Yeah.
Wow.
One month apart. 1 month apart. And we married off the daughter. So no more daughters.
Now you got to marry off the sons.
Yeah. Oh, I've married 2 off so far. But that's enough for now. I can.
Okay.
I'll be fine.
Old Man Bird said Michael J. Fox dumped her. Who did he dump? Who was Michael J. Fox with?
The wild chick?
Was it Kim Wilde? Was he with Kim Wilde?
No, I think he was with Justine Bateman.
Justine
Bateman.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think, maybe there were. There were a couple. Next, said seeing Leah Thompson in bed in Howard, the Duck, made that movie watchable. Yeah.
I couldn't get through the first 5 minutes of that movie.
Hi, SP4H. Hi, Agent Pepsi 1. Where are you, lady? I am free, Tim. I am.
Yeah.
Agent Pepsi says, Leah Thompson, that is a name, paraphrasing Obi-Wan Kenobi, a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Yes.
Yeah, we're discussing like 80s. We've been trying to figure out, like, people can name their girl from like 80s music and stuff. I don't know. I can't think of, like, from music. Who some people were Madonna. Madonna was a skank. No. But now Phoebe Cates, no, we already talked about that. No.
Who's the chick who's saying you're so vain? I always think that it's funny because you're so vain.
Carly, is that Carly Simon?
Yes.
I don't know why I know that.
The album cover.
I just think it's funny because it is about him.
Oh, I think I know why I did that. I think Faster Pussycat covered that song back in late.
Yeah, they did.
That's probably why I know that song. That's not that weird. John, did you hear about that? That speaking of Waste Some Time with Jason Green, they were doing that 80s rock cruise. You know how all the metal band stuff back in the day, they go on a ship now?
Yeah.
A singer from Faster Pussycat, this woman committed suicide. She jumped off the boat.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah, she jumped off the boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jason Green, it's another channel I watch. He's Stephen Pearcy's tour manager, formerly from the band Rat, and he does various videos, and I guess they were performing on this ship. He happened to be on the ship when this went down, and he has a couple. His videos are like over an hour long, but he broke it up into like 3 when they first found out that somebody fell over. They thought somebody fell over, and then Yeah, to come to find out, no, she committed suicide.
Wow.
Weird thing.
That's a funny way for a woman to do that because they generally choose non-hurting ways.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, in the beginning, the family was right away. She would never do anything like that. But apparently, there's security camera footage of her
Okay.
just jumping off the ship.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was from like
Sometimes the
eight floors
frustration
up.
levels gets you.
You must
Yeah,
be pretty tall. You must be pretty tall if you do that.
Yeah.
there was probably alcohol involved. I don't know
Oh,
this.
yeah.
For,
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Drugs,
Hmm.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
Boys are typically fascinated by boobs and bikinis.
Yeah.
Not going to argue.
That's why they exist.
Old man Bird, see what you did, John? Frantically
Yeah.
Google's backdraft.
Yes.
Just remember, in multiverse, there's a reality when she is yours.
Mhm.
She can have me.
Yeah. No.
You see? Go ahead.
Yeah. The glitch. Yeah. Now I can't read. The glitches in reality.
I'm passing it on to you.
Ah.
I've been having a hell of a time the last couple of days, typing, reading, all of the above. You know, it's
Yeah.
like I don't know what's
Are
going
you
on.
tired? Are you tired?
I don't know. I'm always tired, but and I'm always dumb, but I'm like super dumb the last couple of days.
Overachieving now. Just
Yeah, hit
Yeah.
new level of dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then again, there's also a reality where Kerbals play the human space program.
Hmm. Yes.
Oh, the Sarge is here. Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on,
Yeah.
man? A tin hoot. My brain hurts. Mine too. Constantly. Always.
Yeah.
You
I gotta clarify something for Agent Pepsi One though. Yes, we do like boobs. All natural on an all natural girl.
Yeah.
None of that other store bought and stuff. I like them real.
It's funny how earlier, when it was just John and I, we were discussing music. And now that the women have
boobs. I didn't bring up boobs.
Yeah, but now all of a sudden that the women show up and we're supposed to be classy, John and Chad. This has gone off in a whole different direction.
Oh yeah. Yep.
I'm trying to find something here behind the scenes. Talk amongst yourselves.
Yes, sir.
There's
How are you,
nothing-
John?
Oh, I'm just
4 hours, so.
Oh, I'm just fine and dandy so far. Oh, mother got the final mammogram yesterday, and
Yeah?
she's perfectly cancer free.
Oh,
So
yay! That's awesome.
yeah.
She must be so happy. A relief.
Well, yeah, and she's just got to get the monthly follow ups and checks and blood work, that kind of thing. But that's small potatoes at this point. So
I don't know if I said this before, but I've heard that younger people die of women would die of a breast thing or a cancer thing, uterus thing, rather than an older person because their hormones are so much higher when they're younger. So maybe it feeds off of it or something like that.
yeah, depending which hormones are involved, and hers was the HER hormone,
Okay.
HUR. And that they found it early enough because they were using that new holographic mammogram machine, and
that's a
it was just close enough to the chest wall that they wouldn't have picked it up on the old
wow.
one, so she got very lucky.
What the heck?
Okay, John, I wish Lenrod would have showed up because I wanted to show you this. We were discussing our dislike for women getting tattoos. Have you seen this new trend, John?
No,
women are
but
doing this sort of thing?
I don't like it.
I have literally seen some women are just like doing it all black. Like at least this here has some kind of artistic thing going on here.
Yeah.
But like, what are they thinking?
Yeah, that's just They got more money than brains.
That is god awful. Like, don't
Yeah.
listen. I know I'm in no position to tell a woman what to do with her body, but please don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that. That's not cool.
You just can't do those things.
No.
It's like I say, it's like getting a Lamborghini and then hitting it with Krylon.
Yes. Yes. Like, what? In the old days, a woman would wear lace or something. You can take that off.
Yeah.
But it still has this. It still looks like that. You still have the same effect and everything. This you can't take off, ladies. Don't do that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
I always think, but people, once they get one tattoo, they want another one and another one. And I'm sure it's because they're like, oh, I could do better. And so you'll never, it's like earning money. You just want a bit more money and a bit more money. You can't feed that whole.
It's addictive. It's addictive. I know that. Like my one nephew got carried away. He said it was like, it became like a thing. He needed his fix, his tattoo, but I don't know. There are better things you can waste your money on. That's cool.
Like me. Send money.
FETT.
Spend it on weddings.
Send your money to your friendly neighborhood FETT.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, John. You were saying about your mum, how she got the hologram. A hologram? I've never heard of a hologram. I know 3D.
Yeah, it's a holographic machine. I guess it has something to do with lasers and whatever goes into holograms, but it does a much clearer and deeper picture. So they're gonna find more of it earlier.
Okay.
And I don't know exactly what the science is behind it, but she made out well, so we're very happy about that.
Yay!
And I did get the thing in the jaw looked at finally by the maxillofacial surgeon. They did one of those all the way around x-ray things. They found nothing, so it's just an infection. So there's that. No cancer there, which is a relief.
Thank goodness.
Yeah. So,
do you get checked out? Do you get checked out sporadically for cancers if you've got family members who die from it?
Yeah, I have twice a year. I get a chest X-ray.
Oh, speaking of which, John, after the show, remind me. I have to ask you something. Remind me later.
Okay. But yeah, I have minor emphysema and 2 nodules in the one lung that don't do anything. So we just keep up on that. And as far as the throat goes, the throat doctor, he put the camera through my nose and down my throat. He couldn't find anything. And he said, if you hadn't told me you were a smoker, I wouldn't have known. There's just some burning from the acid reflux. Okay. And that's what most of the coughing is, but I'm not coughing nearly as much as I was before that because I got the Prilosec thing going for the acid reflux. So there's that. But yeah, I keep an eye on it because I started smoking when I was 21 and I'm 60 now. So that's
40 years.
Yeah, something like that.
When I was 21.
Yeah.
It was a very good year to start smoking.
Yep. Well, that was all Sharon's fault.
Why did you start smoking, John?
I had a girlfriend at the time, and she smoked like a chimney and made me extremely nervous. And she gave me one night, and it was like, oh, I'm so much less nervous now.
Oh,
now I need another one and another one. And it just built up from there. And of course, when you're 21, you're 10 feet tall, bulletproof and invisible. Nothing can hurt you. So I don't recommend it, but
Well, with that, I'm just gonna say it now because I just got my instructions to ask you on stream. Do you ever get checked for breast cancer? Because
me,
that men get that. Peter Christus had. So I was told to specifically, ask to make sure you're checking into things like that as well too.
I haven't, but I've been thinking about it ever since Peter Chris came out with it.
You
And
should. You
yeah,
should.
yeah, I'll probably get that looked at the next checkup. But no, that one really hadn't hit me at the time I was going into the doctors because, other things on my mind that were more prevalent. But yeah, it's a good idea to get that checked out too. Men's breast cancer is a thing, and Peter Chris could have died from that. So
Yeah,
God
that's the
bless him. He
thing.
had a good doctor.
We put all that silly stuff off. That's like me too. I've been putting off the colonoscopy thing. I really need to. I had to have one when I was 24, and I haven't had one since. But I got a
That reminds me.
Why did you have to have one at 24? That's really young. Usually it's
Yeah,
like
I was having issues. I actually did have a polyp back then, so I definitely should have gotten it. But I had someone in the family had the procedure right after me, and they passed. So I've been kind of afraid to go back.
Yeah. Well, I had one 5 years ago. I'm due for the next one in May. So I got to check up and see if they got me an appointment scheduled yet. But they did find 2 polyps in the one I had, and they just cut them right off. And what's the thing you do with the soldering iron? Cauterized it.
Cauterize it, yeah.
Or them. But yeah, I haven't had much problem there at all. So far, so good.
That's good.
Yeah.
Tim says, they are making a Passion of the Christ 2. If so, that's Passion of the Christ 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Oh, God.
Well, is it the second? It'd be after he died.
Yeah, I think he's being funny.
Yeah.
No, but they are making a Passion of the Christ 2.
Yeah.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. Yeah, that's been in the works for some time. And
that's
I guess it's more of the logistics, getting that together. But yeah, that's Mel Gibson's
Mel Gibson. I like Mel. I wasn't a big fan of that movie, though.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I didn't watch it.
I hadn't seen it because, I stopped going to the movies.
Well, I stopped going to movies, too. I think I saw... I forget that we get the DVD or what. I've seen it. I just didn't care for it.
Yeah, and it was done with the original language, the Aramaic language, and I'm not a big fan of subtitles, although that would be interesting to see, but just haven't been in the mood for it yet.
I don't know if I missed something, but Tim wants to know, what does that make 69 then? A really cool number.
77 is better. 77 is better.
77?
Yeah, because you get 8 more. That joke is trademarked, my brother Jody. That's one of his.
See, no, listen, when people think I joke around when I say that John's the bad influence here on me, not the other way around. I'm telling you.
What's the beard?
It must be. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see, because he is overdue for the trimming accident where he has to remove the beard.
Yeah.
He's way overdue. So we'll have to see what happens when he gets rid of the beard.
Well, that's the thing. I've been thinking about that lately because it's got to the point where I go to eat something and half the mustache goes in the mouth. So,
see, that's why I can't. I had a mustache in the past, and I wish I could grow a wicked beard like that, but I just can't. I can't do it. I don't know.
Well, you can buy them. I'll sell you this one for $44.95.
Yeah, but it's used.
Well, slightly.
That's high mileage, John.
Yeah.
You can donate long hair, so you should be able to donate long beard hair, right?
Yeah, I'm donating mine to Chins for Children.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Agent Pepsi said there is a video on YouTube where Alice Cooper performing in Jesus Christ Superstar by King Harold. Alice Cooper?
Yeah.
He is very religious. I do know that.
He is. He is.
One of the few.
I could see him doing it. Although I remember seeing the stage play in Scranton in, let's see, when was I 15? 1980. So it was 1981. And Mary Magdalene was played by a black actress named Jane Sims.
Okay.
Beautiful. And, she was just awesome on stage. I got to meet her backstage, and just what a beautiful woman. Bright
Oh,
personality.
Agent
Sweet.
Pepsi corrected us. It was "You Keep Me Hanging On" was the Kim Wilde
Oh,
song.
that's it. That's
Yeah.
it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that was a good song.
Yeah, and that was a remake of what was the band that Carmen Appice was in? Vanilla Fudge. And theirs was a remake of somebody else's.
Oh, you know what? Hey, they just did the movie on Pop Culture Breakdown, Iron Eagle, a couple of weeks back, and Gary shared the video from King Cobra, which was Carmine's, I
Yeah,
think, band after Vanilla Fudge. I think he still
yeah.
dabbles with that band. But Gary shared the video. King Cobra did the theme song for that movie. John, are you aware that the singer from King Cobra, Mark Free, is now Marcy Free?
Yeah,
Yeah, transition.
yeah. I remember hearing about that. That was kind of.
Yeah, I just saw somebody. Carmine did an interview with someone, and because he's kicking around like a King Cobra reunion, but now there's a couple problems there. Because first off, they asked him, "Well, would you reunite with the original singer?" Nope. Like, didn't even hesitate. Nope. But
Yeah.
then Johnny Rod,
Yeah.
who it sucks because I like Johnny Rod. He joined Wasp after Randy left and Blackie switched back to playing guitar. They brought in Johnny Rod into Wasp,
Yeah.
and when I understand, he's in a lot of trouble right now. I saw some stuff where he's messing around with a young girl or something like that, and he's in a lot of trouble. So I don't think
At
he's going
least
to
it
be
wasn't a
making.
young boy.
Well, not that that's
Jeez.
either way, it's not cool, but
Yeah.
so I don't think he's going to be rejoining King Cobra either.
Yeah.
But
What did King Cobra do?
they, the only album I ever had of theirs was an album called Ready to Strike. It was pretty good.
Yeah.
They had a song on there called Hunger. It was a really good song. That's another one of those CDs I was mentioning earlier where, I'll look them up on Amazon or something. They're like too expensive, so I never got it again. But they didn't really have any hits, I don't think.
I only know
No.
movie. I only know if a song was in a movie, I know a song. That's around
Well,
it.
apparently they did the theme song for Iron Eagle.
Okay.
If you saw the video that Gary tweeted out where they sat them down in chairs and the barbers shaved their heads and then they trained them to fly the plane, that was King Cobra.
Oh, wow.
You probably know Carmine Appice. Everybody knows him. He's been John. What wasn't he?
Rod
He was
Stewart,
Rod Stewart,
Cactus,
Ozzy Osbourne.
played on Paul Stanley's solo album.
Yeah, he had the big black hair with the black handlebar
black
mustache.
Yeah.
I think if you watch
Fu Manchu.
Yeah, if you watch the video for Rod Stewart, if you think I'm sexy, that song right there, I'm pretty sure he's in the video.
Yeah.
He's had a really diverse career from Rod Stewart to Ozzy Osbourne.
He is the ultimate journeyman drummer.
He's been around.
Oh yeah.
Not to mention, I almost forgot, he was in one of my favorite bands of all time, Blue Murder. And it sickens me that nobody knows Blue Murder.
Yeah.
That was a super group after John Sykes, who just unfortunately passed away a few months back. One of my major guitar influences. People would know him mostly from, he was in Thin Lizzy, but then he was in Whitesnake. So if you've heard Still of the Night, Here I Go Again, all those big Whitesnake songs, that's John Sykes playing on a guitar. Well, after he got unceremoniously fired from Whitesnake, he started a band called Blue Murder, and it was John Sykes on guitar and vocals, Carmine Appice on drums, and
Tony Franklin,
little fretless monster known as Tony Franklin on bass. Yeah. And their album, just self-titled Blue Murder, was what the follow-up to Whitesnake's big album there in 87, 88 should have been. You could totally tell. And even some elements of John Sykes' voice sounded similar to David Coverdale. So it sounded like what Whitesnake should have continued on to be. And in my opinion, Whitesnake has never sounded the same ever. Even with Steve Vai. I love Steve Vai. But the album after that it did not sound like Whitesnake because it wasn't John Sykes with that dirty, filthy sliding guitar and stuff.
It didn't have that blues influence.
Yeah. Yeah. They were never as dirty again.
Yeah. And as much as I like Tony Franklin's bass playing, the way he jumped around barefoot and wearing pajamas, I guess,
That was weird.
that kind of screwed their image.
Yeah, that
I
didn't
think
help.
they'd have made out better without that. But great player, though.
I don't know though, because they did do a second album. I do have it, but it's not. I don't love it
Yeah.
as much as the first one. And Tony wasn't on it, and they kind of nobody knows that one.
Yeah.
But I don't know. He fit. I love the first video off the Blue Murder album was Valley of the Kings.
Mhm.
Check it out on YouTube one of these days when you guys are bored. Really cool video, beautiful
Yeah, it
video.
is.
In ancient Egypt and stuff like that. But man,
Great
badass song,
song.
badass video. Yeah,
Yeah.
great song too. I think when John Sykes passed, I did a little tribute for him, and
Mhm.
Valley of the Kings is the song that I have in that
Yeah.
short.
Yeah.
But
Can I just say that I may, like, if I jump out or if I get kicked out, it'll be because my phone, I'm waiting for phone calls from people or a reminder enough. So I'll just, if I just disappear, I will come back.
oh, that's
Okay.
cool. Yeah, whatever you got to do, Carla. You're always
I know,
welcome
I
here.
know.
You
Yeah.
don't have to
Yeah, I
tell
just
us.
want
We know
to
you got
say,
things going on. If you
anyway.
vanish, yeah, if you vanish, you got the link. You can come back whenever you want.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
As long as you're not driving backwards on the right side of the road.
No, my husband's doing that today. I was going to take the kids down to a camp, but he's like, no, you do it all the time and you're tired. And I'm like, okay.
Ah, I'll consider it.
Wait a second. Max threw out another going back to the now. Was Shania? Was she in the 80s though? Shania Twain?
She
Or was that?
was
Oh, no,
90s.
I think later.
Yeah.
Because my brother Jody used to drive me nuts playing her cassette.
I dig me some Shania Twain, but no, she wouldn't have been 80s. I don't think.
No, she was
I don't think it
90s.
was.
She was out. I know she was out earlier than. Cause she didn't get big until she hooked up. Who was she? She was dating Mutt Lange or something, wasn't she?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what really kind of broke her. But she did have albums before that. I just don't remember exactly when she started.
Yeah, I don't remember anything before 92.
But she was like legit country before that though too.
Which is why I don't remember.
Which is
wasn't
weird
a
too,
country
because she's
fan.
Canadian, isn't she?
I don't recall offhand.
I believe she's Canadian. That always struck me as odd that she was doing country, because you think country, you think, down south here,
Yeah.
rednecky.
Anything south of Nebraska.
Yeah.
And Nebraska is weird because I don't think any country stars ever came from Nebraska. I could be wrong.
Dude, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't even tell you really a country artist other than there was that like the Shania Twain era issued in like the pop.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the women stuff I didn't mind. It was like her, Leanne Rimes.
Yeah. And
wasn't she country at one point? She kind of had some
country. Her first song was that song Blue, and she yodeled in that, sort of. Leanne Rimes.
I can't stand me no yodeling though.
It depends on who does it for me.
I guess.
And how long they do it. If it's only a second or two, I can handle that.
But, Tim said you're not wrong, AP, one about the boobs.
Yep.
That's right out there.
Yeah. But where was I? Oh, yeah. Somebody.
Yeah, the boobs, man. That's just a distraction. I saw it too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've been in near car accidents because of those.
Oh, hold on. We're doing the multiple chats here again to confuse FETT. Tim wants to know, who was this that jumped? Oh, what the hell was her name? Michelle? It was the Tammy Down, the singer from Faster Pussycat. They were doing one of those 80s rock cruises. Yeah. And apparently they had a big fight or something. And she jumped overboard. And I don't think they still found the body. I haven't heard anything about it. But
yeah.
I can't remember her name.
That was his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah, not wife, girlfriend.
Like I was saying earlier, I watched the channel Waste Some Time with Jason Green. He was actually on the ship and he has a YouTube channel, and he was filming episodes for his channel while they were, had stopped the ship and had this, you can see them send out the search boats, and it was weird. So you can actually catch that on his channel. A little shout out for him. Hopefully it helps me down the road.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind being connected with him. He knows people.
Mm. Yeah. Ooh, Charlie Pride. Yeah, he was good. And Charlie Rich. That was another good one.
I know the name Charlie Pride. I'm not.
Yeah.
Was he a black guy?
Yeah. Yeah. Very good.
A guitar
Very
player?
good music. I think piano player.
Piano player.
Might have played guitar, but I remember him at a piano. And another very smooth voice, you know.
Agent Pepsi 1. Do you all know the Ukrainian cover band No Apologies? Never heard of them. Daria Zenenstrova, spelling, blew out her vocal cords singing in March. Hope she'll be able to sing again, but she's not talking of retirement. No, I don't know them. Never heard of this.
No, but that's too bad.
But since there's seems to be some new people here, if you go back, if you're bored and you watch the replay, well, I'll just tell you now. I was singing the praises of the band Ghost tonight. I shared the video on Twitter and all. If you guys are bored, check it out. It may not be your cup of tea or anything, but holy crap. When I saw that video, it premiered Friday morning. Holy jeez, man, I love that song. It just made me break out my guitar and it lit the fire under FETT again. Yeah, I loved it. It was great. It was great. I'm like, band's been around for like 20 years. I'm late to the table here, but I'm like suddenly a Ghost fan. Yeah, I'm a Ghost fan.
You find something new, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've heard their things before. I did like certain other songs, but I don't know. There's something special they got here. I hope they can continue it.
Oh, good night, Max. We're so sorry. We're probably way late.
Shalom, Max.
Oh yeah, Oh, sorry, brother. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. He says he's off. I have Passover Seder 2:10. Good night. Although you'll probably be here when I get probably.
It's possible.
It's not. Goodbye. It's see you later.
Yeah.
The Sarge says, "Hail FETT." I guess because he was here before, right?
Yeah.
It's just too late. Boobs have been mentioned. My allergies been acting up lately. I feel bad for you there, buddy.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, Agent Pepsi 1. Look, again, we do not.
B caps. Nothing wrong with B caps.
No, we do not discriminate here on this channel at all. Nope, not at all.
I like the entire alphabet. Up till you get around Q. Then it's, she can't fit into the car anymore. And,
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Pepsi.
Yeah, AP1 wants to know, Carla, how is New Zealand? And John, she's so glad to hear about your mother.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are we all? Mama
FETT.
Mama FETT.
We're getting cool.
Thanks, folks.
In autumn, and we lost daylight savings, so now we're like way, way away from the East Coast. And even in the West Coast, like we're 5 hours apart rather than 3 hours now. So it's a hard time this part of the year.
Wow.
Hi, Sandra.
Yeah. Oh, Sandra.
Sandra's here. There. Holy smokes. Where? Oh, boy, I got behind. Holy cow. John, I was doing so good with the chat all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sandra says.
Pop up.
Sandra says, "Hail FETT, we're headed back from our Seder. We have an hour drive. In the drizzle. Yeah, it's been raining here all week.
Stay safe. Nothing worse than driving in drizzle.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
it's just been raining here all week.
In the 30s. So.
Fortunately, with the rain all week, I've had internet all week. So, I knock on wood.
Do people crash? Like, how do you lose your? Do people crash and they break a line or something? Like,
no. If you didn't catch on the last live stream, I flipped my lid. Listen.
Yeah,
For the longest time, I wrestled with the decision to downgrade. I had the internet, phone, and TV bundle. I don't watch TV anymore, and my phone. I don't know. Ever since they switched over to the coaxial cable into the phone and stuff, like my phone, if I had the TV on, I could see the caller ID, but my phone wouldn't actually ring. So I was like, why am I paying for this? I use my cell phone anyway. So I finally called them a couple of weeks ago, and I'm like, listen, I'm going to downgrade. I don't need all this stuff. Just so long as I have internet. I specifically told them I tend to do like the YouTube thing, and I need it. Oh, no, you're good. Well, so then it went for over a week there. I had them up here like almost every other day, and they gave me a new modem and all this stuff. And the one guy said I was getting water in my line coming into the house.
That's right. I remember that, yeah.
So he said that, well, it was probably a squirrel chewed on it and it happened over time. But I'm like, why is it just ever since you guys messed with, you disconnected stuff? So
Yeah.
finally, the last time the guy was here, he
Yep.
goes, well, I guess I'm going to have to go up on a pole and look. And here he found a broken connector up there. So
Oh.
the very first day that they came up here, it was a guy with a kid that he was like training, and he let the kid do all that stuff. So
Oh.
that was on them. So I don't feel as guilty now for my whatever you want to call it, my rant, my thing when I was so
Explosion.
off that last time, because it was them.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyway, as long as we're good.
You got some exploding to do.
Yeah, sure did. I sure did. But that was all on them. So, but if we're as long as we're good now, I haven't had any issues tonight. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Other than the ones up here. But
there you go. It's a good thing Raymond is driving. I've had a lot of wine.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh boy, you think Raymond driving's a better option? I don't know about that.
Hi, Raymond.
Hey, Raymond.
Hey, Raymond.
That was John that said that about your driving.
Well, that was Sandra.
Oh yeah. No, well, yeah, but no, she trusts Raymond driving. I don't know if I'd go that far.
Well, as long as Trike is navigating.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Trike, he'll take the wheel. He got it. Trike got this. So Tim says it's all the stuff in the water now from the pill.
Yeah. That's what I've heard, actually. That there's a lot of hormones. That's why people buy bottled water rather than getting the tap water, because it's just basically, recycled and all that sort of stuff. And yeah.
But see, I'm drinking bottled water myself too these days, but I don't even know if I trust that. You don't know what they're slipping into this stuff. Hopefully I'm not. You don't know. They're slipping vaccines or any of this shit in your food.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Yeah, that's real right. But I think, I'm not saying, I don't believe anything anymore, so, but I believe everything and I don't believe anything at the same time, right? Yeah. And I think maybe if it says spring water, go and see where they say the spring water comes from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a time when we thought Perrier water was coming out of Lake Erie, which at the time was the most polluted body of water on Earth.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, Agent Pepsi must have seen that video I played. Yeah, that was ghastly. Don't do that stuff. Don't do that stuff.
No.
Well, just buy 100 of the same temporary tattoo and soon see if you can be bothered putting it on one day, and you go, yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing is you can always take a photographic negative, put it on your arm, lay out in the sun, and you'll get a positive on the tan. Yeah, and it'll go away if you don't like it.
Yeah. Tim said, unless it's a cultural thing, no, that's too much. Yeah, well, she didn't look like Samoan or something to me, so I don't think it was a cultural thing.
No, she looked Germanic or Upper Balkan.
Yeah, you wonder why.
Yeah, people are bored, I guess.
Max said, Google brutal black tattoo project. Is that the thing? Did I freeze? My hair?
No, you're here.
I hope that's not. Yeah, I've seen, like I said, that clip I showed, that was nothing. I've literally seen where I even saw a dude did it. Like he's just from the neck down. He's just all tattooed black. Like nothing there, just black.
Yeah, and there are some things you should never, ever, ever put a needle near.
What? I didn't see that, so I don't know. I shouldn't say everything, but everything I could see in this video is from the neck down.
I've seen some things where guys have done that, and it's like, no, God, no, go, no. I mean, you'll never know when you have gangrene, for instance.
Yeah, and here, Agent Pepsi 1 says, tattoos are also linked to skin cancer and blood cancer. Fact. So keep that in mind when you're going to do that stuff.
Yep.
She never smoked. I've tried it 2 separate times in my life. It wasn't for me.
Yep.
And then the second time I tried it was an herbal cigarette, so it wasn't even like a real cigarette.
Yeah.
But.
Is that what they're calling it now?
Okay. FET. I am supposed to get one too. I had one in 2017 when I was hospitalized. I'm scared to have one of the GI doctors do that again. Oh, colonoscopy. I woke up in the middle of the procedure and it scared me.
Oh, okay. I thought she meant a tattoo.
That's when I started reading it too. But then when I saw the hospitalized, I was like, okay. Yeah.
They tattooed the inside of her colon.
Fortunately, I've kind of hooked up with a doctor the last couple months, and I did discuss the very procedure with them. And the first thing I said was, "Well, you're going to knock me out, right? Because that's the only way I even agreed to do it when I was 24. Because they put me out. I definitely couldn't be awake for something like that."
Yeah, I know they put me out.
She says, "Mr. For Hire." You can call me FET, Mr. For Hire. You are right. John is a bad influence. See that? See, people are finally wising up to your shenanigans there, John.
Yeah.
See?
Yep.
She says, "Please plug your ear, Carla. Please plug your ears," as those two are both. Oh, wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
No, she's talking about Carla. She's talking about
Yeah.
John and Carla are both bad influences.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm reading it the way I want to read. I see what I want to see.
I'm a bad little boy.
She says, "You keep me hanging on." Done originally by the Supremes.
Ah, there you go.
The Supremes.
Diana
Shania
Ross.
Twain is from Canada. See, I was right about something once. I thought so. Charlie Pride was great.
Yep.
He was a country singer. I don't know. Okay, I already read to Sandra. Good news about your mom, Fez.
Thank you, sir.
We're always inquiring about Mama Fez.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she has to go. So, oh man, I hope I didn't miss her. She says, "Sweeties, I have to go." Dipsy still hasn't had her walk, and it's going. Wait, it's going on 9 p.m. here.
Sandra, when did she say? How far back in the chat did she say she's going?
This one?
Oh, let's see.
This what? Are you talking about this from Sandra?
No, Asian Pepsi one when she said.
Oh, when she was. Where was it? 9:58. So it was only a few minutes ago.
And she's back.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, please be careful driving. It's a good thing Raymond is okay. Yeah, she had a lot of wine. I would love to see that. I would love to see a drunk Sandra.
My husband's like, I would like to see you after you've had a bit of alcohol. I'm like, I'm probably be super quiet and not do anything.
Yeah. Make your own damn banana bread.
Oh man, Raymond, if you guys are still listening, when you get home, I will end this stream if you start a live stream of your own. We got to see Sandra. We got to see Sandra all tipsy.
It's like you're old enough to walk yourself. Leave me alone.
I don't need alcohol to have a good time.
No.
Yeah, I try to stay away from it.
As soon as I can't help it, but like as soon as I'm around other people, I just go super hyper. Like it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to. I'm just super charged by being around other people and as loud and blah blah blah.
Yeah, I've only been plastered a few times in my life, but I get like diarrhea. I'll probably be pretty good on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
If I would.
I wouldn't. Yeah. I'd be so afraid I'd say something
stupid, and I'd have to delete the stream.
Yeah, I can't.
And I fluctuate between the sad drunk and the angry drunk.
Oh wow!
Also, the rock and roll happy drunk when I'm at a strip club. Yeah, those were the days. Do I have that?
Pepsi, tipsy or not tipsy? That is the question. Although Patrick Henry famously stated, "Give me wine or give me death." Are you sure about that?
No.
She was drunk at the time she heard it. She can't remember who did it.
That's not it.
Agent Pepsi 1, she knows. Strike is the one actually driving. Raymond's passed out in the trunk. Sandra says, "Not tipsy, just enough to be sleepy." Oh.
Mm.
My
nope,
aunt's
it's not in there.
I don't think I should start drinking.
No, you've just come from a wedding. Start tomorrow.
Pepsi
Yeah.
says I'm almost always sleepy. It seems. Same here.
Oh,
Mm,
Same here. No matter how much sleep I get a little, I get a lot. I'm tired.
yeah, that's how I am. Of course, again, I'm still dealing a lot with the brain not shutting off.
Yeah, that's my biggest problem. Sandra's dealing with it too. She hasn't been sleeping well lately, so
have you
she's
ever
always
tried listening
tired.
to audiobooks?
Audio.
Like I take melatonin and stuff, but then like when I start feeling tired, I put my audiobook in, or when I think I really need to sleep, because I find that I'm just tortured by all these miserable thoughts, and I just don't like being like that, and I'm not like that. I'm like, where does
Yeah.
this come from? So
Yeah.
so I just listen to audiobooks, and I really concentrate on their words, so my brain isn't thinking about other things.
Yeah.
And I thought,
Well, see, in the old days, if I was watching a NASCAR race, that would put me out in about 5 minutes,
all right.
or a baseball game,
Mhm.
you know, because baseball is such a usually calm thing, and you had calm announcers, unless they did something stupid like hit a grand slam home run or something.
Yeah.
But, you know, the sound of the crowd would put me out. And for some reason, if I put in the VHS cassette of Fantasia from Disney, I'd be
Yeah.
out in about 2 minutes,
Yeah.
you know, and it was just wonderful back then.
Mm.
But now I don't have the VHS tape anymore, and NASCAR's a joke I don't want anything to do with, and baseball, well,
See what I would do?
yeah.
Is I would put the Fantasia or whatever on as a file on a computer, and put it on my phone, and like put it on replay, and so just listen to it.
Yeah.
Because I've done that with a playlist of things as well. I just put it on repeat all. So if it somehow ends and I'm sleeping, it starts again. So I don't know. Probably escaping reality or something, but I need to sleep. I got teenage boys when I need to sleep.
Yeah. Can you imagine when they're all gone, you won't be able to sleep at all because all the usual things that kept you awake will now keep you awake because they're not there?
Well, that's a while away yet. So I look forward to seeing what's that's like one day.
Mm-hmm. Of course, you could always hit the lotto, then give each of them $1 million and say you're on your own from now on.
Yeah, that's right. I could just say that anyway. I don't need $1 million.
True.
But yes,
but it softens the guilt.
That would be lovely to do that.
Yeah.
Tim said the weather is changing, so I have a hard time sleeping now. Plus, getting off late Thursday, it messes up my sleep schedule. I feel you, buddy. I work Sunday through Thursday too, and our Thursdays keep getting later and later and later. So that's one of the things. That's why I love coming across that ghost.
Agent Pepsi one.
Oh, she's gone. Okay. Good night. Good night, Miss Pepsi. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, sorry, you were saying you get off it later every Thursday. You get later and later.
Yeah, our Thursdays keep it. You would think everyone want at least one day out of the week they would want to hustle. It'd be the last day so we could get out of there. But no, I don't know. Everybody's poking around where it's later and later. That's why I fully enjoyed discovering that ghost song and video this morning. I was like, man, it pepped me right back up.
Cool.
Sandra said, when Trike sleeps on me, I can't move. He was 95 pounds. We got him last year. Yesterday, he was 112. That's all that bread. He's smuggling all that bread. He's not happy with the treat diet. Good point. Unfortunately, I don't have any wine in the car. And that's in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, AP1. Kisses, smiley face.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me do something. Oop, hold on a second. Okay, where was it? So I was thinking something I might do from here on out. Not everybody has Twitter, and I can understand why a lot of people want Twitter, but there are a lot of jackasses on Twitter. So I was thinking, occasionally, for those people who don't have it, maybe I'll pay attention throughout the week and pick out who I think is the biggest asshole of the week. So I came across this one this week. I'll share this with you and
Is
see
that a
if.
tweet of mine?
No. You may make the list eventually, but no. See what you think. Would this guy qualify as maybe the biggest asshole of the week? Here we go.
Hey, look, G. I told you from the beginning it can get like this. Diamond on my neck and I couldn't collect. On my mother, I came up, put it in nine. Y'all got the key to success. Rich, she, just by the truck. Big pole out, yeah. Whole crew, much span work, got this shit done quit.
What language was he speaking?
I believe that was Ebonics. I'm not sure. I did hear some things that resembled the English language in there, but yeah, yeah. Tim wants to know, is that English? Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty
If
sure.
that was English, I'm Mickey the Mouse.
What's up, Mickey? I'm pretty sure that was English. But yeah. So yeah, okay. So that was a new thing here on the channel. What do you think? We in agreement? Biggest asshole of the week.
Yeah.
You see
Oh yeah,
bigger assholes?
That was an education.
Okay, that
Yeah.
was a pretty big asshole. So yeah, he says, "Wow, yeah, yep."
But it goes to show you, even if you cannot understand the language, he's still an asshole. Like,
Yeah.
it's universal. It's
True. Just looking like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why would you do that? Why was going back to the tattoos? Not just on women either. Like that there.
Yeah.
You want to hire that guy? You have
No.
your own business. You're looking for somebody to fill a slot. This guy comes in. You want that guy representing you?
No, I don't even want him making my French fries. No, it's
I mean, Jesus.
No.
The money he had to drop on, if that necklace was even real, but the tattoos alone right there, it's like, seriously, dude?
yeah. That's
I got much better things I can waste my
probably
money
going to
on.
be deported
Yeah.
of his, what do you call that, FS11 or whatever that thing is.
Oh,
Yeah.
MS-13 or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's the thing. Now, is he MS-13? I don't know, but you automatically assume he is. So why would
Yeah.
you do that to yourself? You don't want to have
Yeah.
a
Exactly. They're like, that guy was innocent. And he's got a massive MS-13 thing on his back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. People are strange, and then like when they can't get jobs and things like that. Hey, look who's here!
Hey, Linrod.
Oh man, I wish you'd have been here earlier, brother. We were talking about.
I have a girlfriend for you.
Oh yeah, how's that going? Yeah, that's right. He does have like a thing going on now. But earlier on, Lenrod, I don't know if you saw the new Ghost video. Lacrima. Can't even say it anymore. Lacrima. But if you've seen it or whatever, let me know what your opinion is on it. I thought it was pretty cool. He just got home.
Awesome.
Hello, Lenrod. Tim says, nope, I would hire him. Oh, you would hire him? Unless he had done that stuff in his youth and it changed since he got those. Okay, so I did work with a fella for maybe 2 years ago. We did bring in a kid, looked like that. I mean, face all tattooed and stuff like that. And my immediate thought was like, dude, stay away from me. I will say he did turn out to be a nice guy until he quit because he couldn't handle the job. Big, all them tattoos on his face and he couldn't cut it. He couldn't do the job. But as far as being a nice guy, he was a super nice guy. He didn't have the personality. If you didn't see him, if you were talking to him on the phone, you would never imagine he had his face all tattooed and stuff. But I don't know.
Weird.
The whole hiring wouldn't. I thought you meant wouldn't. Yeah. I wouldn't want to hire somebody like that either.
Yeah, especially in sales or anything dealing with the customer base.
Human beings.
Yeah.
Got something else I can show here. Got a little lag going on.
Well, then you need some lag bolts.
Yeah, I defragmented the computer today, and I meant to restart it, and it just got too close to time. I don't have time to do it.
I haven't heard that word defrag in so many years. Wow.
Well, I'm trying to do everything to prevent any mishaps on the live stream and stuff. So, but totally forgot to restart.
He's got Appion, got his channel just like ripped away from him.
Yeah.
And we don't even know.
Oh
why.
yeah, man. What was the deal with that? Do we know?
No. they just like, he's like, he appealed it, and like pretty quickly you got a reply like, nah, you got, and we think, I'm assuming it was like AI or whatever, but you're like, what does that guy? That guy is the nicest, loveliest guy ever, funny as anything, so funny, and yeah, so hopefully you can get some kind of result. Jill was really awesome, and you know, complained on X, and yeah, so I don't know, but I was like, that, you know, he doesn't, yeah, I don't know, he's just lovely and funny.
Yeah.
Hopefully they just made some sort of mistake or something, and
Yeah.
they'll rectify that. Because I
Yeah,
don't know, man.
it's a bit rough though.
Something's weird there.
Yeah, there is, because like he just does all his original content. We just watch stuff, and him and Rocco the Brave, they have a really cool show, you know, every week. So hopefully rectified.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that I could do anything or anything like that, but yeah, let me know if there's ever anything.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not even like a creator, like, so at least Jill is a creator and she can tag team YouTube in and stuff, but I don't even know how anything works. He just invites me and I join.
Yeah, if there's ever anything I can do to help, like get words out or anything like that, just let me know.
Yep.
This one's for you, John.
Oh dear.
Hold on.
Oh, that's me. Why am I talking? Stop that.
Wait, what happened? Am I sharing the wrong screen?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, hang on.
I realize it's William Shakespeare birthday.
Holy crap, I lost StreamYard again.
Oh dear.
You
Yeah,
what?
William Shakespeare was here earlier.
Yeah, I saw him earlier before I went to church. But
Yeah.
what are you looking for?
I got a thing saved for John because I know how he is about piercings. I'm having like musical chairs going on here with StreamYard. Like it pops up, it disappears. All right. Let's see.
Catch me if you can.
Oh, okay, hold on. There we go. John, check this out. Now,
oh God,
I know how you are with your nose ring, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, look at this. Like, okay, we know that's unattractive, but we don't really think about what a pain in the ass that has to be in normal life. Check this out.
To eat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
You'd think she'd have a kickstand installed.
Or a
Jesus.
a straw? Possibly.
Yeah.
Now, can you imagine?
How do you eat a meatball? How do you eat a meatball and cheese with one of those?
How do you do anything?
Yeah, that's true.
Why do they do that to themselves? I don't understand it.
Yeah, it's got to be insanity.
Yeah.
You know.
You know what? Yeah.
People with more money than brains. I just don't understand. Yeah, it is. The level of stupid is mind-boggling. Yep.
There's another one for you, John.
Oh, good God.
See, I got like
Yeah.
Am I still here?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's got to be an outright feminist, you know, who's sticking a bowl ring and a chain on her nose. It's like, you know, you're supposed to be against that kind of thing. God.
Yeah. It's crazy. Crazy stuff, man. Crazy kids.
Oh, have you got tased? Do you think if you got tased, would those bit of electrical like go super electrical?
Light that thing up.
Yeah. You tase me, I'll tase you back
Mm.
with the magic of face jewelry.
It'd be like one of those Tesla coils that emits.
Exactly.
Well, it's like the ear gauging too. I work with a guy who has, he just stepped his up to even bigger. It's like his lobes are like down here now. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't get that.
What's the point? What is the point?
Yeah, really.
Yeah,
I mean, you know.
Yeah, I defragged. Tim has a few people that work with tattoos, but they work. That's cool.
Mm,
I think piercings are another level again. Yeah. Or even like, I can understand some tattoos. Like in New Zealand, we have a lot of Māori and Pacific Islanders who have cultural tattoos, and
mhm.
but when you start doing a whole lot of different things,
Yeah.
Yeah, like Lenrod says, the level of stupid is mind-boggling. That's for sure.
Yeah.
That is what
Yeah.
happens when you spend your life being told that you're amazing and everything you do is good. Yeah.
And you're
I
a
blame
special little snowflake.
Yeah, man, these teachers, man, the last 30 years and stuff, what they did to children in school is ridiculous.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I think also not having parents at home, or at least one parent at home, must
Yep.
be
Yeah.
a big thing. Because, you're always scared. Even if you did something, you'd come home and you'd be like, oh, what is my mother going to do? Or what is my father going to do? Whereas if you
Mhm.
don't have those stop systems in your life, you
Mhm.
just keep going.
Yeah, you don't have any moral compass or anything to go off.
But even society, like, they say do what you want to do and all that, you actually shouldn't do what you want to do, because that gets you into a entitlement type mentality.
Yeah.
It's probably a big thing about being in a society where there are, like you say, moral compasses.
Mhm. Well, that's it. And we've lost so much of that over the years, and I don't know. I think my generation screwed up and started all this nonsense.
I don't know. We had a pretty cool childhood.
Yeah. Yeah, I just
I
wow.
wonder, sometimes no fault divorce was the problem, because people just get divorced willy nilly, and it was no one's fault, even though someone probably had an affair or whatever. And you should be like, nah.
Yeah, because you didn't have this going on in the old days.
And they'll say, oh, people were trapped in abusive relationships, but a lot of people aren't trapped in abuse. Like, have you seen that lady who got divorced? She divorced her husband because she's some kind of influencer, but her husband wasn't doing exactly all these things. Like, he'd make breakfast for the kids, and he'd do this, but he didn't do this. And like, lady, you're an asshole. What do you want? I bet you don't do all the things. If your husband could line up all the things he'd like you to do, I bet you weren't doing those. And she's like, I refuse to do his washing. I refuse to do this. I'm like, I bet you take his money.
Yeah.
I bet you do.
Yeah, I think I've seen that video, and it's like, lady, get a grip on reality.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, and there was this other chick saying that this lady divorced her husband or whatever, and then he met someone else like 6 months later or something like that.
Yeah, it was pretty close.
And then she wanted to have them to try again or something like that. But then he was happy with this other chick. Like, nobody's perfect. Just learn to do what you can do and accept their faults.
Yeah. And if that doesn't work, use sex as a weapon.
Well, the thing is, I really think that woman, how you'd assume men would be the problem, but I think women are the problem, and they're too sensitive or stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that's my theory.
Yeah. Let's see. FETT for hire. You guys got any interest in marriage? No. I won't speak for FETT, but for me, no.
But yeah, what happened to your last girlfriend, Fez? Fez?
The one that left me for another woman? Yeah.
Yeah. That's when you gave up, right?
That was it. End of game.
Yeah.
I'm done. I quit.
But the thing is, if my husband died, I wouldn't have another. I've been married 30 years. That's long enough to have love.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
good.
that's the thing. And too many people think marriage is, this wonderful thing. No, it's a job, and you have to work at it.
I mean, yeah,
And
that's true. Yeah.
Real quick, Lenrod, I just popped it in the chat real quick, so you don't have to go anywhere. It's there if you want to pop on.
Yeah. Make sure you
pop on, pop off the popper.
Popper. You are the popper, John.
Old Man Bird asked if you have interest in marriage for hire. Any answers to that?
I still got to get out of the stinking one I'm involved in now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, still dragging that thing out. Oh, he's here.
Ah.
Yay.
Yo.
Away.
What's going on, brother?
What's going on, man? Hey.
Been a busy day. I just got back from Minneapolis.
Oh, dear.
Oh. Hey, Jill's here, too. What's going on, Jill?
Ooh. Hi, Jill.
Hey, get some new blood.
So what's in Minneapolis? That place
Minneapolis.
you were at? Yeah.
Yeah, it was a VGM Con is going on right now.
Oh, all right. Cool.
Video game music convention.
That's the one I thought was in Milwaukee because they both begin with M.
That was Milwaukee was the Midwest Gaming Classic. That was last weekend.
Okay.
Oh, that's old days.
Yep. Awesome. How'd it go?
Well, it was more of the same. A lot of cool stuff going on. A lot of music being played. A lot of people dancing around. A lot of guys pretending to be girls. The usual.
Jeez.
It's the kind of thing where, there could be some whammons here worth meeting, but it's too much of a gamble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's see, going back to what FKHC was saying, asking about Old Man Bird was asking if Fezzer or FETT for Hire were interested in marriage. No, because I'll tell you the way I look at women. If somebody put out 100 bottles of water on a table and they told you had to pick one bottle, but there's also one bottle full of poison, no interest, because I would inevitably pick the one full of poison.
And you're attracted to.
Yep.
Yeah. I feel
and, it's just, I'm too old, too tired, too sick, too lazy. And
too busy.
Well, I've got a door from a gravity railroad car I'm restoring, and I've got still doing the history and genealogy stuff, and the stuff I have to do for Mom, and and the rest of the time kind of sitting around here going through videos and doing live streams, and of course there's all the Masonic stuff, and I'm up for Master next year again, so
nice.
I got to start putting together my year for that. So, it's going to be a weird year again. But
if you get the rank, though, it's going to be pretty epic.
Yeah. Well, this will be the second time for Master of my lodge, and I've already been Excellent High Priest in Royal Arch and Past Commander in Knights Templars. So,
Were you complaining you had to wear a suit last time? You were like, I can't wait not to wear a suit.
Oh, the tuxedo, yeah.
Yeah.
I actually have to wear that this year because I'm senior warden in the lodge.
Oh, okay.
And, so I got it cleaned. I took it to the lodge and I leave it there. That way it can't get dirty on the way home, and no cat fur and all that. So I just change when I get there. But it saves a lot of time and trouble.
But the question is, Master of your lodge, but are you still Master of your domain? Ever see Seinfeld?
I've heard of Seinfeld.
Oh, you never watched Seinfeld?
Not really. I've seen a couple episodes, but
Holy smokes.
It's like one of the bestest shows ever, and it's all about nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like this show.
Yeah, I just couldn't get into it. But I can't remember when that show came on. It was in the 90s, wasn't it?
Yeah, like late,
Yeah.
like 89. It was the first episode, I want to say.
Yeah, that's in and around the time I stopped watching mainstream television.
Wow.
You know, because
Okay, I
Turner
probably
Classic
like-
Movies came out, and it's like, baby, the good stuff.
I
Snack
like that
time.
headline.
Let's see.
Oh, this meme on screen, by the way, that Tim sent me that. So I popped it up.
Oh, what is that?
European laughing gas factory explosion leaves dozens in hysterics.
The
That
Weekly
is
World
awesome.
News.
I love it. What
I
is the
miss
little
that
writing
newspaper.
on it? What's the little writing on it? I can't read it.
It says, this was a victim. It says, I thought I'd die laughing, cackles victim. It's the most fun I've had since I was a kid.
God.
I used to have laughing gas with when I was in labour, and you do laugh like you're breathing through the labour pain, but then when it goes down, it must hit the laughing gas, like your brain part of it, and I would laugh between contractions. And Paul would be like, "What's so funny?"
Everything.
Exactly.
Yep. God. Let's see. Hello, Joe. Let's see. Whoops. Go back up there. Nope. We're caught up again. Cool.
There we go.
Yeah, I think I've been staying on top of things.
Yeah. Getting
For one.
better and better at this thing.
Good job.
Yeah.
What? You get laughing gas in labour in New Zealand? Yep, no one offers it to me. Yeah, it's great. Well, yeah, so, most of my babies have come too fast to have it, but when I get it, it's awesome. You just have to, but it's a really dry, a really funny dry feeling when you're breathing it in. So the thing is, I know, you just laugh.
So it gives you cotton mouth.
Is that what it is?
If it makes your mouth feel really dry, that'd be like some form of cotton mouth.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, it's just like beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
So, back on the topic of music. I wanted to ask some people, because I know there are some people in our community that are Taylor Swift, Swifties, I guess they are.
Yeah.
But serious question here. What the hell am I looking at?
My
A
programming.
really ugly dress.
Programming.
Well, it's not just the dress. Like, what is she doing there? Going back at the beginning of this stream, I think I was talking about how I was never a big fan of Madonna and whatnot.
Yeah.
But I'll
Probably trying. She's probably trying to get her underwear to fit.
It
She's got a wedgie.
looks like she's
shaking it
having a
out.
seizure.
Yeah.
Like, I'll give Madonna credit where credit's due. I mean, she had some dance moves and stuff like that. But this,
It's creative.
I don't get this. I don't get the appeal.
Yeah.
I don't know a single one of her songs. I mean, I probably heard a song somewhere, but it's obviously, that crappy that I don't remember it.
Yeah.
And then people pay all this money to go see this.
Yeah. She started out as sweet and innocent, and then discovered money.
I don't know any of her songs. I don't know any of her material, but I did know one of her writers. She does not write her material. Spoiler
Yeah, well, that's
alert.
another thing. Doesn't she have like millions of writers or something? Like she does. I know she doesn't write.
The dude I talked to, he said there was like a dozen of them.
Yeah.
So she doesn't write her music. She, I guess this is dancing. I don't get the appeal of Taylor Swift. I just don't.
No. To me, she's just another skank from Reading.
She's from PA, isn't she?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, her father bought her a career. So,
That's
Mr.
pretty much all pop
Moneybags.
stars, though.
Yeah.
There might be a germ of talent there to begin with, but in the end, it's just the machine that makes them big and popular.
Yep. That's it. And Swift -1 is here.
Oh, just in time. Sorry, buddy. Okay. So, okay. All right. Perfect timing, though. Maybe you can explain that to us, you know?
Yeah.
All right.
God.
He says, excuse me. Yeah, it's just weird, man. Everybody popped in at this time. Like it's like his radar was going off.
He
No,
felt
I
a
don't know.
disturbance in the force.
He says she writes her music.
Oh, she missed
Followed by the laughing face. I think he knows the truth.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
But I heard
Like,
a
she
long
inspires the songs, but she doesn't
Yeah.
actually do the writing.
I heard a while ago that there's like a guy or a couple of guys who write most of the songs that are on that are out, and the performers perform them, and it's like someone in like
Yeah.
Germany or some kind of European country, and they write like 90% of the songs that come out.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. There's two people that write all the songs for Britney Spears. And it's like they're the ones making the actual money.
Yeah.
Because they own the publishing.
She's another one, man. Britney Spears. Why am I seeing all these? Like my Twitter feed every couple of days is like weird videos that she's doing in her living room or something. Like,
Mhm.
Because
what's going on with
you
her?
think about what they went through. You don't know what they went through when they're young.
Yeah.
You just see what was the product on the TV. You do not see any of the background what stuff that they were exposed to.
Yeah, well, wasn't like Britney another one of those? Wasn't she like a Disney kid or something? Or
I think so. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, because her and that other guy,
Justin Timberlake.
Yeah, they were on the Mickey Mouse thing, and so was Christina.
Yeah, look at
Aguilera.
that! Like all these Disney kids, and what was the other one? They're all like screwed up now.
Yeah.
Well, they
They
never
started
got to
out
be
as kids. And, yeah,
that's true.
Just like look at Michael Jackson. The man never had a childhood. The
Yeah,
moment
that's
he could
right.
walk and talk, he was performing.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Jill messaged Swift -1, so it wasn't. I just thought that was weird. That was weird. Yeah, he says she co-writes. I mean, I don't know. I can't.
Yeah,
say
that's
otherwise.
right. So she used her experience, and then
Not
the person
calling
actually writes.
not calling Swift -1 a liar, but I'm going to go with the person I actually know.
Yeah.
And he tells me that she really doesn't write anything.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, there's also I used to be in a band with a guy who would like all his songs. Oh, we couldn't touch those, but my songs, he'd be like, change, this word here, and I get writing credit, so it's hard to say. She might do something like that,
Yeah,
just to
I'd
get
say she
writing
inspires
credit.
the songs. Like she'll tell them what happens and stuff, and they'll come up with the material from there.
Yeah.
Oh, Old Man Bird had asked earlier, Jill, you have an eclectic list of favorite music artists, and Jill said she has a playlist on her channel.
Ah.
So you can check that out if you guys want to know what she's listening to.
Cool.
On holy death metal. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Jill listening to death metal, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
We got to get Jill listening to Ghost.
Yes.
Yeah. Awesome.
Hey, Linrod, have you seen and heard the new video and song?
Yes.
Ghost? What did you think? What's your opinion?
I'm digging it.
Digging it. Cool. Sweet.
Yeah.
I was too, man. That blew my mind when I saw that Friday morning.
Good stuff.
Man.
Looking forward to the new album.
Yeah, me too. I'm definitely going to pick it up. Like I was saying earlier, man, it is the first song in a long time that, man, I came home and I couldn't wait to break the guitar out and figure out the riff. And I was excited finally for something new.
Cool.
Yeah.
Swift -1 really is a fan.
Yeah, he's trying to justify it by saying Witless Houston, and Elvis Presley wrote just about nothing too. It's true.
They wrote nothing at all.
That's true.
It's true.
Most of Elvis's biggest songs were covers.
Yep.
Hey, my favorite Elvis song is his version of "Always on Your Mind." I love that version. Way better than Willie Nelson's, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can't stand Willie Nelson.
Yeah, not a big fan. A little nasally.
Yeah.
He says it, but it didn't matter because Houston is the voice and Elvis is the king. That's true. But
that doesn't necessarily mean you're bad if you're not writing your own songs. I mean, look at Aerosmith. A lot of their biggest hits are written by somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the thing is going back to Whitney Houston, I was talking about her earlier with the yodeling, all that crap. But she did have a style, and I did recognize that. And of
Yeah.
course, we recognize Elvis. But that's what I'm saying. I couldn't. If you played a couple of songs for me right now, and one of them was Taylor Swift in somewhere in there, I couldn't pick it out. I don't know. I don't know what
Mhm.
happened.
You
I
ever
wouldn't
heard
know
Shake
either.
It Up? I'm almost wondering if that was the song that she was singing when she was jiggling around. Shake It Up.
Shake it up.
Is that hers?
You mean
Yeah.
like shake it up, baby? Now that song?
No.
Or
no.
the
Oh,
cars. Shake it up.
Oh, the
Shake
car.
It Up, Shake It Off, I think was her song.
Oh, is it off?
Because
Oh,
there was that
I
video
don't know
that the cop in the car singing that song.
Well, we're proving my point right here, right now. We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know diddly about what.
I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know diddly at all
Yeah.
anyway, but yeah.
I know Bo diddly.
A music person. I'm a comedy person.
Yeah.
Jill says lots of child performers have a bad time. The main exceptions are the Harry Potter crew. Despite their politics, they are generally well adjusted. Despite
At
their
least-
politics,
At least on the surface.
they're not lunatics, are they? I hope not.
They are
Yeah,
English.
somewhat.
Are they? I didn't know that. I'm not a big Harry Potter fan. I've seen them all, but
No. I liked the first movie and left it at that.
oh,
think I
but that
saw-
reminds me. I've what was that, Lenore?
I'm trying to think. I think I've only ever seen one of the movies, and it was like the fourth one.
Mm.
I've seen them all. I mean,
That's random.
We were just going to the movies one day, and my friend's like, "What do you want to see?" I'm like, I don't know. There's like nothing here. We just picked one at random. Let's watch Harry Potter. I'm like, okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've seen them
Just
all.
happened to
They're
be the fourth
okay.
one.
But that reminds me how I've said in the past, like I've never seen Lord of the Rings. I've actually started watching. I've seen what were there 2 Hobbit movies, and I've seen the first Lord of the Rings. I'm getting there. I'm learning.
Yeah.
I'm learning the things.
Yeah, because the last thing I saw in a theater was the first Hobbit movie, and it's
They're not as good as the Fellowship of the Lord of the Rings movies.
I actually didn't mind the Hobbit movies. Honestly, I thought they're okay.
But you've
Well,
seen
they-
the Lord of the Rings movie.
Yeah, well, that's how I was recommended to see because I guess the Hobbits are prequels.
Mhm.
I was told
Yeah.
to start with those.
Yeah.
I don't know if I did the wrong thing or not, but
Yeah.
so I watched those
It
first.
sets the bar nice and low, so when you watch the good ones, they seem even better.
Yeah.
Oh, we lost Carla.
Somebody actually took the 2 Hobbit movies and hashed them into one movie the way they're supposed to be, and apparently
Yeah.
it's a lot better for it.
Well, one I
Yeah.
saw that was in 3D, and it was awful.
Yeah.
3D.
Yeah, it's know that the Hobbit movies were supposed to be one movie. It's what Peter Jackson wanted to do, but the filming companies wanted him to do multiples so they could stretch out more money out of it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I was trying to think of. The child performers, Nickelodeon too. Am I
Yeah.
wrong there? Like the Nickelodeon kids are all screwed up nowadays too. I think.
Most of them, yeah.
Yeah, and then there was yeah, come on, brain. That show that was a spinoff of Facts of Life. Can't remember.
Facts of Life.
Gary Coleman and that bunch.
Oh, Silver Spoons.
Yeah.
No, Different Strokes.
That's it.
What you talking about, Willis?
All
Right.
3 of them kids got screwed up bad.
Oh yeah. Well, she's dead, isn't she? Dana Plato.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wasn't she like homeless and stuff before she died and everything?
She was pretty poor. Yeah. She was living in a trailer.
Oh, Carla's back.
A van down by the river.
Yeah. I
I
don't
think
know.
she was in the Sega CD game Night Trap.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, and she did a few cheap movies, but no, she unfortunately got into the drugs big time, and that was no good for her.
Swift -1 said, "I know Swift is hated by some. I'm used to it. All Swift all the time. That's cool though. Stand by your thing, dude. Yeah, I'm not knocking it.
Not saying she's bad. Just saying I'm not a fan.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Freedom of choice. It's America. Do what you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said, I definitely believe Swift is more of a lyricist than a musician. Sure. I don't. Does she even play anything? I don't even know.
Guitar.
Yeah.
Guitar?
Basic.
Kind of.
Well,
Like it.
basic guitar.
3 chords, that's all you need.
Yeah.
Prince is the most talented pop artist, could play all instruments, right, etc. I won't
Yes.
disagree
Prince
with
is
that.
phenomenal.
I was always,
I love it.
I never got the Prince thing, but I have, over the last several years, I've been seeing him play guitar, and it was pretty badass. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He was pretty
Yeah.
good.
A real smart guy. That's why his name became a symbol, so he could get out of a bad record deal.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
right. It was.
Like,
Yeah.
he came up with a way out to get out, and he just
Yeah.
did that, and it's like, boom, an unpronounceable symbol. Oh, look, now I'm not your property anymore.
Ha!
Yeah.
I always wondered what the story was behind that.
Yeah, I watched a documentary there a while ago that explained that as well.
Yeah. And he had a hell of a luthier. I don't know who made those cloud guitars and such, but damn, they were nice.
Yeah.
There's videos on YouTube. The guy was, unfortunately, he was like set to deliver those guitars and stuff to him when he passed. But I forget the guy's name. Yeah, there are videos on YouTube of that dude.
King Dolphin TV is here.
Hi,
Hey,
Raymond.
Raymond.
Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah, I better get caught up. I was doing good with the chat. Jill said Taylor Swift is hated except for the one time Kanye interrupted her. I kind of remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I like the way her outfits fit and Britney's.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There's a reason for that.
Ah.
Sandra did say they're home now. Swift -1 says Swift can play some guitar and some piano. She's not Phil Collins or anything. I wouldn't be that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be
Wasn't
that
Phil
dense.
Collins a drummer?
Yeah.
Yes. He's
And
in bad
piano
shape
player.
too. He's in
Is
bad shape too nowadays.
Is he?
Yeah, he can't walk and can't play drums. He's old age
How old
caught
is he?
up with him in a big hurry.
What?
And it's
He didn't do
Hold
enough
it.
drugs to preserve himself.
yeah.
Yeah, I literally just saw a video the other day where somebody set up one of his old like vintage drum kits. I think it was the one that he played like one of his big songs on, and
Yeah.
they walked him into the room and he sat down at the set and he could only sit there for like a few seconds
Yeah.
until he had to get back. He just couldn't sit at it. It was sad. I'm not a big Phil Collins fan, but
How old is he?
Yeah.
let's see, maybe going on 80. Is he 80 now or
Oh, wow.
he's up there?
He's
I know
up there, definitely. Yeah. But yeah, he was definitely a great talent.
Yeah.
Had a temper like nobody's business, but that's
Really?
what they called him, Dangerous Phil Collins.
Wow.
Yeah, there were times when he ripped apart, the guys in Genesis and his management and his wife and whoever was in the studio with him.
Yeah.
I mean, he had his good side, but when his temper came out, Jesus.
You know what? One thing I liked, he did was it a video or a skit on a show, but he wrestled the Ultimate Warrior. I remember that. Do you remember it? Yeah, that's probably on YouTube. He actually wrestled the Ultimate Warrior in a skit or something.
Wow.
Yeah, that was kind of neat. I like the
That's
Ultimate Warrior.
crazy.
Yeah.
He battled it out in Celebrity Deathmatch once.
Yeah.
Oh, that
I
was
think
the
he was fighting
claymation
against
thing.
Sting or something. It was the battle for Wussy Rock.
Yeah.
I don't
Was that
remember who won.
Was that claymation show or something?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was neat.
That's an old show.
Definitely weird.
Jill said, "Yes, I know our community doesn't really like Harry Potter. Well, I like Harry Potter. I don't mind it. That's why it took me so long to review the movies, even though I love them so much. Yeah, I don't mind Harry Potter. They were kind of.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I actually wound up really enjoying the one movie I watched, but I just never felt the urge to watch anything more.
Yeah.
Well, I think I've only watched them once, so it's not really something I go back to. But
yeah,
Jill said, "The Lord of the Rings is amazing. I'm digging deep into the books this year. Yeah, I'm liking what I saw.
Yeah,
I don't know why I'm not watching. Well, I have issues.
I saw the first movie and the sound was so awful you couldn't hear what you were hearing, and all that CGI. I hate that stuff because it goes by so fast you don't know what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Hold on, royalty on the panel.
Hey, Raymond.
The king.
Hello there.
All hail mine king.
Hello there. How you
What's
guys
going
doing?
on, King Dolphin?
All right.
Oh, just got back from our Passover Seder, and boy, a lot of food. A lot of food. The brisket was amazing.
Oh.
We had chopped liver, which that's the only time I'll eat it because he makes it fantastic. We had Sandra's paroset, which was awesome. This was the best she's made, and she's getting her head swollen. We had mashed potatoes, green beans, matzo ball soup. Whoa. matzo ball soup.
Nice.
And the brisket was to die for. Oh my god! And
Now I
not
want a brisket.
and not very fatty at all. I actually had a few pieces
Oh,
that were
that's a
not
shame.
fatty. Oh, they were.
Nice.
Sweet.
My max useful load is. I was bloated.
Yeah.
Lots
Nice.
of food coma. Food coma.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's the way to be.
Do
Yeah.
you get tired from driving in drizzle?
Huh?
Do you get tired from driving in like rain?
Oh my god! It
you have
was.
to be so careful.
Yeah, it was, and the road wasn't. It was for a Saturday evening. It was packed for a
Yeah.
highway.
Yeah.
So it was. Yeah. But
My thing is the rain in the dark, just
Yeah.
the glaring of
Yeah.
the lights on the street. Oh my god, does that mess with me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And worse is when it's snowing.
Oh,
'Cause
wow.
You get that tunnel vision of the snow.
oh yeah,
And God,
Yeah.
I hate that.
Well, I like that though. I pretend like meme, like it's the Millennium Falcon, and you're going in the light speed.
Yeah.
yeah. Paul's
and
made a
the
video of that. Sorry.
and the bad thing is drizzle. The way it comes down, especially if you're going at about 70 miles an hour, the wipers, no matter what, are not going to catch up with it.
Yep.
You've got that glare. You got that. You got that glare. You've got that
The distortion.
smearing. Yeah. So it was an interesting drive home. But yeah. But we drove to you guys.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We drove to you guys.
Yeah.
Terrific.
Kiwi.
Yeah. But what was that, Carla?
I said nothing like a nasally Kiwi accent. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're the best. I mean, Carla, we got to work the schedule so you can read with us. So you can read with the not ready for time players.
Mhm.
That's terrible.
Cool.
Yeah, stop reading during day shift hours so I can do something.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Darn
I know.
day shifters.
Mhm.
I know. So, but now I'm here.
Yay.
I just wanted to point out real quick that old man Bird pointed out that Jill just launched a Lord of the Rings review video an hour ago. Check
Ah.
the replay.
Ooh. But which Lord of the Rings is it?
Hmm.
Well,
Or maybe it was Lord of the
it'll be
G-Strings,
whole-
female ship of the
whole
string.
trilogy, I imagine.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Wait. What'd you say, Lenrod?
he
Lord
said
of the G-
G-strings.
Lord of
I
the
thought I heard
G-Strings, female ship of the string.
Mhm.
I've never seen the movie, but I saw the movie on a shelf once, and I laughed heartily.
Yes.
Understandably.
The name has stuck with me all these years because it was just that funny.
Yeah.
Swift -1 said Phil looks awful today. Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Probably.
Very unfortunate. But he did have an incredible career in life.
Yeah.
I'll give him that.
Yeah, he lived a long one.
Yeah.
The old catches up to all of us eventually.
Yep.
Jill says Harry Potter has practical effects and CGI. Nice mix of both.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I think
Yeah.
I don't mind it. It's not over the top with the CGI and all, like a lot of
Yeah.
things.
That was the first movie I ever saw that used the CGI correctly. And it really worked for me.
Like first movie I saw that used CGI right was a terrible movie. That
Yeah.
was the first Alien versus Predator. Like the movie is awful, but the way they blended the CG and actual puppets together looked absolutely perfect. Like they did it right.
Cool. Yeah, I wonder if some of these movies they put out aren't just experiments, to see what works and what doesn't.
Could
Jill
be.
says, Passover, I usually show my kids the Rugrats episode of that on or around the holiday. It's a weird tradition I have, being a 90s kid.
Ah,
Although Ellen is finally old enough to put on the 10 Commandments.
oh, sweet.
Maybe tomorrow. Ellen is her 11-year-old.
Mhm.
I forgot that on Laserdisc.
Yeah, I've got it on CD here somewhere.
What?
10 Commandments.
Oh, I don't have. We don't have that.
You don't have the 10 Commandments?
No.
I
Get
don't
that
either.
to the video store.
I have it on VHS.
Oh, we have it on
there you
VHS,
go.
which does
Yeah, old
which
school.
doesn't do any good.
Yeah.
Jill wants to know, but wait, wouldn't the G-string make the lady invisible?
Nah, it just makes her more visible.
Yeah.
You don't see the string though. Yeah.
Oops.
Let's see.
I've seen the Rugrats. I kind of remember though. That was about the time my son was growing up. I remember he had to have. There was a dinosaur pull toy thing on that show or something.
Oh, the Reptar or whatever.
Reptar, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember one year that was one of those Christmas gifts that was hard to get a hold of or something.
Hmm.
I remember being on the prowl on the hunt for Reptar.
Yeah.
Which is funny because that's how it was in the TV show as well. Because Reptar was a popular character in the fiction of the program, and it was hard to get in holidays.
Hmm. And I remember when Cabbage Patch dolls were a thing that people killed for.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Power Rangers. Good luck finding Power Rangers anytime in the mid '90s.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen the Power Rangers.
I enjoyed it. It's got that nice, old school Godzilla vibe since it was the same studio that did all the monsters and stuff for Godzilla.
Ah.
Of course, Power Rangers being the Americanized version of that old footage.
It was okay. I saw parts of. I saw some of it, but then as it went and they started putting other Rangers in, I kind of tapped out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be
I
right
was in
back.
the target demographic for Power Rangers. I was at the right age range for it. So I was definitely eat, sleeping, and breathing Power Rangers for a while.
My generation had Ultraman and Johnny Soccer.
We had Dukes of Hazzard.
Oh, Dukes of Hazzard. Now we're talking.
A-Team and Knight Rider.
Oh, speaking of Dukes of Hazzard, Raymond, I'm disappointed. I sent that picture of the. Well, that was a 68 Charger. The General Lee is usually a 69 Charger. But you guys thought that was a Challenger? What are you guys smoking?
It had one door.
It had two doors, Raymond, one on each side. But the 68...
The Challenger is a four-door.
You're driving a new Challenger. You're driving the police car. Back in the day, the Charger was a muscle car. They had two doors.
Oh, okay.
Challenger and the Charger don't look anything alike, other than the fact that they both have two doors. But yeah, technically, the General Lee was a 69 Dodge Charger. But even on the show, when they started running out of 69 Chargers, because they wrecked them all, they would substitute 68s. And I could tell that was a 68 as soon as I saw it because it had the round park lights on the side. So when they would use those on the show, before they painted it, they just pulled those holes in. They just removed the park lights, so you didn't know it was a 68. And they just changed the grill and the tail light. But yeah, that was a 68 Charger, brother. I know my Chargers, especially the old ones.
You're on a treat diet.
Okay.
You're on a treat diet.
Oh, poor Trike.
Oh, Trike, yeah. Trike.
Trike is not happy.
Oh, no.
Listen to that sadness.
He wants treats, and he doesn't realize he's on a diet.
He's on a diet. You just had a bunch of food, and he knows that you had a bunch of food. He's like, "Hey, your food coma ends, but now it's my turn."
Yeah.
Where's my cut?
You can smell the brisket in your belly.
I'm gonna mute for a bit.
All right. Yeah, so Jill said Reptar. That's the Rugrats universe Godzilla, except he's a dinosaur.
Oh.
Okay.
He's not only yelping at her, he's stomping his feet.
Yeah. You can hear it.
He knows.
You can hear the way he was going, "Rah!" That he isn't happy at all.
Oh,
Yeah, he knows.
I like that, Jill.
His cut.
Justice for Trike.
Hell, Trike.
Hey,
Brisket for Trike.
Yeah.
Hashtag brisket for Trike.
Yeah.
Old Man Bird said, "Yeah, I didn't know there was a FETT Junior. Doesn't that make you Django?" I don't know. Maybe. I guess it would.
Sort of.
SP4A said Voltron was my Power Rangers. That's what I felt. I always felt like they look like a ripoff of Voltron to me. Didn't it at one point even have robots or something that joined together?
I think technically the Power
Yeah.
Rangers predates Voltron.
Oh, really?
Because for the American Power Rangers is using a Super Sentai series that was originally aired in like the early 70s.
Oh.
Ah, didn't know that.
Yeah, which was actually like the 4th series in the Super Sentai line back then. Pretty sure they just picked that arc because that was the Power Rangers that had dinosaur-shaped Zords and stuff. And dinos were really big in the early 90s.
Yeah.
Jill said, I was 7 playing Power Rangers by myself in the playground because none of the other girls watched it. The benefit of that is no one fought me to be a Pink Ranger. That's cool.
Why didn't you go to my school, Jill?
Mm.
Then we would have kids.
Yeah.
Why are all the good women nowhere near me?
Right, exactly. Jill said, yes, that's better. Brisket for trike.
Yeah.
Brisket for trike, yeah.
I got pork chops in my fridge I need to cook soon.
Yeah.
They're due to expire sometime in the next few days.
Pork chops expire?
Apparently. That's what the sticker says. I don't really believe it because they're made of salt, but
Yeah.
better safe than sorry.
Yeah. Botulism is a bad thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be avoided. I cook brisket with in a crock pot for 8 hours, but I don't put anything on it except salt, and I just put a tiny amount of water, like maybe 2 tablespoons of water on the bottom of my crock pot, and it just does it all itself. It's amazing. It's just so good.
The beauty of slow cooking, you gotta love it.
Oh yeah, it's the only way I can make meat soft.
Or the Instapots. Instapots are very good utensils.
Might be hard.
Instapot, yeah.
Instapot.
It's sort of it's a steam cooker. It's a pressure cooker.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Under
Cooks things faster. Cook things faster than a crock pot.
Yeah.
When you really absolutely have to have it now.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing. I'm not good with slow cooking. I want to eat now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I'm the
Yeah.
same
The
way.
problem is it smells really nice halfway through, but the meat isn't soft enough. You just have to wait until the meat is
Yeah,
Yeah.
but then you want it more.
True.
That's why you turn it on before you go to work and it's ready by the time you get home.
But I have a cat.
Yeah, I'm home all day.
That's a problem.
Yes.
It is.
You have to slow cook the cat then.
Oh no. We're no. We let the restaurant down in Scranton do that.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, I cook for a lot of people.
So
No, my
says
cat
student.
just likes to shove things off the edge of the counter, big and small.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
Yeah. She's insane like that. Apparently, there's some parakeets and other birds that do that also.
Yeah.
Chaos birds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's those neat little kayak birds that like to march. They're funny.
I wasn't getting at one bird. I was on X one day, and it's all I see on my X feed are just animal videos now because I just hit the like button on every single animal video and I ignore everything else.
Mhm.
So now I just
Yeah.
see adorable critters. And there was some bird, I don't know the species of the bird, but it has a funny walk to it. And the videos are always done to like Staying Alive by the Bee Gees.
Yeah.
And it's like dancing and
I
beat with
play
it every time.
It goes unvaccinated or something like that, and it's like he's walking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they dance along. It's great.
Yeah.
Another meme by Tim.
That's appropriate.
My brother didn't see it till now.
That's
There you
good.
Oop, I saw that one.
Yeah.
That's very true.
Yep.
I feel like that should be a shirt.
Yeah. Oh dear. Gasp.
Ask. Different ways of saying it.
Wow.
So Carla, I know you spent a lot of time on Appion's channel. What
Yeah.
what are you going to do now?
Oh, well, I've been getting ready for a wedding, so I wasn't going to be able to make it like this past week and stuff. So now I just, I don't know, just have more time. That's all. I don't go on any other.
Oh, what's he talking about? Is he going to like do watch parties on Cosme now? Is that what he was talking about?
Yeah. Well, we were always watching on Cosme, but I think you can just talk and what do you call it? Comment on Cosme because I don't know, we'll just do that. But he's just a bit busy at the moment as well. So, but yeah, it's like really. But I just feel sorry for him because it's like his other channel was monetized and this other one like we spent at least probably 8 hours a week streaming on the different shows.
Wow.
Fastgate was about 3 hours, and then we were doing the Outpost a couple of times a week sometimes. So, yeah, we could be streaming up to 10 hours a week, and
Whoa.
now we're not. So like I miss those boys. They're so funny. We had the best time. But hopefully he gets it back.
Yeah, I hope so. That's sad. That's the thing, he spends all that time. You guys are always streaming and stuff like that, and it just loses his channel like that. It's lame, man.
Like out of the blue, and to me, it feels a bit malicious on someone's part because he, first of all, we just watch something and comment and talk about stuff like, and on his two guys talking, they had conversation about stuff. Like a TV show or whatever, or a movie or whatever, and it seems really random because they're so two different styles of channel, yet they were both wiped out at the same time. So I can only imagine malice has happened, but like to what degree? Because I don't know anything about YouTube and stuff like that, so I can't say, but it seems very strange that they both got wiped out at the same time.
Yeah, that is weird.
So hopefully somehow they can get someone to review it, and because like you'd think if they said, "Oh, you were doing this," and then blah blah, you give them a chance to fix it, but to say, "Nah, you're gone," and like that's very horrible.
Well, sometimes that's how it is. That's like I talked about losing my original Facebook account. Like that, they did the same thing to me. They like put me in Facebook jail. Wouldn't tell me exactly what I did.
Yeah, but that's not right?
Yeah, wouldn't even get back to me until they decided to kick me off of Facebook and said, you had enough opportunities, but you didn't tell me.
Yeah.
What I needed to do to prevent it from happening. So.
Yeah. And like one of his Legend of the Seeker, it had just had 40,000 views over, and so I don't know.
Very bizarre.
Yeah. Very, very bizarre.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun. And remember, everybody, in 12 days' time, it's Gary. Oh well, maybe on the 25th of April, it's Gary Ambrose's birthday.
All right.
Yeah.
So
he is old people.
That must man works very hard for the community.
He certainly does. And Doomcock is coming up quickly too.
Yeah, May.
May 15th?
14th.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. For me, it's probably the 15th.
Old Man Bird said, "Goal achieved, 6 hour mark." Yeah, we hit 6 hours.
Yeah.
All right.
Real Wade Nation is here. He says, "Can I join?" Link. Add the link in the chat. Let me see.
I'm just gonna pop out for a bit. I need to organize something for dinner and stuff, and I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. I'll be here.
Jimmy's gonna be here, right?
Most likely.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
See you soon.
The marathon begins.
Aye.
Old Man Bird said Appion used to be on Tony's channel all the time. Maybe they could join forces again. Yeah, that might be a possibility. Oh, Wade's here. Hold on.
And I'm here.
What's going on,
Yeah.
brother?
Hey,
You
hey
hear me
there.
okay?
Hey, Wayne.
Yep, we hear you. Loud and clear.
I never know if it's clear or not. Because anyways. Oh, it was a day. Worked earlier for some weird reason, but whatever. Money's money. Then I just did a stream.
Mhm.
And then Tuesday, I'm doing a movie stream, but I'm doing it on the Green Machine only. Because you all know why. You on the tube. Yeah.
What is like copyright reasons or
Mm-hmm.
yeah?
I was gonna type it, but I was like, I don't know. I mean, anyways. So I wanted to do it multi, but I'm like, I'm not. I heard the other basically the Green Machine. I can show it without having to worry about, you know, striking it.
Yeah.
So
You say Green Machine. What is Green Machine?
there. The other creator, I typed in private chat.
Oh, Rumble. We say that here. I have a Rumble channel.
I don't. Some people don't call it Rumble. They say Green Machine. I don't know. I'm all over the place, so I don't know what people say. I've heard Green Machine. I've heard Rumble. I've heard other. Tomato, tomato. Anyways, so I'm doing for the first two Tron's movies back to back. So
Tron. Yeah.
But yeah,
I haven't seen that in ages.
now I watched the first one. It's fine if you look past the special effects compared to modern. But I mean, then again, you realize you got to look back at what year it was made, and it wasn't wasn't CGI like it is now.
Yeah.
But I just got done. No, I didn't finish it. I started it. I started the Tron Evolution game. Online servers are still up 15 years later.
Wow.
Unlike EA. And what else now I haven't tried it, but I'm going off of what I've heard or / read on the internet.
Yeah.
Fed, did you ever play the old 09 Modern Warfare 2 on Xbox? You know what it is, right?
I've heard of it. Yeah.
Call of Duty.
Oh yeah, I heard of it. I think the last thing I played was Atari, brother.
No, I figured. But those servers are still up. Now I haven't tried it yet, but as soon as I get that game, I'm gonna be playing that like nobody's business. I mean, I'll sprinkle my usual stuff, but it's nothing like 09 game online. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna bring back the whole 09 into the 20 whatever 16 years later, but that'll be farther up down the line. But anyways, so what I missed, I saw you were going live, but I was busy so what did I miss on the show so far?
A little music discussion. Been all over the place,
Yeah.
I just didn't know where we've been, so that way we don't rehash it. Yeah. And I came in late. But anyways, carry on. Anyways.
Nah, mostly just like music talk. I've been polling everyone. You see the new Ghost video, Lacrima? Happen to see that? Yeah, Metalhead.
What is it? Is that a metal song?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all apparently haven't seen it. Oh man, great song, great
No.
video. Yeah.
No, I'm more metal. I know you're gonna say it's not metal, but no, Helldiver 2. Someone made a metal song for it.
Mhm.
It's decent. Now I don't know. Is it really metal? I don't know. Because I don't know metal
I don't know. I'd have to.
genre. But I mean, if I could easily find it, I just don't know if you would want it played because of copyright. But if
Yeah.
you don't, that's what I mean, I can. Here, I can. I'll drop the. I'll go find it really quick. I'm not gonna show it obviously, but I can drop it in private chat.
All right. Yeah, I'll check it out then.
I mean, it's catchy. So, what have you been up to this week besides YouTube? That I haven't talked to you in forever.
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, basically worked all week.
Oh,
About it.
so have I. Basically, that's why I cut. No, did I want to cut back on streams? No, but when work has you out of the no, I say out of the blue.
Mhm.
Out of the no, they added a bunch out. Oh, whoops! I put it in. I thought I put it in private chat, but I put it in
This is good.
comments. Anyways, that sort of day. But it's not bad.
Yeah.
It's just been, I'm like, it's a little more tiring than I thought it would be.
Hmm. Yeah, we were
Yeah.
all kind of discussing earlier. We're all tired for some reason.
Yeah.
I was on the road for like 6 hours today. I'm definitely tired.
Well, at least you have a reason.
Yeah.
I mean, I worked, I say I worked 5 hours, but it was basically 5 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah.
But it was
Close
5
enough.
hours. I mean, technically, total it's 5 hours and 45, but then you take the 45 for like a food break.
Yeah.
So you subtract that, and then you get your 5 hours. It's like, cool, it's the shortest shift. No, I mean, it's, don't get me wrong, the job's fine. It's just, I'm like, after like Monday to Saturday, I'm like, by Saturday, I'm like, okay, So it's
Yeah.
not like it's a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. But it's like by the time you get to the last day, I'm like, finally. But anyways,
Yeah, cool. Just want to read this real quick. Jill said she was on Appion's channel only 2 times, one for Galaxy Quest and another for Shawshank. I love those streams. He is such a sweet man. YouTube is a disgrace for doing that. You hear that? That's Jill
Yeah.
telling you you're a
Did he-
disgrace. And I totally agree. I was on Appion's channel 3 times. Once we discussed Big Trouble in Little China.
did
Then
he
we
come back or no? I haven't
No,
followed it.
his channels
Like,
are still gone. Yeah, he's
I-
gone.
I figured.
And I enjoyed that too. We did Big Trouble in Little China, then we did Escape from LA, and once we just talked generally about Sylvester Stallone movies. And I had a playlist on my channel. I was wondering what happened. I had an Appion playlist on my channel, and I noticed one day it was gone. And lo and behold, yeah, he's gone from YouTube. So, dear YouTube, please fix this. Look into this and fix this.
That's
Yeah.
crazy. That
Maybe-
is totally
Yeah,
crazy.
he's a loved member of our community and stuff, and I can't imagine he did anything wrong. So,
Yeah.
just that I tried to reach out to YouTube on Twitter for Appion, but they weren't helpful. Imagine that.
Probably the bot thing.
Yeah.
Anyways. Yeah, that's exactly why I'm probably doing movie-esque stuff on Rumble.
Mhm.
Just not even because I was started doing it on Kosami, but then if people watch if we were gonna do a movie right now, which I know we're not, and you have the link for the site,
Mhm.
problem is you can't people that watch the replay can't watch it because you leave the room. Versus if you have it up, the replay will do better because they actually know what you're talking about. I have the rudest comment on that topic, but anyways.
I believe
ranting.
What's that?
No, I was just ranting. But anyways,
I believe that's what he's talking about now. What the hell was that?
That was a noise.
What was the noise?
Birds.
That did sound like birds. Holy crap! Were we going that long?
It's officially spring now. Holy cow!
I wish it would finally. Yo, what's up with this kooky weather? By the way, it's like
it's crazy.
It was like summertime a few days ago, and all of a sudden it's goddamn winter here again.
Oh, it's April.
Yeah,
hey, it's April. It's spring.
Before tax day.
Yeah.
Jeez, man.
Yeah.
Anyways, I just wanted to drop by. I haven't been on for forever, so I just wanted to drop by.
Okay, man. All right.
He's cool.
That's awesome. Subscribe if you haven't. You know where to find me, and I'll see you guys when I see people next. Peace.
All right, brother. All right, take care, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Dude.
Take care.
Yep, have a good one, man. That's all set up. All righty.
John, was that you making no birdie noises?
No.
Where the heck was that coming from?
I don't know.
That was weird.
Yeah, it was. Maybe it was Twitter.
Maybe it was a birdie brisket and Raymond just accidentally belched.
Oh, damn.
The birdie sounds came out.
Oh, boy. That's a disturbing image, John.
Yep. I wonder if you can brisket a bird.
No, that's rotisserie.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Rotisserie chicken.
Oh, yeah.
Which they have every day at Weiss Markets. Love it.
They do.
So good.
Yes, there are some things that are just so nice. Let's see. No, not yet. And we are at 6.5 hours almost.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Seemed like Eugene Burgess said we hit the 6 hour mark.
Yeah.
I got
Time
some.
flies.
Trying to share something here. I guess got some wicked lag going on here, but I'm trying to share something that I saw earlier today. Definitely not metal, but let's see if we can play musical StreamYard again. I've been having some kind of issue all night. When I drag it over to the other monitor, it disappears. Okay, we got it. All right, cool. It didn't disappear this time. All right, so I haven't even read this yet. I just saw the headline, and I thought I would share. Okay, so this is something like I'm not a huge Foreigner fan, but I do know there's been a lot of bad blood between Lou Gramm and well, who's left? I think just a guitar player.
Yeah, Mick Jones,
But,
and he retired.
Yeah, so apparently Foreigner's upcoming song will feature Lou Gramm on vocals. Says Foreigner's upcoming reissue of 1981's Four will include a newly completed track with original singer Lou Gramm on vocals.
Neat.
Foreigner bassist, former Dokken bassist, Jeff Pilson offered up details during a recent appearance on Chile's Radio Futuro, as transcribed by Blabbermouth. It says to Foreigner fans, they kind of consider it the pinnacle. It was just an incredible masterpiece of a record, Pilson noted when describing Four's legacy. I mean, it's a record where every song is great, and most Foreigner fans relate to everything on there. So it's very important a record for Foreigner. Now, again, I'm not a huge Foreigner fan. Is that the one that had Jukebox Hero on it? Was Jukebox Hero on there?
Yeah, it was.
Because that's when I think Foreigner, man. My cousin, when I was a little kid, man, he used to play Jukebox Hero all the time, and it's like kind of fond memories for me thinking about as a kid. And it's a little heavier kind of a Foreigner track.
Yeah.
But it goes on to say, we found an unfinished song in all the files, the bassists continue. The song had one verse in it, and Lou had sung one verse and sang the chorus, and it was great. But there was only one verse. So he's mumbling the second verse. So we called Lou. We said, "What do you think about finishing and singing the song?" So he said, "There's a lot of says in this." Absolutely. He wrote and finished 2 verses and sang them. He added cowbell, more cowbell.
Cowbell,
And
cowbell.
we got to have more cowbell. And we now have a new song, Old Foreigner song, that will be on the Foreigner 4 release coming out in September. The song is called Full If You Love Him, and it came out great. So his reconciliation, can't read again. Up until recently, the idea of Graham working on material with his former band would have seemed far-fetched. That's what I thought. After all, the singer was estranged from Foreigner for the better part of 40 years, making only occasional appearances with the group while regularly expressing his disappointment regarding his frayed relationship with the guitarist Mick Jones. That's it, Mick Jones. In interviews. But after Foreigner was announced as part of the 2024 Rock and Roll Hall of Shame, I don't even care if something good came out of it. I'm not saying that it's Rock and Roll Hall of Shame.
Oh, I agree. I agree with you totally.
Exactly. We were ranting about that. Oh, man, that's right. Who was that? Was that Eugene Bird or Tim? Somebody wanted me to discuss that at Rock and Roll Hall of Shame. But anyway, back to this. Then at the induction during which Graham performed alongside current Foreigner members, things suddenly felt copacetic between the singer and his former group. Something happened at the Rock and Roll Hall. We'll just say Rock Hall like it says there. Where something happened at the Rock Hall where something happened. Wait, am I reading that right? Something happened at the Rock and Roll Hall where something happened.
Huh.
And
okay.
Something really happened because it happened twice. And we all kind of came together. Yeah. Pilson noted they all came together. There was almost like a meeting of the minds, and we all kind of realized Foreigner is bigger than all of us. It's a power bigger than all of us. Wait a second. It's who wrote this? Bigger than all of us. It's a power bigger than. Did Pilson really say that? Was he off the wagon again? On the wagon? Is it off the wagon or on the wagon?
Never know.
It was probably an AI transcribe.
Maybe. This is kooky. Anyway, it says it's the music that we've all tapped into. We're all a small part of it, but we're all part of this greater whole. Graham has joined Foreigner on stage a handful of times since the induction and will officially reunite with the group for a brief Latin tour. Backwards. A brief tour in Latin America. We're very excited to have Lou with us. Pilson admitted the fact that he's decided to appear as a special guest with us is just an incredible thing. He's been very, very supportive. So I thought that was kind of like, again, I'm not a big Foreigner fan, but I thought that was kind of noteworthy. I'm glad I remembered to share that. And it's weird, thinking about Jeff Pilson being such a voice for the band and stuff like that. It seems like yesterday he was in Dawkins, but he's been in a Foreigner now longer than he was in Dawkins.
Yeah,
I think. And I think he's a huge part of the management and everything. I think with Foreigner, I believe.
Yeah, and I think he produces the albums.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So
that's pretty cool because I love Foreigner back in the day.
Yeah, they had some decent songs, I'll give them that.
Head Games was one of my favorites.
I've been hearing that. I've been hearing that at work the last couple of weeks. They're playing the crap out of that song.
Double Vision, that was great.
Mm-hmm.
And that first song, Hot Blooded, that I loved.
That's another good one. I got to admit, there's one Foreigner song I absolutely can't stand. And it was a newer one. Well, not new by today, but what the hell was it? I want to know what love is. Was that?
Oh yeah.
I don't know. Like I was saying earlier, I have this weird thing where I like to listen to depressing music when I'm depressed, but that one there, man, I can't stand hearing that when I'm depressed. But
yeah, and it's a depressing story on that whole song because Lou Gramm basically wrote and recorded the whole thing, and Mick Jones took all the publishing. And that was a very bad situation. I think that's when the cracks really started to show.
All right, Tim just sent me something. He's determined to get me fired up on this Rock and Roll Hall of Shame. I know. I can see it. He wants a repeat of the last live stream.
I think Tim's from Ohio, and he's got this total hate of Ohio, which I don't blame him. I've got a total hate of Ohio.
Yeah.
So he wants it. He wants me to show this. This is the ballot, I guess, for this year's Rock and Roll Hall of Shame. And
Oh my God.
yeah,
Okay,
Bad Company should have been in there years ago.
Bad Company's good. Billy Idol's good. The rest,
At least the top running are mostly actual rock to some extent.
yeah. Let me
Never
point
heard of
out we got
Fish.
Mariah Carey and Outkast. Now
Yeah.
I don't know. I know for a fact that's not rock. Now, Joy Division and New Order and Mana. I don't know. I don't know what
Doesn't
they
matter.
are. So, yeah, I can't speak on those. I don't know if they're rock or not. But
Oasis.
Never heard of
I have heard people love Oasis. I'm not super familiar. I've heard some things. I know there are diehard fans of them. I guess they're kind of rock. I've heard some rocky things, so I'll let them slide.
What Kingdom Come was to Led Zeppelin, Oasis is to the Beatles.
Beatles. I've heard that, like they're Beatlesque. Yeah. Okay, so they're kind of a cheap version of the Beatles.
Yeah.
But okay. There are some things here that I hate. Okay, the White Stripes, that I don't get. Never got the White Stripes thing. And okay, I'll be honest, I'm a little biased because what's his name, Jack White?
Yeah.
Real douchebag. Real douchebag. He's right up there with that. I almost said something I shouldn't on YouTube. That little sack of shit from Green Day, right? He's like right up there. Like I said, Green Day comes on, radio goes off. Like I don't even know the White Stripes stuff, so I would have to learn it, but it would go off too if I knew their stuff. But anyway, the thing of it is like bands like the Black Crowes, they're okay. I don't, they're rock. They're definitely rock.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? When you're factoring in a Kiss and Judas Priest to finally get in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and yet, well, that was just like Gal Gadot just receiving a Hollywood star on a Walk of Fame. And days later, I come to find that John Carpenter got one too. Now, John Carpenter he's supposed to be an asshole in real life. I never met him in real life, but I can't deny what he's done for movies. I love a lot of his movies. Listen, Big Trouble in Little China is it's up there for me.
Yeah.
And Gal Gadot already has a star.
Mm-hmm.
For what?
Only done how many movies? And now she does what?
Yeah, I mean, she and listen, Gal Gadot's beautiful. I love Gal Gadot. She's a beautiful woman and stuff, but she can't act very well.
No.
I don't understand why she would in 20 years. I don't think she should have a star in the Hollywood Walk of Fame. But anyway, I guess back to this here. I don't know. I'm showing it to him, but it's like this stuff just pisses me off because I don't know.
Yeah, and Chubby Checker, he should have been in decades ago.
Joe Cocker as well, really.
Yeah.
I'm not a Joe Cocker fan.
No, I'm not a Joe Cocker fan either.
But he should have been in long ago.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have. Listen, I have nothing. I'm not a big fan of grunge. I make no secret of that. But Soundgarden was okay as far as the grunge stuff goes. But why are they going in the same time as Joe Cocker and Chubby Checker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's make them wait until they're dead and gone. 40 years down the road, and why did Chubby Checker have to wait this long?
Yeah.
And Mariah Carey, please, talking about the yodeling bullshit.
No.
It's not, she's not even rock, right? Did she ever do a rock?
No,
never.
She's adult contemporary. She's nowhere near rock.
This stuff would make a lot more sense if they changed the name to the Music Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Like John, you said earlier, even rap is big enough over the last couple of decades. They could have their own thing.
Yeah.
Make the Rap Hall of Fame. Make the country. It probably is a country Hall of Fame, but
yeah, because it is, I think, the second most popular form of music in the world right now. Which is kind of sad on one hand, but a lot of guys put a lot of time in, and there is talent in there. So,
these people should refuse it too. You know what? Dolly Parton got a lot of respect from me, and she turned it down because she said she wasn't rock.
Yeah.
if the idiots that run the place can't figure out what rock is, that the artists themselves should say, well, I'm a rapper. I don't want to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Why would a rapper want to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, and the thing is, yeah, they've got these fans ballots. The people in the committee, they already know who's going to go in, and they don't care about the fans.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, Jill says, time after time, it's a good song, but how is that rock and roll? It's not.
Yeah.
But it is in my head right now. Okay, Cyndi Lauper. I don't have a problem with Cyndi Lauper. I you know, some of her songs were pretty good. I love her song from the Goonies.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that could be kind of rocky, though. That's kind of a rocky song.
Well, She Bop was close.
And you know, prog rock is progressive rock is woefully underrepresented in the Hall of Fame.
Well, seriously, dude, you want to talk underrepresented? Let's talk metal, brother.
Yeah, true.
Any genre that requires, you know, a great deal of thought on behalf of the listener, they don't want it in there.
Yeah. Yeah, and you've got all these college interns making decisions there the same way they did at MTV.
What's that, a dartboard?
Yeah.
A dartboard?
Where?
Okay, it's Outcast.
That'd probably be an improvement.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying I think they put a list on, you know, the names on the dartboard, and okay, Outcast in this year. Or do these people buy? Can they be? They're probably like they're corrupt like everything else, and people can probably buy their way in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey.
I imagine so if they thought it was worth it.
I don't know.
It's one of those things when you go get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and Steve Miller talked about this. You have to pay extra for any tickets beyond yourself and your wife, you know, and it's $10,000 a ticket to get in there. And, you know, they treat bands like crap. They treat everybody pretty much like crap. And, you know, to me, it's just not worth it, you know, just to satisfy a bunch of aging hippies at Rolling Stone magazine.
Oh, Rolling Stone. That's
God, that's no credibility.
That's a shit magazine.
Yeah. Yeah.
No credibility.
Yeah.
Tim says Chubby Checker needs to go in, and Joe Cocker and Bad Company and the rest no. Well, I wouldn't say, you know, again, I'm not an Oasis fan, but they kind of deserve it, you know. The Black Crowes. I don't know. Again, maybe they should wait 40 years. You know, like Iron Maiden.
Yeah. There's one for you.
Yeah. You know, where's Maiden? Rock and Roll Hall of Shame. Where is Iron Maiden?
Yeah. Yeah. And for that matter, you know, you've got all these great bands from the 80s, you know, that are nowhere to be heard from.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I was talking about Warrant earlier. You know, Warrant is such a big influence on me.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if they ever got in there.
Mm-hmm.
You missed it, Lenrod. I was discussing Warrant. I'm not going to disguise my love for hair metal, glam metal, whatever you want to call it lately, but I was discussing my love for Warrant's third album, Dog Eat Dog.
Yeah.
Love that album. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but
I am not, unfortunately.
Oh, dude, one day, like I was telling everybody, you know, you're cleaning the house or something, you need something, put that on in the background. It's you probably heard Uncle Tom's Cabin.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
Okay. Their next album is that kind on steroids. He really went off on his songwriting like that.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. Really cool. We're checking out.
Yeah.
And way more deserving than most of these people to go in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But
so there's that. And of course,
yeah, I don't know what more to say. It's to the point. I think Tim just wanted me to flip my lid, but I'm at the point anymore. I can't. Why? It's a waste of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just never going to change.
Nothing.
Yeah, it's never going to change. It's never going to change. If Eddie Trunk can't change, their stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard his rants. Yeah. And it's like Paul Stanley said, the Hall of Fame is in the heart of the fans, so why bother?
Uh-oh. Carla's back.
Uh-oh.
Hide everything.
Turns. Whee!
I'm hiding Carla. Hold on.
You can hide me.
There she is.
Hi.
No.
So here, Carla, what we have here is, I guess, this year's ballot for the Rock and Roll Hall of Shame. And I don't know. You agree with this
Billy
list?
Idol.
Well, he's kind of rocking.
He
But
is.
do you agree with this list? Are you behind these folks here?
I don't even know who. I know Billy Idol and I know Cyndi Lauper and Joe Cocker, obviously.
Yeah, there's some of them I don't
None of
recognize.
how many are rock? Like how many? If you went into a CD store, back in the day, and you went to the rock category, how many of these people would be in it?
Well, Mariah Carey would certainly be there, no?
Yeah.
Like I said, they need to change the name to the Music Hall of Fame, and then it's all good.
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Bad Music Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Or mediocre, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oasis. What did Oasis do?
Yeah, never heard of them.
They outsold
Oh,
the Beatles.
I've heard of them. I just
They
don't
are
know what
big.
they did.
Yeah.
They are big. I'm not an Oasis guy or anything, but John, I think you said there it's like the modern Beatles or something.
Yeah.
People
Okay.
revere them as like the modern day Beatles.
Yeah. Mind you, they came out in 1995 or 6. So they've been around a while, but that whole thing
What's
with the
Fish?
brothers fighting each other.
Fish is. I heard of Fish. Raymond, aren't they some kind of prog rock thing?
They're a very hipster band.
Yeah, I've never heard of Fish.
But
Yeah,
they're
weren't they
definitely
in
fall
off-
into the rock category with bands like the Grateful Dead and stuff.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Aren't they an offshoot of the Grateful Dead?
Maybe. I don't think so.
I couldn't tell you.
They had Trey Anastasio, bassist Mike Gordon, drummer John Fishman, Paige McConnell. They play funk, reggae, prog rock, psychedelic, folk, country, jazz, blues. Let me see what they've played.
Hold the phone.
Yeah.
Jill says Pantera should be on there. Jill, are you a metalhead?
Interesting.
I'm intrigued. Is Jill a metalhead?
Yeah.
We must know.
Yes, Jill.
I don't want to know. It'll make me more depressed than I already am. Because she was playing Power Rangers as a kid. We could have been Power Ranger in it together.
Yep.
Jamming out to some Pantera.
To find out that she's in the metal, it's like, no, stop it. Stop disappointing me with this crappy place I live in.
Yeah.
There are no good girls here, dang it.
Lenrod, you come across to me as a fan. You dig Pantera?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Even their early stuff before Phil Anselmo.
I like the metal, the glam kind of
Yeah.
Pantera stuff. I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah, it's definitely way different. It's like a totally different band after Phil Anselmo hit the scene.
Yeah.
Yeah. He is unique.
I can listen to Pantera. I'll get in my moods where I'll listen to them. I definitely respect Daryl's playing for sure.
Oh, yeah.
I've never been they're never like the top of my list for things, but I'll get I'll get in the mood where, man, I just got to hear me some like Cemetery Gates or something.
Yeah.
I got a text that says Fish comes every summer to a pot and music fest. Bunch of hippies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Are they like for potheads and stuff like that? That's kind
Pretty
of
much,
what I
yeah.
thought.
It's a stoner
Yeah.
band.
Yeah, I've seen like the logo, and it always reminded me of Grateful Dead, Burnout sort of thing. No offense.
Yes,
to
It's that
not
kind
that
of
everyone-
vibe is what it is. Like
Yeah,
hippie
not that-
stoner stuff.
Not insinuating that everyone listens to Grateful Dead's a Burnout, but in a lot of times,
Yeah.
the shoe fits. But I don't know. Are we done? I think we pretty much said everything we can say about this dumb list.
Yeah.
Yep, definitely.
I mean, Billy
Nothing
Idol.
good.
Listen, Billy Idol was kind of cool. I never think of Billy Idol
Yeah.
much, but he had some. Listen, I'll hear like White Wedding or something will come on the radio, and I'll be like, yeah, man, that's a cool song.
Yeah.
Even Rebel Yell was kind of a cool song.
Oh, I love Rebel Yell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know
And
what?
the fact Steve Stevens is another underrated guitarist.
He is an underrated guitar player, but he has said some dumb things in his
Yeah.
past. We're like, I think in an article one time he said something like Eddie Van Halen, he had a style, but he never let it shine through in his songs.
Yeah. Ooh, Pudgy's here.
Hail, Pudgy!
Hail,
Hey, Pudgy. Hail to the Pudgy.
Oh, man.
Alrighty.
Lenrod. Jill said she's a punk rocker, but she likes metal sound. Jill, every time we think you can't get any cooler,
Mhm.
takes
Yeah,
it up a
really.
notch. Yeah, man.
Stop
All right,
rubbing it in.
Listen, here's what we got to do. Okay, Lenrod, John. One of these days, we got to make a list, right? We'll get Jill to listen to a couple metal songs from each of us, right? And then we'll bring Jill on and see what she thought of all of them. What do you think?
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I think that'd be cool.
Yeah,
Sweet.
slamming playlist of
Yeah,
hits.
get Jill's take on some of our favorite metal songs or something. There's something. to think about.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Dig deep into the collection.
Hmm.
Only got 1,000 albums to go through.
Yeah.
Hey, Pudgy. Pudgy says Pudgy and Cobalt just finished channel updates. Boy, that was boring. LOL. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel you. Editing
Oh.
videos is a pain in the ass. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Hell
that-
Pudgy. Hell Pudgy. Hello Pudgy. Hell Pudgy. Pudgy's a superstar in this here place, isn't he?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Look
Straight.
at the place live and right up when he showed up.
Yeah.
I was ready to leave this stream, and then Pudgy showed up.
Oh, fellas, look. Jill's up for it, man.
Awesome.
How cool is that? And hey, somebody else. Wait, what happened?
Already starting my list.
Cool. I have some
DVB.
ideas too. DVB.
Hello.
What's up, brother? What's up?
Yo,
Something tells me Tony Stark is done.
Ah.
I have a few. I've got a few ideas too to give to Jill.
Yeah.
Now we're talking metal, Raymond.
Yes, metal.
Yeah.
I'm serious, metal.
Okay, I want to see these ahead of time.
Okay.
Not that I misread the take on
proofread.
metal, but yeah, I want to view. I want final say.
Okay, fine. Fine.
DVB says, "What's up?"
Yep. Pudgy hugs everyone. Hugs to Pudgy.
Jill's having a problem too. She ran out of room on her hard drive, and I'm currently trying to make room. I'm having an issue with my phone. Is like 10 years old. I'm like totally out of storage space. So I definitely need a new phone.
What is that?
Pudgy watched silly cover of Thunderstruck by Steve N. Seagulls.
I know those guys.
Accordion solo.
It's like a bluegrass redneck kind of group.
Oh, are we talking Thunderstruck by AC/DC?
Yeah,
And they,
and they
the,
do like
I wanna
banjo and
see
stuff,
that.
and beating on a tractor. You know,
and the solo was done on accordion. I might have to hear this.
Yes.
DVB points out that Jill has a great music playlist on her channel. That's cool. I actually have another channel called Metalhead 3366 or something like that. I don't know, because Metalhead was already taken. It's not. Listen, nobody has to subscribe to it or anything. It's not a serious channel. I'm just saying. I have a shit ton of playlists over there. If you guys want to check out like what I'm digging, what I'm listening to.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, because I couldn't tell what was what on the FETT channel anymore, so I just made the other one to get all the music stuff over there.
Yeah.
But
Wait a minute. Master of Puppets with a banjo?
Oy,
that's the thing.
Yeah.
that'd be thing.
No choice. I got to look at it.
Jill didn't know that any of her friends were watching her playlist. Well, I'll be checking it out now too.
Yeah.
I never think to do that when check other people's playlists for some reason. And I was just saying earlier how we need to get Doomcock to make a pop culture breakdown one so everybody can find the older episodes. He says Jill has excellent taste in music. That's cool.
Carla says, "Nuck nuck."
Oh shoot, we did. Oh, we lost Carla, and I didn't even realize it. Sorry about that, Carla.
I'm usually not that quiet.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
No,
and I have a
I just get kicked out for some random things, and I'll have East Kegel is here. Ooh.
East Cable.
Yeah.
There's an east
sorry.
and a west.
Where'd you see
No,
that?
yeah. No,
Oh.
sorry, I'm getting muddled. Click in the chat. BBB, hello.
Oh, Carla, did you miss? We were talking about we're gonna pick some metal songs and get Jill to listen to them, and then have Jill on at some point to give her take on the songs. That's gonna be
I'm sure
cool.
she'll do a great job of it.
Absolutely, that's gonna be
Oh,
cool.
yeah.
Oh, Jill said, wait, why didn't it come up? There it is. Jill said, what happened was because Pudgy set up podcasts. So, no, that's not Jill. What's going on with my thing here?
Uh-oh.
This is the one I was clicking on. This is unacceptable, FETFire. Please give us the link to your playlist. All right, I'll like pop it on Twitter or something like that. There are, geez, there are probably 100 playlists over there.
Yeah.
I've got to get more playlists up on my channel.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I had like when I would go on other people's shows or something, I would make a playlist on my channel. That's how I noticed that something was going on with Appion because I was on his channel a few times and I noticed it disappeared. Yeah. DVB says, "Hail Fit for Hire and panel."
Yeah.
This is hard to do. Trying to make the list of songs, but it's like I'm an album guy, so I'm just like, okay, this album. Wait, this is like 50 songs already.
Yeah, we don't want to overwhelm Jill.
Oh man,
not yet. Anyway,
Yeah.
she'll come back with big hair and a metal style T-shirt.
That'd be awesome, man. Mirror Universe Jill. That would be awesome.
Yeah, mirror.
See Jill show up with a Megadeth T-shirt or something.
Yeah.
All kinds of leather and studs.
Yeah. Big shoes.
Yeah.
Okay. Pudgy. I started reading this, so I'm going to read it again. Antiderivative Jill. What happened was because Pudgy set up podcasts so stories can be spread easier. Well, YouTube throttled Pudgy's view counts. Imagine that. Because deprioritized the channel. Cobalt fixed.
Praise Cobalt.
Way to go, Cobalt.
Congrats. Trying to get around that YouTube stuff, man. I don't know what's up with them. Why do they do stuff to discourage people from doing things?
They literally get free money.
Yeah. Well, I know they're making money off of me because there's commercials on my stuff now,
What?
Is there?
Yeah. Yeah, people keep telling me I would watch a commercial. I've even seen when I upload a video and I go to check and see if it looks okay. Sometimes I got to see if I have a 20-second video, I got to watch a 10-second commercial. Like seriously?
Wow.
Yeah.
DVB says
they've been ad bombing a lot of people lately.
Yeah, the commercials are terrible on YouTube anymore.
Yeah.
Terrible. I swear to God, dude, the last couple of weeks, I'm trying to watch the replay of Pop Culture Breakdown. And I'm like, God damn it. You know what I mean? I'm at the end of my rope with this shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they pulled the cardinal sin of commercials. I was watching the video on Pink Floyd's Comfortably Numb, and they put a commercial in the middle of the big guitar solo at the end, and it's like one simply does not interrupt David Gilmour at his best.
Yeah, I swear it's like they know. I'll be watching a video and it'll be like the moment it's building up to something, and boom, that's when the commercial comes on.
Yeah,
I know you can set them up yourself on the mid-roll ads, but if you don't actually set it up, it'll put them in basically at a timed interval.
Yeah.
Huh.
I reckon sometimes it's after you've just touched your phone for something, because that's what happens with Rumble. Like, I'll be listening to something for a long time, then I'll go to do something, and then an ad will come a couple of seconds later.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting here like a knucklehead looking around my microphone to see the other screen when I realized I could have got rid of that list long ago. So we got that out of there. So let me drag this back over here. Okay. DVB said, "You are so good at Photoshop." Oh, thank you, brother. Trying to get better.
You're the best.
Always trying to get better. Oh, that's another thing too. By the way, for the folks that stay around at the end, since Doomcock's been revealing movie of the week and stuff, throughout the week anyway. New pictures done. I'll pop that up at the end. Ha ha, Raymond, I got show notes now. I'll reveal sneak peek for everybody here tonight. I'll show you what the graphic is for the movie tomorrow. Well, Wednesday, but I'll put it out tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh,
Jill says
Awesome.
yes. A pop culture breakdown list would rule. I've been meaning to tell him to do that, but I know he's going to forget to do it. Because people are always asking all the time. I'll put the movie graphic up, and if somebody like, does anybody have the link for the show or this or that? He should really have a playlist for it.
Mm-hmm.
Sandra says, Carla Burton, I finally finished the dress I was making for one granddaughter. The skirt for the other was done a couple of weeks ago.
well done. What can't Sandra do? That's what I want to know.
Oh, she can do everything.
Yeah.
Well, we found out tonight she can hold her alcohol, too.
That is true.
Yeah.
She's amazing.
DVB says, this is boosting my ego again, so I have to read it.
Mm-hmm.
You've got some great skills like, oh, wait, this isn't about me, is it? Wait, you've got some great skills like bow hunting skills, computer hacking skills, nunchuck skills. Did I miss something? So I'm no good at nunchucks. I got to be honest, man. I remember back in the day trying that stuff. Now I'm dangerous with nunchucks.
Yeah.
And thank you for calling them nunchucks. I hate when people say numchucks. They're not numchucks.
Oh,
Numbskull.
Well, you go pretty numb after you whack yourself enough times.
Yeah.
That's true. They should be called numchucks. That's true. Jill says, Sandra, I need to learn how to sew. I just should. I have failed.
YouTube. People will show you on YouTube how to do it these days.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you can
We're
find
so
anything on
lucky.
YouTube.
I can fix it. I fix my own dishwasher. Like a guy explained how to get right to where the pump is or whatever you like, sort of thing. And I fixed my own dishwasher a couple of times by watching someone who was like that. So it's always a guy making a video of how to do something, like plumbing or those sorts of things. And he showed, and he was really good because you watch a couple of videos on the same topic, and then someone will say, the last thing that you need. And I'm like, oh, I'm just not confident about pulling that out. And the guy's like, put your finger in and you'll feel a little and that's what you need to feel to. I'm like, yes. And I fixed my machine. I'm so happy.
Cool.
Carla's fingering her machine.
Yeah, right.
Oh, dear.
But I
What
missed
happened?
it.
Oh, I wasn't muted, was I? That's one of the things that got me on YouTube was back in the day, I was driving my Chevy Avalanche and probably from parking on the highway and the bad PA winters and stuff. One day, like my tailgate wouldn't open. And I couldn't figure out how to get it open. And I was like, I'm not paying $1,000 to take it to the mechanic just to shoot some WD-40 in there or something. But I found a video on YouTube. I was actually able to, because the Avalanche has the bulkhead and all, and the rear seats you could take down. So I could crawl from the cab through the box and get it open from the inside. I would have never known that if it wasn't for YouTube.
Yeah.
But that was one of the first things I looked at on YouTube.
YouTube University for the win.
Yeah.
My husband had to make. When he was having his chemo and stuff, he was doing admin work for his work, and he learned how to make apps by guys who had put videos on how to make apps or blah 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 on thing, and he just watched YouTube video after YouTube video on how to build it, and you just get a couple of different sources, and one will tell you one thing, and the other will tell you the little bits of that you missed. It's so good, and they can build apps, big apps.
Jill says, I have cooking down okay, but baking and sewing just have been lazy.
Oh, well, you don't
Nobody's
need
lazier than me.
Actually, learning to sew is quite good. I mean, I don't know how to sew that well, but I sew free range. But I've made a lot of costumes for one of my kids who just loves costumes all the time. So having a sewing machine and being able to do basics is pretty cool.
I'm not gonna lie. I used the sewing machine back in high school because we had a home ec class we had to take. But I've sewed in the past. Hold on a second. I'll show you something. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now he's gonna brag.
Yeah. I've done some knitting.
Yeah? What did you knit?
just a thing about that long.
Yeah, that's
You know,
cool.
you can call it a mini blanket.
Yeah, very
You
good.
know,
Well, you
but
should. I reckon if we learned to knit hats, that would be cool. Okay, go.
Yeah.
Show us.
Check this out.
Oh,
Oh,
I see what
Cool.
you did there. Yeah.
nice.
good
Sweet.
job. You did that all yourself.
Slamming.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah,
job.
see, I cheated. I used iron-ons.
Ah,
No, these are all sewed. These are all sewed on, and I used green thread on the green and
Mhm.
red on some of the
That's a
reds
lot
and
of
stuff.
time.
But
That's
yeah,
a lot of time going into that.
yeah.
Cool.
Well, I don't have life. what else?
what? Oh, okay. I'm gonna put my camera on because I've got Sandra's stuff here.
Mhm.
Okay.
There's a skirt.
Oh,
Probably
wait.
need to turn the background off.
Yeah, okay.
It's a
Okay.
skirt.
Wow.
And when she
Wow.
swirls around, it goes flaring out.
Yeah. It looks like it too.
And
That's
I
gorgeous.
just finished this.
Oh wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And you sewed that yourself?
Yep.
Very nice. I like the color.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
like the purple.
shimmering.
Yeah, that's amazing, Sandra. You're so talented.
Yeah, she is.
Very cool.
Sleep. Does she sleep?
No, she went back to her side of the desk.
Oh yeah, no. I'm wondering what she is. So does she? Must have more hours in the day than us.
You just need good time management skills.
Yeah.
True.
Hey, it's midnight.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
It's tomorrow where you are. Whoa.
Is now the very witching time of night when churchyards yawn and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world. Now could I drink hot blood and do such bitter business as the day would quake to look upon. Hamlet.
Good
Yeah,
job. You're so good at that.
Well done, brother.
Hardcore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I try.
Jill said her mom had the big hair.
Ah,
I miss big hair. Big hair
Yeah.
is kind of cool. DVD said you got to get YouTube Premium. It's worth it if you watch a lot of YouTube. Yeah, I should. I probably should do that. Now that I got rid of the TV, I could probably do something like that. But also kind of, well, I'm thinking about, well, I'm hearing everybody complaining about StreamYard. I'm thinking about a subscription. I mean, I like StreamYard. I just don't want to pay a fortune for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, it'd be nice to be able to bring, because I think it was the last live stream, actually had too many people. I can only have 6 with this here, and I had too many people I wanted on. Never thought that'd be an issue.
Yeah.
Plus, too, it'd be nice to get rid of the duck. I hope I'm putting but the duck up in the corner, because I make all these graphics for all these other YouTubers, and they got the cool stuff that I made, and I can't. I got a stupid duck up there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it'd be nice, to get rid of the duck. But
yeah, but you got to pay a fortune.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money. Yeah, it went up a lot last year or something.
Yes, right around October.
So rude.
But StreamYards, you exist to serve us.
Yeah, right.
Jill says apply for monetization. I don't think I'm anywhere close. I don't really keep an eye on the watch hour thing, because I first of all, most of my videos are super short, and the shorts, I definitely don't get enough. What do you need, like 3 million views on a short? And that's like a thing I keep thinking I conquered, and I figured that out with the hashtags and stuff. And so I'll get a short, it'll get 700 and some views in the first couple hours, and then I'll try to be like, okay, well, I'll make something that goes along with that and hashtag it the same way, and then it gets 50 views. in a month. So I don't know. I can't even figure out the shorts.
Yeah.
Jill says she turned off mid rolls on my videos. I don't want to be paid for before and after the stream because mid rolls make me mad. I don't even know what that is.
It's when the ad is in the middle of the video.
Middle of the video.
Yep.
It's another thing I noticed too on Pop Culture Breakdown. So, I did the little bumpers that he puts up, the breakdown, doot, doot, doot. And it'd be like, I'll be watching it and he'll hit that and boom, commercial. Or he'll pop this up, the super chat bumper, boom, commercial. It's like, sorry, Jill, close your ears. They're fucking with FETT. You know what I mean?
Oh,
anyway, sorry.
I felt the rage in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was fake rage this time. 2 weeks ago, it was real rage, though. Oh, it was a Napoleon Dynamite reference.
Ah.
My metal list is too big. I have a problem.
Yeah, that's why I'm not even trying to think about it right now.
I'm just using the tracks on my computer right now, and I'm at 24 tracks right now.
Well,
and
I'll
I'm
tell you what.
deliberately looking at only the more obscure bands, so it's not even mainstream stuff.
Well, to tell you what, I'll keep them on the burner. Maybe we can get Jill to come back. She comes here a lot. Maybe we can get her to come back kind of regular, and that'll be a thing.
Yeah.
And it doesn't even have to always be Jill. Man, Carla, we could hook you up with a couple metal songs or something and get your take on them or something. That'd be kind of neat to get. Because I'll tell you what, I'm not big on watching reaction videos, but this ghost thing inspired me. I've been watching the last couple of days people doing all these reaction videos to the new ghost video, and I've been digging to see what the women, sorry, no offense, what the women have to say about these things. I don't know. It's kind of cool,
I hope chicks as well.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. Had to step away, get some water.
Good morning.
Oh.
Good morning.
Went out to say hi to them koi fish.
Maybe I should delete the 12-minute long songs.
Yeah.
This playlist is at over 2 hours in length.
Yeah, as much as I would like to get Jill into Maiden or something, that might be a little too much at first.
And I'm just digging into the more obscure stuff. Like, there is no Maiden or Metallica or anything in this list.
Interesting. Jill says she's at 291 watch or 291 watch hours.
Words.
No, I do.
Somebody read that. 291 watch hours to go.
Okay. Oh wow, that's awesome.
Well, let me get past that.
Just keep playing them in the background while I'm at work. You'll be okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna get my playlists fixed up. So
cool.
So, yeah. Yes,
no,
you
I
are.
also heard. I think wasn't it Wendy was saying that she encountered she was putting on YouTube videos and letting them play, but when she would leave the house, I guess at some point YouTube puts up, "Are you still there?" and you have to click on it. Is this a thing? Is that like a thing?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't had that problem, but then I use Brave for my browser and nothing else, so it probably doesn't trigger it.
Jill says that is true. You are. This is me. Jill says that is true. You are an amazing Photoshop true artist. Amazing at Photoshop. Nah, I don't consider myself an artist, but
you are.
I'm a fartist.
Yeah, that's more of what I am. Yeah. Haven't you ever watched Napoleon Dynamite? I saw it, but it was long ago.
Is that the dog one?
Oh, that's I can't even remember his name right now. The freaky red hair. And I only really remember it because in that movie, somebody wears a Vote for Pedro shirt, and I made a meme one time where I put Pedro Pascal's head on it. That's really the only thing I even remember about the movie. He says it's a great movie. Maybe one of these days I'll have to rewatch it.
Yeah.
Jill said no because I went to a Napoleon Dynamite movie party at Alamo Draft House and everyone was laughing and screaming the whole time, so I never actually seen the movie. She said, when I took my son to Minecraft last weekend, the kids did the same thing. That is so cute.
Dresses.
Yeah, movie audiences, they can ruin it for people when they don't shut the hell up.
Yeah.
That's another
There
reason
were-
why I don't know if I can go back to the movies.
Well, there was something a couple of weeks ago about these people who sing during the movies along with whatever song is playing.
Oh, geez.
And really annoying people.
I'd like them to just bring back movies that we probably didn't see in the movies at the time because, I don't know, you couldn't get there or whatever, like from the 80s and the 90s. We just need to replay those. I'd love to those concurrently with the modern movies they're putting out and see what does better.
Yeah. It would be an interesting experiment.
It would. So what they should have done is a theater should have put up the modern Cinderella and the old Cinderella and see what sold more.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that would be cool. A cool little test, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because I'm not even a fan. I'm not even a fan of Disney or either movie, really. But I would go to the old one just to teach them a lesson.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And
DVB
it's
said
free
the
on
worst,
the Internet Archive right now. So
DVB said the worst is when someone keeps kicking your seat at the movie theater. That's something I didn't deal with because I always sat very back. I always made sure I got early, way up the top, in the back.
I always go at the latest showing on a Sunday night, so there's nobody in there.
Nobody there. Yeah, that would be good too. Time management skills. Jill says you just turn around and stare into their soul. It usually works for me.
That's because you got the mom stare. That's a mad skill.
Mom. Yes, it is. I get it a lot from the mom here.
If I turned around and gave him the stare, I'd probably get sent to prison.
Yeah.
This guy's a creep. Send him out of here.
Yeah, that's an unfair advantage too with the mom stare, because if that doesn't work, I mean, you can always take off the slipper then and hold it up. So there's a backup for
Break
that.
out the wooden spoon.
Yeah, with a guy or dude, if the stare doesn't work, I mean, it's either take him outside or you just deal with the kicking of the chair.
Yeah.
That's why we have first, middle, and last names.
Yep.
It gauges the rage. When you hear all three names, you know you're probably going to be dead.
Yep.
That's true.
Oh, Pudgy said he uses Discord for collaboration streams. Works good and it's free. John, I was just talking to you about Discord last night. I hate Discord.
Yeah.
I hated it. Rancor
I
Steve
have
used to
problems
use it.
with it too.
Yeah, I had just having it on my computer, man. It's like every time I restarted my computer, it took an hour just for their stupid shit
Yeah.
to be popping up. And Rancor Steve originally used that. And the first couple times I was on Mana, well, the first time I couldn't even get on because I created the account the day before, and somehow I ended up creating two accounts. I don't know what happened there, but I couldn't get on for the whole show, so I totally screwed him on that. And then I hated. How was it? Like, it wasn't like this here. It would pick if somebody talked, it would make them big. But if somebody coughed, it would just like everybody just kept moving around, and Steve would do like that segment where he shows dumb tweets and stuff from throughout the week, and I could never see what he was showing. So I don't know. I didn't like Discord at all. I didn't care for it. I'm glad it works for Pudgy, but I don't know. I don't think I can do Discord. Jill said StreamYard is expensive. I could only afford it because I was already paying the upper tier, and I just went back to mid tier, same price. Not cool.
Ouch.
Yeah,
That sucks.
Yes.
but I noticed the thing of it is, I know Doomcock's using Restream, and man, he's having a hell of a lot of issues recently. Now, is that YouTube or is that this Restream thing? Anybody know anything about Restream?
No, I know nothing.
That was the first time I saw it was when we came on the New Year.
Yeah, it's like weird too. Like, you can't even see Doomcock anymore. It seems like. So I assume he's the first one on his, before they go live, he's the first one, and then so Gary comes as usually second, and then whoever comes else in, they're on screen, but then Doomcock and Gary, you just hear their voice.
Yeah.
And because I guess they're down because I noticed, like last night, for example, on Friday Night Frolics, when he took the overlay down to do the Harvey escaping video, you could see Doomcock's avatar, and he actually even had the avatar I made him for Frankie Doomcock down there. But then as soon as he put the overlay back up, you couldn't see him. They were hidden. And it's just weird not seeing, because even, when you just use the avatar, at least you get used to seeing the glow around the avatar when they're speaking. It's just freaking out, just hearing Doomcock talking and not seeing anything.
Yeah.
So I already don't like that about Restream. So it sucks because I like the way StreamYard is set up. They did change a couple things recently that I'm still figuring out here, but I don't know. It's a shame that they're so expensive.
Yeah.
Pudgy said there's a third-party Discord reactive that makes your Discord icons bounce when you speak. I wonder if that's what it was. I didn't like that at all. Oh, we lost Carl again.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
He always sits in the back these days too. Well, I don't go anymore to the movies, but when I did, I sat in the back.
Yeah.
Oh, Wade's back in the chat.
Ah, there he is.
LaChancla?
The Cankler? La cucaracha, la cucaracha.
Oh, yeah. RV escaping.
Yeah.
Sandra can also threaten to not feed. Raymond, what'd you do?
Nothing. Well,
Nothing you'll admit to.
nope. Nothing I'm admitting to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Wade says one day I'll have you on. I don't game, but I'd be more than happy to like hang out or something. Or, if you want to teach me games or something. Because I've been on Brandon the Anime Guy's channel a couple times. I'll let him school me on anime.
Mm-hmm.
So that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so he uses Restream. And he knows I don't game. So that's cool. Yeah, I'd pop on sometime. When I'm not working.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Get to hang out.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, Carla's okay. She's on a call. Okay. Trying to think. I think I actually made a few notes for tonight. I think I pretty much covered everything I was going to go over.
Yeah.
Anybody else have anything they want to talk about, or anything coming up or going on or anything?
Well, tomorrow is the later today.
Yeah.
Later today is the Sunday show.
Sunday.
Sunday. Unforgiven. Uncensored. Unwanted.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Yes.
4 o'clock Eastern.
Live and in living color.
Yes.
See, that's the thing, man. It's like brother. I start work at 4 o'clock on Sunday afternoons. I start work at 6 o'clock on Wednesday afternoons, the exact time you start your show.
Bummer.
Yep.
Oh. Green Lantern.
What?
Somebody wanted to know what shirt I'm wearing.
Oh, okay. Green Lantern.
Yeah.
I thought that was.
Oh, holy crap. Hold on.
It's that Jill.
Hey, Jill, how you doing?
Hey.
Hello.
How's it going, Jill?
Taking over the world? I was accused of doing that in high school, but I have yet to achieve it.
Oh,
What was
days
that?
are so early.
No, but I'm supporting somebody who is taking over the world, so I guess that's good enough.
Yeah,
Fair
Absolutely.
enough. That's true.
Yeah, whatever works.
I wish he'd take over this stinking world already.
Yeah.
All right.
Press the button.
And I just wanted to say congrats on your child being married today. I can't imagine that happening to my kids yet because they're so little.
Well, yeah.
But one day.
She's my oldest. She got married at 28, whereas everyone else got married 22 and younger.
Jeez.
Yeah, I got married at 24 myself.
Yeah, I got married at 21. So, but my husband was 28. So, 27. 20. Yeah.
Got married. We got married.
But just good job. That's awesome.
Thank
That's
you.
like a parenting dream. One of them.
Thank you.
Yeah, we got married in 2010.
2010. Oh, 15 years. 15 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been married 30 years now. And the same guy who married my husband married my daughter and her husband as well. So, yeah. So,
Cool.
pretty cool.
Oh, okay. The guy that performed the ceremony.
The ceremony, yeah.
Okay. You had me.
Yeah, for a second I was lost, yeah.
Yeah. So, and the same the person who did it, the emceeing at our wedding, he did it for my daughter's wedding as well. So it was quite a nice little tie-in.
Mhm.
But we are tired because we had 2 weddings in within a month of each other of both our children.
The
and
DJ.
we're just so tired.
Wait, you had a DJ and an MC. See, that's the thing is I didn't have an MC or a DJ, and that was a mistake. So always have that. And I know that now for my children to make sure they have that.
Yeah.
I'm 60 and single.
And ready to mingle.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm almost 40 and super single.
yeah.
Hey, never had a
I'm
girlfriend. Aha.
almost 40.
Oh.
No, we're about the same age, Linrod.
Yeah. But you're not single, so I'm winning, right?
That's true.
Yep.
Yes,
You're a
you
guy.
are.
You're a guy, so-
I'm
you've
almost
got, lots of options.
I'm already a wizard. I'm going to be a sorcerer soon. And at
Ah,
50, I learned to fly.
Wow.
there you go. And let's see.
It's been a busy time, and it's the school holidays now. It just started. So apart from driving kids to camps, I'm hoping to recover my house.
Yeah.
Everything.
Oh, is that a thing that can happen?
You just like, I know everybody. Yeah, we're just, we'll do that when the wedding's over. We'll do that when the wedding's over. There's so many jobs.
Funny,
See,
there was a floor
that was
when
my
I walked
problem.
in.
Is that I've been wanting a dog for so long, but my daughter is still tearing up the living room. So I was like,
Oh, that's
we're gonna.
comparing the daughter to a dog.
Practice. No, it's practice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So whenever my daughter stops destroying the living room, that's when I'll get a dog, and everything will be the same.
Just got to time it out right.
Yeah. Yeah, I was either animals or children, and I went for children. I couldn't do both.
This what 2 weeks on? 2 weeks will be the 1 year anniversary. We got Trike or Snoopy,
Ow!
or Snoopy, or Snoopy pointed us to Trike.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's good. That's an anniversary, but when's Strike's birthday?
Trike's birthday is in October.
Yep.
Oh, good. Oh my gosh! Your birthday's in October. Everyone's birthday is in October.
Mine too.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mine too.
Yeah.
I'm in
October.
January.
October's good math.
Oh, are
Yeah.
y'all gonna share a birthday live stream?
Yeah. Yeah. The only thing is, it's going to be sad on tomorrow. Sad on the 14th, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yep.
Was
Because
that-
that's
Sorry.
what was that?
Oh,
Was
no,
that when you
I was
lost
gonna say last year.
That's when Snoopy left us.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a year already.
Oh, no.
Yes, it
Dang.
is.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes, it is.
16 months. That's actually almost 16 months. 18.
What?
18 months.
What?
That's, so if he passed away on the 14th of October, that's about
No. Snoopy passed away 14th of April.
April. Oh.
Oh, so tomorrow will tomorrow be a remembrance? Like
No, Monday. Monday will be the yeah. And then a week later, we get this potato
Yeah.
who's right now sleeping behind me.
Yeah.
And a bit grumpy because he didn't
Yeah, he's not. He's on a diet.
He was told he needs to watch his weight.
Yes, he is. Yeah, he was.
Poor little
He
guy.
just needs more protein so he can work out and become more muscly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Send him to 25-hour fitness for 1 extra hour of working out.
Oh.
That's what I was thinking. A little extra walkies.
Yeah, we when we were getting ready to take him to the vet, I took him for a walk, and he started walking around, exploring new places. And I'm saying, we gotta go to the vet. And he he went his own way, taking me with him. He is a strong dog.
Yeah.
And
Obviously, he needs to be stronger.
yes. And then after he did his business and I had to collect it up for the doctor, my phone barks because Sandra was trying to reach out to me. I said, uh-oh. And he started running. He heard the barking and he started running.
Mm-hmm.
So
there's that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that might be a way to get him to go back home. If you can't get him to go home,
Yeah.
play
Do
that
the
barking sound.
Yeah, do the barking sound.
Heck you up to, John. No good. Am I still here?
Yeah, you're here.
Okay.
The
I
camera
just bragged
hear
about
you.
how I haven't had any internet issues for over a week now, so got scared there for a second.
Knock
That's
on
what I
wood.
was hoping for.
Internet issues?
Holy Lord of the Rings, Batman.
You shall not pass this English course.
Oh yeah, that is. When I went to university, I did have a professor who put up that sign.
Okay, I got that out of my system.
I failed English a lot.
Yeah,
And math.
English was the hardest one to pass.
I
did
never
okay.
I
understood
just
that.
didn't do anything.
It was so easy for me. English was always so easy for me, and my son is struggling with it, and he's having an easier time with math. And I was like, "What's
Yeah.
wrong with English? It's just writing. You just have to." But my thing is that I always did journaling,
It just isn't fun. That's the problem.
Yeah,
and so it
I said,
was
I've-
fun for me because I like to journal.
yeah. I remember science class was fun because we had these little strips of magnesium we'd set on fire. Boy, did they
Yeah.
burn bright.
Fire.
And then right
Oh,
next to
no.
them were the
Yeah.
gas jets.
Yeah, that's the fun stuff.
Okay, I set the ceiling on fire one time in science class, and it was fine. Nobody got mad.
I'd have
Awesome.
paid
I would
to
have liked
see
to have seen
that.
that. Yeah.
Again, why weren't we at the same school?
Yes, that would have been
We would have
awesome.
had fun.
Yep.
It went
Oh.
out quick. It just left a tiny black mark. It was fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wade says math sucks. That was my weakness in school was mathematics.
Yeah.
Homework was mine. I just didn't do it. And then I failed a lot of classes because I didn't do it.
Yeah. Well, I didn't do it
You know,
until the
that's the
class
thing
before
is-
the class where it was due.
I just
Yeah,
didn't
why
do
did
it.
you guys do that?
It's a guy thing.
Guy thing, yeah.
I got better things to do. When I'm at home, I'm at home. I'm not at school. Screw school.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why I like going to work. It's like work doesn't come home with me. It stays at work.
You sound like
Yeah.
my 11-year-old.
Yep. And then the irony of me is I hated history class. So what am I doing now at 60? Genealogy and history.
I like my history class. Of course, I had a really good history teacher too. He was really cool.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. I still have my grandparents to talk to about my past, so I should talk to them
Do it
about
while you can.
Yeah.
Get
Yeah, do it.
photographs if they have them. You know,
Go
I
go
mean,
through the list, write down the names and the backs of the pictures so you know who's in the pictures.
Yeah, because I just discovered this set of 2 big tubs. This is all pictures.
Wow.
And
Whoa.
then there's this big thick file that goes with the pictures. And let's see, that's the other side of the family. I've got history books of the local area. History's going on back to 1600s, you know, and all kinds of stuff in between. I mean, it's, you know, this one list. This is 15 feet long of relatives.
Oh.
Great.
Oh, wow.
Roll it up.
And now there's 15 feet of paper on the floor.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, there's a lot more to be done. I need to do 87 more of these to get us all back to the 1600s.
Whoa.
Wow. That's a lot of
And
work.
Some of them go even further. I've got one goes back to 980.
Wow.
So that one I need a lot of confirmation on. But yeah, for a guy who hated history, here I am.
That's all on how you deliver it and what it means to you. Like you're doing your genealogy kind of stuff, so it has a personal touch to it.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, when I do the genealogy stuff, I want to know about the area they lived in, which is, my mother's side of the family was this area, and going back through New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and then England or Ireland. And so I've got histories on the local area that were given to me for free by local historical societies.
Nice.
Oh, yes, and the book on marlin spiking, if you ever want to learn how to tie knots.
Oh, that is awesome.
Yeah. But I mean, and this is only a fraction of what I got. So get all you can get and go back as far as you can. It's a lot of fun, and it kills a lot of time.
One of my great uncles actually appeared on a YouTube video fairly recently, apparently. He was talking about his time at Iwo Jima.
Ooh. Oh, neat. Yeah.
That's cool.
That's awesome.
He's one of the very few that I have left. I think I only have like 1 or 2 left now out of like the 30 that I've had.
Jeez.
I got one great aunt left living in this area, and I think my great uncle actually passed away not too long ago. Didn't get to know him all that well because he lived down in the Chicago area still.
That's why I'm spoiled. I have like 100 family members I can talk to that I just don't.
Well, that's the thing.
Idiot.
I miss so much, and I wish I could have, asked my grandfather more questions. Actually, both of them, but I got more on my mother's side than I have on dad's side. So,
that's kind of my thing with my dad's side. I know my granddad on my dad's side I knew way better than my granddad on my mom's side.
Yeah.
I enjoyed his fun stories of his time in the Navy.
Oh, nice.
And the tales of the fart sack.
What?
The fart sack. It's what they
The
called
fart
their
sack.
beds.
What are you talking about?
It's what they called their beds on the ship because the only place on the ship you were allowed to break wind or there were consequences.
Jeez.
All righty then.
Really?
I didn't know that.
So, wow. That
As he was on the deep ocean going ship, the
That's
USS
intense.
Matagorda.
Matagorda.
It was like a
What
seaplane
happens if
tender
you
and
fart
subtender.
outside of the required area?
Yeah, what's the punishment?
I don't know. He never did explain that.
Well, like I hope they didn't
Sometimes
make
it
him work.
happens accidentally, right?
Possibly. I imagine he was probably just being more humorous than anything about it, but instead of stories about how like in the deep, like you'd be out in the middle of the Pacific or something, and then it'd be a big storm, and you'd see the waves going like 100 feet above the ship.
Jeez.
Well, I hope like the punishment wasn't like make him work in a galley or something, because I wouldn't want people making my food and farting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I imagine they probably had to do something stupid on the deck.
Yeah.
Oh, swab the poop deck.
Yeah.
Yes, there you go.
Wish you could have got more stories out of Grandpa. He passed away when I was like 10 years old.
Oh, that's a shame. I didn't even know. I didn't know any of my grandparents. They all passed away before I was born.
Yeah, he was like really old. He was almost like 90 years old and he passed. Like he got married really late. He was almost 40 when him and my grandma got married.
Yeah.
She was like 21 and he was 36 or 37.
Yeah. My dad's father, he passed away on his birthday. And what was it? He was born in 1911 and died in 1989, so that was 78.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I got 24 years of him and never asked the damn questions I should have.
That's only when you start asking them, like probably at 50.
Yeah. That's one of the things I'm doing this spring is getting together with my cousin who I haven't seen since 1984. And we're getting together because he's really interested in the family history. And it's going to be like, how am I going to fit all this in the car?
Does he
know more? Come down and play
Does he know more than you?
Tetris.
Does he know more family stuff than you do?
No, that's the beauty of it. I've got everything. And
well, that's good.
You know, but it's going to be at least a couple of days going through all this. And he has a big penchant for Benjamin Franklin, who is our second cousin 8 times removed. And, you know, we've got FDR's wife is part of the family. Ulysses Grant is related through the Loomis family and the Grant family, of course. And then, you know, on and on and on like that. And it's just crazy. I wish, my sister had a lot of stuff in that orange file that I didn't know existed, and she never told me about. Thank you, Lee.
Wow.
And, you know,
I found Franklin was cool.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun doing some of this over the phone, but then, you know, day-to-day life got in the way, and then her cancer, of course, and you know, that kind of put the kibosh on it. But some of the stuff I found, she would have absolutely laughed her head off. So it's better to do it early.
Yeah.
DVB said, I just missed the last 20 minutes of the stream. Can you repeat everything you just said again?
You only need 2 words.
Yes, I can.
Everything about everything about my family history is vague. One side of the family says that some of our relatives were part of the run for the hills, run for your life. You know that song?
Oh yeah.
We were part of that. We were part of the history behind that song.
Mm-hmm.
What? That people ran from the hills from you guys?
Yeah.
So you're related to Bruce Dickinson then, right?
Native Americans and everything like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, and there are a lot of records in, you know, the Library of Congress and the Census Bureau and all that. There's one era of the census that you can't get because the building burned down, and they lost, you know, some millions of records. But all the other censuses are still there, so, you know. And of course, you can get access through the Ancestry.com.
So I guess some of them were Native American, some of them were Mexican, and then some of them were Spanish from Spain.
Cool.
But then the weird part was my actual grandmother might have been with a German guy, so that's where my European part comes in.
Cool.
Oh.
So you might be related to FETT there.
Oh, the German thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm half German.
Possibly. I have no
my
clue
mother's
what
side,
my grandma was up to.
Yeah.
On my mother's side, she came from the Canary Islands, so she's Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
And then somehow they emigrated to Puerto Rico. I've never been able to figure out my dad's.
Well,
my dad's side kind of.
We'll talk one of these days. I might be able to find something for you.
Okay.
Yeah. So I know with my dad's side of the family, it kind of brick walls at like the 1870s. Just because they're poor farmers from Poland. That's when they came stateside, but there's almost no records for them before that point.
Yeah, and that's something I run into is a lot of those stone walls. And I tried doing some research into Polish records for a friend of mine's wife and couldn't find anything other than the city where they lived.
Yeah.
And that's a big bummer. Because I like to do a nice job for people, you know?
Yeah. I know my mom's side's been a little bit more in-depth. One of my cousins has been working really hard on that.
Yeah.
I know we go all the way back to, like, I got family in Luxembourg.
Oh, sweet.
And apparently they're recent enough that if I went to Luxembourg, I could apply for citizenship and actually have dual citizenship.
Oh, wow. That's great.
We have dual, me and my kids have dual Dutch and New Zealand citizenship.
Cool.
Through my dad.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, to answer DVB's question, kibosh is, how to put it? When somebody puts the kibosh on something, it's basically to end it or put up a brick wall so you can't get any further.
I hear that word and I think it has to do with a sword.
No,
It's possible.
something. It's a
Oh, Wallace Simpson. Oh, yeah. Yep.
It says to spoil or destroy any idea or plan. The rain certainly put the kibosh on our plans for a picnic.
Yeah.
Damaging.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Wallace Simpson was the American divorcee who married King Edward.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
King
Edward VII. Yeah. And he stayed with her, abdicated, and then Elizabeth's father, I can't remember his name, became king.
George? No.
I became king. I'm the king.
Ah,
Long live the king.
yeah. But that's pretty cool. And that's not that many generations back. That's awesome. Yeah,
That's neat,
I got
yeah.
a lot of mine going back to the Revolution and before. And yeah, it's a lot of fun what you can find. And some of them were nobody, but they're related to somebody. You know, it's pretty neat.
Mm-hmm. Breathing feels
Sandra,
good.
who Sandra's related to, her big. Did you put up her? Did you put up? I missed it. You put up Sandra's, who she's related to.
I think I've seen that video too.
Wallace Warfield.
Yeah.
That's great.
Holy cow, Pudgy's still here.
Yes.
Another thunderstruck with a washing machine. Oy vey.
I think I've seen that one too.
Yeah, gotta see that. WASH.
Yes.
Machine.
What's a DAR?
Daughters of the American Revolution.
Jinx.
Go. Yeah, Daughters of the American Revolution, and you also have SAR Sons. But and I'm thinking of applying for that myself.
Yeah, you've got the paperwork to back it up.
Yep.
I do not. My family has not been here long enough.
Yeah, I'm a first generation.
Yeah. First generation? Wow.
Well, in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Whereas my husband's like a fifth or a sixth.
About fourth or fifth?
Yeah.
Maybe sixth. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly when Texas became part of the United. Well, I know when it did, but I don't know when my family became part of the U.S.
Did you know
Probably the same time?
I'm coming to Texas in October.
Yes, about the same time, but when they were there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Are you going to meet up with Sean Carter?
Yeah, I said I'll pick up my Enterprise. So.
Yeah.
When is that going to be?
October. I'm hoping to go because my birthday is October 20th, and I want to leave here on October 20th and be in 3 countries on my birthday because I could be in New Zealand, Australia, and then I land, hours and hours later. But you guys are a day behind, so it would still be my birthday.
We will.
That's how you do it.
True.
Yeah.
Time travel, baby.
I'll probably meet up with Sean Carter in the summer because that's when the kids are off school.
It's too hot. Yeah, it's too. I know it's just too hot. So I'm a sook. So I said I'll come in October, and my husband has to apply for leave a year in advance to get it. So yeah, that's what it is. So yeah, so I'm going to come in for the week of October, and I told Tyron Beard, and he's going to take me to a place that he works. And then, and then
pew,
he says,
pew.
Yeah, exactly. And then, and I'm going to bring him Milo and Tim Tams and something else. Vegemite. So That's my exchange or something. And then he
Did
said
you
I
make a
had to
sandwich?
have something called Texas barbecue, which I don't know what that is.
Oh,
Anyway.
That's some real food right there.
Yep.
And then he's like, and then you can choose what you do.
Yep.
Yeah.
So much meat.
He's gonna barbecue it
Yeah.
for you, right?
I don't know. I don't know.
The
what
right
it
way
is.
to go.
Yeah. Custom
Never.
barbecue.
Yeah.
I had a hankering for barbecue all day today.
And
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
counter to Hank Hill, I don't mind charcoal. I
oh, I
like it.
love
It's
cooking
yummy.
with charcoal.
Yeah.
I prefer the charcoal flavor.
He is so cool. You're right.
Yeah.
I like cooking over an open campfire when you're just regular wood.
Yeah.
That adds
I
a
like-
special flavor.
I like good old fashioned anthracite coal. Sure, it tastes like sulfur when you're done, but it's good.
Yeah, DVB said Tyron Beard is so cool. He
Mhm.
one time Tyron streamed with me on my old channel and he fell asleep. That sounds like Tyron. It was so funny. I saw the clip. How is Tyron? Anybody hear from him
That's good.
recently?
Yeah. Yeah. I was.
Yeah, he's good.
Was it on your? Oh, sorry. Go, Raymond.
When did we talk to him last?
It's been a couple months.
Yeah, it's been a couple weeks.
Months.
Oh, cool.
Months. Sorry, couple months.
Even longer. Ooh.
Because he came up. He was on someone's stream. We were on another time. Was it your one here? Fit? And I was like, go sit in your car because he's got these Bluetooth headphones that he can talk, but he talks too loud because that's what we do when we're enthusiastic. And so I said, go sit in your car. So he sat in his car and we just talked for ages. Back like on the stream and then behind the scenes.
Mhm.
Oh, it would have been Canadian Spider-Man stream. And
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. And so we just had, and then he sat in his car and he could talk for ages. And he set his car alarm off at like 2 in the morning.
Gotta love that.
So he's trying to be quiet and he sets his car alarm off.
Well, I had him on my stream recently with Rennie also, but
Oh, cool. Yeah, she was
I remember
sleeping.
when-
I don't know how much sleep he got that night because he was talking a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's so cool though.
Great.
And Rennie's awesome too.
Yeah.
We just
Oh,
don't
she
see
must
her
have been
much.
on my 3rd year anniversary.
Okay.
DVB said I haven't been in touch with Tyron or Rennie for a while because I don't have Twitter. They're not on Twitter much, I don't think.
No, he's not on that much.
Matter of fact, the last time I heard from him was on Facebook.
Wow.
I forget. He inspired me. I forget what the whole thing was. I was debating on whether I wanted to say something, talk about something on one of my live streams. And just out of the blue, he messaged me and says, "I'm telling him all my friends." Yeah, he said something like, "Be a lion today,"
Aww,
dude, something real motivational. I was like,
that's right. Yeah.
"Fuck it, I'm doing it because Tyron told me to," so I did it. Yeah.
Good on him.
They used to be in a lot of chats, says DVB, and that reminds me of also Darian Munchausen. I don't know if any of you remember that, but
I remember him.
Yeah.
I think he just kind of left because he got a girlfriend and he's living life with her, and we'll see if we ever see him again.
There's a few people I noticed. Like I remember when they first got in, like the Doomcock community, it seemed like that Chris Persia dude was like,
yeah, he's
like a big
gone.
deal in the chat and stuff. And yeah, I don't see him anymore.
Yeah.
Lori Wilson, what's up with Lori Wilson? Anybody know? Hope everything's all right with her, man. She used to always be one of the last people to say goodnight to me on Frolics. It's weird,
Yeah, I haven't talked to her in ages.
Yeah, she was nice.
And the PCB, she comes to the chat there.
Mm.
Oh, see, I'm usually at work.
What?
She's doing a lot of family stuff.
She's doing a lot of family stuff.
Cool.
Okay.
Glad everything's okay.
That's good.
Pretty sure she comes in the chat in PCB.
Mm.
Yeah. She always says hi. She's so great.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Let's see. It is almost 1.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to tap out soon.
Lightweights.
Yeah. I think
Mhm.
yeah, we're going on 8. I think 8's a good number. I was worried
Yeah.
when I chose the thumbnail. After I put it out, I'm like, oh,
Oh,
he's gonna say you
I
got to
got-
go 11.
Yeah.
But no, this was a pretty good one, man.
Yeah.
Question: how many? I know everybody's been talking about putting playlists up. I've just found I can't do more than 4. Does YouTube have a limit?
Wow.
Might be a time limit on it.
No, a limit on how many playlists you can do.
No, because dude, like I was saying, that music channel that I made just to keep all the music stuff on, man, I probably have about 100 playlists on there.
So it might be a duration list and time limit. So all the streams are pretty lengthy.
Yeah.
That could be.
I
I don't know, Jill. You know anything about that? Is there a limit on playlists? Oh, she must have stepped away. I don't think so.
As I wouldn't know.
Oh well.
I'm taking a shot in the dark. I'm guessing.
Yeah, because I have quite a few right here on the FETT channel.
Yeah. Yeah, and I see some of these.
Yeah, sorry guys, I did step away. I do have way more than 4 already, and I haven't even
Okay,
tried.
how do you set it? Maybe it's a case of I forgot you. I don't see an add button.
They might have just changed the location. Like, look at the top and the bottom. You know, they're constantly changing screwy things like that.
Yeah.
Create new
You just-
playlists, whatever it says.
Well, in any video you want, you can click on a button and say add to new playlist.
Oh,
But
okay.
through the studio, you can click on the create button and create new playlists.
There it is. Okay. Duh.
There we go.
Okay, it's time for me to go
But
to bed.
But if it is a playlist of only your videos, nobody else's videos, I would suggest creating a podcast. Because you can create podcasts of your own content, which will get a lot more viewership than a playlist in terms of being able to share your own ideas.
Okay.
But podcasts can only contain your own videos.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, I think we're gonna tap out because
yeah. Sandra says we were up until after 3 with DC. Then we only had a few hours sleep before getting up. Yeah.
Sleep is a crutch anyway.
I know.
Yeah.
But I also got to get myself psyched to do the Sunday show.
Mm-hmm.
Sunday.
Do you have a topic or
no? It's just cause.
Yeah,
that's okay.
Just cause.
Am I still here?
Yes.
Yeah,
still here.
You are.
Okay, because
You
I'm
sound
frozen.
great.
Okay. Now I'm moving.
You keep saying that. You keep saying I'm frozen.
I was frozen on my screen, and I was trying to open another window to get Raymond's link. So, Raymond, you might just want to pop that in there.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Yeah, because I think we might call this one a day, because this was a pretty good stream, I thought.
Yeah.
John, you're the man. You brought it tonight.
Yeah.
So let's go around. Let's do. We're going to do ladies first, though.
Yes.
Carla. Start with you because I don't know. Do you have anything now on the?
Oh no. Well, if Epion isn't streaming, then I'm not streaming. So, but yeah, it was a good run, and we had fun. And we'll see what happens.
All right. Well, you're welcome here at any time.
I know, and I got into dating Spider-Man. Team's always inviting me as well, but I need a consistent time every time, otherwise I can't.
Yeah.
You're always welcome on mine too, but I know it's during the day. You're busy.
Really, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Jill. What's going on?
Tuesdays, Fridays, 11 a.m. Central Time. I talk about on Tuesdays, Twilight Zone. Friday could be anything. This Friday is going to be Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas because
Ooh.
it's the weekend of 420, which is, the
course.
Stoner holiday. So I figured that would be kind of a funny thing to do.
It's the
And-
Fuhrer's birthday.
And then sometimes on Saturday nights, I'll do gaming or a hangout stream. And this next Saturday, I'll be playing Fallout. I'll finally get the water chip. Apparently, my settlement is going to die without this water chip, so I gotta get it.
Oh dear.
Nah.
And there's
Okay.
a time limit too. This is kind of a unique game where if you don't get it within that kind of time limit, you lose the game and you can't continue. So I gotta make it.
You're playing the original Fallout, right?
Right. The post-nuclear game. Yeah, Fallout.
Yeah.
Role-playing game. Yeah, that's right. DVB Fear and Loathing on Friday. It's gonna be weird. And I looked up, and one of the production things that I already looked up on that is that there was a carousel in that movie where you get drunk and everything. But if you go to the carousel now, it just has snacks and stuff.
Aw,
Huh.
boring.
Disappointment.
Leisure Suit Larry.
Mhm.
Leisure Suit Larry was fun.
Oh, you know what? I've had more than one recommendation to go back to Leisure Suit Larry.
Yeah,
So you were
it's
playing
like-
that at one point, right?
I did. I played the first one,
Yeah,
so
I
I'll
remember
play
that.
another one soon.
You got
Just
some
for you,
toilet
Carl,
paper
out.
in your shoe.
That's all. Thank you, FETT. Thank you, FETT, for having me on.
Oh,
Good
very
stream.
welcome. Like I said, Jill, it's you too, man. You're always welcome here. I'm trying my darnest to put your link in the chat.
Oh,
It's
I
a
can
good
do
thing
that for you.
it's a good thing there are ladies present because I was about to flip my lid because I have the link and I'm like, ugh.
that's so sweet.
you really are. You really are, FETT. You're working too hard.
Yeah.
I think I got it. I
You're
think I got it.
okay.
There you go.
Oh, there
Okay,
it
there
is.
we go.
There it
There
is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Uh,
No,
yes.
my subs have stalled for over a month. I'm not even worried anymore.
Mm.
I got the friends that matter already. So what more is
Yeah.
That's true.
everybody else gonna do?
That's
Yeah,
true.
that's the way I look at it too. We got
That's
all
all.
people already. So okay, there it is. Raymond 2. I couldn't. Everything froze on me. Sorry. There's your. That's this is your channel, or is this just this is the stream tomorrow, right?
That's the stream tomorrow. Here, I'll put it on my channel.
Okay. Yeah, I'm afraid to click anything else here. So
Yeah, let me-
okay, everyone. If you're not, you probably are subscribed to Jill. But if you're not, check her out. Definitely very cool. We got to do this metal thing. Get Jill listening to some metal songs. I think that's
Yep.
gonna be cool. That's
My
gonna be
playlist is 3 hours long now. I need to weed it
cool.
down.
It's gonna make this like a.
Okay,
Okay,
wait a
okay.
minute. I'm only gonna listen to an hour and 30 minutes of rock and roll. So keep the playlist under that.
Yeah, yeah.
There's just too much metal.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but yeah, Lenrod, John, we'll keep just a couple songs, a piece.
Yeah.
No, we don't want to overwhelm her.
I will mail you a mixtape. How about that?
Yeah.
45 minutes aside. That's an hour and a half.
Yep.
Okay, that's fair enough. Let's do it.
Okay.
Something 90.
Hey, I need to get a boombox.
Yeah.
Oh, boom box.
I'll dig through my part stacks. I'm pretty sure I have a cassette deck or two sitting here.
Yeah.
Okay then, Lenrod. Anything going on? Anything you want to tell anybody about, or what you building, or?
Oh, geez. I got a whole lot of nothing at the moment. Just finished Midwest Gaming Classic last week, and that was epic, and I drank alcohol there.
Oh dear.
Wow.
It's not something I normally do, but I had to do it because the sheer volume of people coming through left me with an incredibly sore voice, so the whiskey was helping.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Nice.
It wasn't even good whiskey. It was cheap stuff that my buddy had.
Yeah.
Mixing it with some juice so it didn't taste quite as terrible.
Hmm.
Just a little bit to keep the soreness down.
Yeah. Medicinal
That-
purposes.
Yeah, pretty much. Although I did have enough to get a buzz at one point.
I would
Very
like
good
to have seen that.
medicinal purposes.
Yeah. Honestly, I got the buzz, and I'm like, this isn't pleasant. Why do people like doing this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, finished that up. I got some commission work from MGC, so all the money I spent at that con is now completely paid off because I'm making things and making money from that.
Awesome.
And yeah, that's all I got on my plate right now. Just that and napping.
Napping, yes, that is definitely on my schedule too. Nothing wrong with that, man.
Yep.
Gotta recharge the batteries.
Always. Okay, Brother John.
Good hobby.
What's going on, Brother John?
I don't know if you can see this well. Maybe you can make it big there. And that's the doorknob and escutcheon plate from that gravity rail car I'm rebuilding the door.
Mm-hmm.
That is layers and layers and layers of paint. Well,
probably lead paint too.
Is that a full size? Oh yeah, it is.
Oh.
Yep.
Wow, that's amazing.
Shiny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Still a lot more work to do, especially inside the handle here. But I spent part of what I've been doing the last few weeks is trying to get rid of that paint. And it's not like any other paint I've ever dealt with. It's like syrup and glue and cement and a Buick, all rolled into one can, and they just slathered it on. But yeah, I think that's going to work out pretty well. But one of the things I'm going to do, I'm stealing from another channel that redid some locks like this. I'm going to spray paint, polish it up, spray paint it black so these areas with the filigree fill in with it, and then rub off the black paint so you have the brass and the black will really pop out of it. But we're getting there. So that's going to be a continuing project. And I've done a lot of woodwork and repair of wood on the door itself. And I found I was sanding away on the top of the door on the outside of it. And I never noticed while I was sanding until the next morning after I'd put a clear coat on it. There's a number 3. And we thought this was car number 8. Well, now we know it's car number 3. Wow. And if you saw that car today, you'd think there's no way this can be rebuilt because somebody rammed a car into the side of it.
Oh, geez.
And, but yeah, this is from the old D&H Gravity Railroad from Carbondale to Honesdale. And interesting thing, those gravity railroads are where roller coasters come from because they have the steam engine houses with long cables, pull them up the mountain and then let them go down the other side. And people used to go for rides on that.
You've got to tell me more about that.
It was originally just for coal.
Wow.
Roller coasters are my favorite thing, and I didn't realize this history.
Yeah, that's where the concept came from. And if you look up gravity railroads on YouTube, I think there's still a couple in business. Festinaug over in England, or Wales actually, Dalek knows about this one. They have steam locomotives pull the cars up the hill, and then the cars go by themselves down the hill. Brakeman on each car with a wooden handle for the brakes.
Nice.
It's pretty awesome. But yeah, there's some videos of some of this and articles all over the internet. Pretty neat stuff. So that's my project.
I'm bummed out, man.
My many others.
Yeah.
DVB beat me to the punch, man. As soon as you said that, I was going to say, too bad the door wasn't red. He says, I see a keyhole and I want it painted black.
Yeah.
Cool. So there's
okay.
that.
All right. So, like I said, I think I got the screen up and I think I can share it without doing any damage here, I hope.
Uh-oh.
1 second. This is it's really moving slow, but I teased it earlier.
This week's the movie we love.
Movie of the week. Eventually, there it is. Eventually, it will be up. Yep, movie of the week. You Only Live Twice.
Ah,
Oh,
sweet.
Figure give everybody
Nice.
a sneak peek tonight. That was here. So,
all right.
okie dokie.
Nice.
Yeah, if I get a hot tub like that full of hot women, I want to live twice.
See, I am on my first watch through of James Bond, but I have
Mhm.
seen so far all of the Connery
Mhm.
and the Lazenby.
Ah,
Okay.
you're in for a treat. Roger Moore's coming up.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
my next Roger Moore was your first Bond.
Yeah, well, around my age, because I'm like, I was born in '73, so the first Bond I remember was him.
Roger Moore.
Yeah.
Same here.
But
yeah.
Not
the
my
next
favorite. He's not my favorite, but I'm just saying he was my first.
Moonraker is the next movie I'm supposed to watch. So I have seen him.
Yeah.
But that's where I am.
Okay.
I might do a review of that because that's a sci-fi one, right?
Yeah.
It is.
Basically, yeah.
And of course, you have to watch the ending closely. Did the blonde girl have braces or didn't she?
Yes, darling.
She
yes.
had braces. Dolly had braces, and I will take that to my grave just because that's what Clyburn Time said.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. I'm done. I don't even have to argue it. There's no debate.
Cool.
Yeah.
She's
Lobby.
a woman of faith.
Yeah, Bobby.
There you go.
All right.
Yep. We're gonna rock on. I want to. Hey,
This was great. Thank you.
it was, man.
It was
if
nice
you
seeing
need,
you, Raymond.
it was, and Sandra as well. You guys had a long day. If you want to pop out, I'm gonna like say a couple things, hit the outro, and we're out of here. So I want to thank
Take care,
everyone.
guys.
Yep.
Bye,
take care,
Fez.
buddy.
Bye, Landrod.
Yep. Laters.
Bye,
Have a
Jill. Bye, Carla.
See ya.
See you guys tonight.
Yep.
Have a good show.
night.
everyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
Okay.
Night,
I
Raymond.
want to
and
thank
Sandra.
everyone. I want to thank everyone that was on the panel. I want to thank everyone that was in the chat, and I want to thank everyone that will watch this on the replay. You guys aren't subscribers. You guys are FET's friends, and I thank you all for coming and hanging out. And take it sleazy, everyone.
Yep. Take care, everybody. Fett, thanks a lot, man.
Meow.